Welcome to the Roll Down, the TFT Esports podcast, where we talk about everything from the grassroots to the pro scene, from the couch to the crown. My name is CLE, joined by not Gangly, but a more handsome version, Impetuous Panda, joining us on the show. Welcome. We're glad to have you.
We're apparently the ginger bearded brothers now, Jack. I'm down for this duo, but I'm also down for regionals. I'm down for Tech Crown. I'm down for the end of the set of TFT, because that is, for me, the most hype and most exciting and most trash talky part of the set.
Absolutely. And you may have noticed, this is not normal for a countdown or for the Roll Down podcast, because we've teamed up with the TFT Esports team to bring you guys a special release for the countdown of the regionals broadcast. This is a regionals primer episode specifically for EMEA. So that's why we brought on the subject expert, this way, Panda. He's here to help us walk through that. So welcome to the regionals broadcast. We are so happy to have you and excited to jump into all things that's coming and happening during this regional finals. So today, we're going to be covering the format of this whole event. We're going to do an introduction to the players, where they ended up and how they got there. We're going to talk about some storylines when it comes to player buckets and also share some of our predictions. Panda, are you ready to jump in?
I'm ready. I'm hype. It's the first time we're getting a 2-week regional as well. So there's just so much to talk about. So many players, so much at stake as well with TPC next set.
Absolutely. So let's jump into it. We are ultimately competing for a slot at the Tactician's Crown. We have competition slots being handed out all across the globe, 9 in APAC, 8 in China, and 6 for the Americas and EMEA. But 11 players already qualified for the Tactician's Crown through the TFT Pro Circuit. And here are those representatives we see on our screen, most notably from EMEA, Travis, Lococo, and Bensack, who will all be playing in these tournaments as well.
Well-deserved, I think, for Lococo. For Bensack, it is, for Travis especially as well. It's his first time making it to Tech Crown after a very, very lengthy career, 2-time Polish champion, multiple times. He was 1 point away in set 9 from making Tech Crown. So I'm so happy he's finally made it.
Absolutely. And then across the globe, we have many other competitors as well. Michael Marcel P. and the Old Man Robin songs from the Americas, APAC, Ironbog, YBY1, K Bao Bao, and from China, Flancy and Sun Wize. This will be a battle for 6 more slots. Those get handed out next weekend, though. This is a 2-weekend regionals. We're going to talk all about that format here shortly, but we had this TPC that we all followed closely this set, and that determined a lot of where people started off their journeys in the regional finals this weekend. So as we look at this graphic on our screen, we see week 2, week 1, and play-ins. So play-ins in week 1 is specifically what we're going to be talking about here, but we want to quickly hand off and pass off and congratulate those that qualified for week 2, so we can talk about them next week, but know that, hey, maybe some of these big names, they're not going to be talked about here. You're not going to see them yet.
I can guarantee you the week 2 players have been sleeping very soundly with very little stress throughout the last week. The play-ins players, not so much. So much at stake, and playing from the very start of regionals means that it is going to be very dicey for some of these huge names to potentially miss out on TPC next set.
Yeah, this format is a complicated one, but a very exciting one, because there's multiple things to play for. Obviously, the Tactician's Crown slots, but the TPC, the Teamfight Tactics Pro Circuit, has been where these players got their pass into the regional finals, and now they are looking to defend their slots. This is kind of how this competitive roadmap worked throughout the set so far. We'll see the TFT Pro Circuit on the left side. 32 players battled it out all season to find their spots in the regional finals, but the challengers approached from different spots. Tacticians Cup 1 and 2 sent 20 players, ranked ladder sent 16, and now they are all ready to battle in week number 1. It's going to be incredibly exciting, especially because going from week number 1 to week number 2 gets you to next set's TPC.
That's, I think, the big thing to highlight for a lot of players whose ambitious goal is not maybe to make Tech Crown, is just to stay alive and stay relevant and play in TPC in the first place. Week 1 is going to be the most important part. Just making it to that week 2 might be the goal for a lot of the competitors we'll be talking about today.
Well, let's look at our list of competitors. This is the entire list of qualified players for the regional finals. We see at the bottom of our screen, week 2, round of 32, those TFT Pro Circuit players. We can dismiss those for now, but all the rest of these players, it is an incredibly, incredibly stacked field. 56 players enter this week and only 20 move forward. On the left side of our screen, we see the play-ins players. Now, this is a very interesting format. We'll dive into that in a second, but these are the players that are already going to get cut in half before week 1 already starts. But then we look at the right side, the main section. We see all these players from a bunch of different tournaments and ladder qualifying. Panda, it was an interesting journey. Lots of different ways to get through from Tier 2, and now they're all ready to fight and take back the spots for the TFT Pro Circuit next set.
And the scary thing is that EMEA as a region, I think compared to almost every region, at least Americas especially, EMEA is very deep as a whole. There are a lot of very, very good players, not just 32. So even with the first set or season of TPC, there was a lot of very good players who were left out, either not invited, like White Jungler, or not qualified, didn't do the work last set to make it. And that means that they are going to be now at this point in the set where they're fighting to earn themselves a spot that they think they deserve in TPC next set. And a lot of players who are one leg out already, maybe like the play-in players, Basic, Hartman, Jedusor, these are players who've made it to attack round multiple times in some cases. So it is wild. Play-in day, especially, I think might be one of the most exciting days of regionals with what's at stake and what it means for the career of some of the players in EMEA. So I am just thrilled, happy to be casting and not at all involved with the player side of it, because I cannot imagine the stress that some of these players are feeling in the play-ins especially.
Listen, you almost were. This was almost you right here on Tacticians Cup 2. It almost happened.
Just 12 slots away. I think they should bump up next set. 32 players should go in from Cup number 2 just because.
You'll get in for sure next set. I agree. Well, let's talk a little bit about the format for this weekend specifically. We'll talk about the format for weekend 2 when we get there. But for weekend 1, it is incredibly exciting and pretty brutal when it comes to specifically the play-ins. So we saw on that last graphic that 16 players enter, represented by these hexagons on screen. 16 players enter, and they will play 6 games on the first day. They'll play 4 games as 16 players, shuffling every 2 games, just like every other TFT tournament does. And after 4 games, you will already lose 4 of maybe even your favorite players, but 4 will already advance to weekend 2. Panda, how do you feel about 4 games to be your life at the regional finals?
It is not many games. I do wonder if Riot will stick with this format going forward, because it seems to me like there's just so much at stake in just 4 games. Obviously, you didn't do your homework, you didn't put in the work, or you weren't good enough this set in TPC. You're in this place for a reason. It's on you, but it just feels so stressful in terms of, imagine you're contested by someone. You will add this guy to your list for the rest of your career if he's holding your units. If it just seems like there's so much at stake in just 4 games. And like I said before, I don't envy these play-in players at all.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal because after 4 games, we lose half the players in play-ins. 4 of them advance, so they're very happy, but 4 of them drop out, and so we'll have 8 players left for another 2 games, and after just 2 more games, we lose 4 more players, and 4 more advance to the next day of the weekend, week 1, day 1. And so this play-in, it was what everyone was trying to avoid within the TPC because it is brutal. So if your favorite player is playing in the play-in, this is going to be super, super important.
Even in Tier 2, the difference between making it into play-ins or playing from the next day, basically, and avoiding this is essentially 1 or 2 spots in one of the cups. It's finishing, 10th or 11th or 12th instead of 8th or 9th, which in some cases can just be 1 or 2 points. So it feels brutal for both the TPC players who are falling into the situation, but also the players who are rising up, trying to make it far into regionals and then having to overcome this first hurdle, which has some incredible players that are playing against. Imagine loading up with a chance to play in TPC next set, and you're playing into a play-in that has Dasik, Jedusor, Tartman. I mean, just insane names in EMEA at least. So it's crazy to be.
It is going to be a sight to see, but they do move on to that week 1, day 1, and this is where that competition slows down a little bit. You get more of a sample size, but a lot more players enter. 48 players start week 1, day 1. We get joined with all of the players that made week 1 through either the TFT Pro Circuit or through the Tacticians Cups or through Ranked Ladder. So a lot of these players that have a lot of these storylines, which we're going to talk about, enter here trying to prove their spot to get into the TFT Pro Circuit and eventually Tactician's Crown. On day 1, they'll play 6 games together, and then at the end of 6 games, after shuffling every 2 games, we'll have 32 advance. So very classic format in the TFT world of, hey, top 32 on day 1, congratulations, you made day 2.
It's even more fair than the usual format because it's not the top half; it's more than
Right.
that. So this does feel obviously much more lenient. You can roll one game and still be completely fine to make the next day.
And this is also where it gets super interesting because it's not just like you're trying to get top 8 to make final lobby of a tournament and trying to win the thing. This week 1 sets up weekend 2, and the top 20 players move on from weekend 1 to weekend 2. So let's see how that happens because 32 enter on the final day of that first weekend, and only 20 will leave. And it's a very interesting format because throughout it, people progress, people drop out, and so 32 players will continue to have their scores from day 1. They'll play 2 more games. The top 8 after those games will advance to weekend 2. So immediately off the start this weekend on Sunday, you'll be able to advance 8 players after 2 games, which will be incredibly fun. Continuing on now, 24 players left to go, and they'll play 2 more games, but only 4 players advance, and 4 players get eliminated. So huge comeback mechanics here for if you don't make it out in those first 2 games of day 2, now you have a lot more games to play and less slots to get out, especially in this middle block.
Yeah, I do think it's a little bit fair. I think it's more used to what we've been playing in all the different formats and trials and cups. It kind of follows this where the very lower end gets cut off progressively, but you kind of know this from the beginning. So if you are in the last bottom 8 positions, you can play more risky. You can play more for a first, knowing that even if you survive the first cut, there's going to be another cut. So you have to continue playing kind of this risky play style. But as long as you have that information as a player, I think everything is kind of in your control. You have agency to change your play style and adapt to the needs that you have to qualify, basically.
Obviously, getting a Tactician's Crown slot is exciting, but this is going to be the most intense 2 games of the weekend, maybe even the whole regional finals, because there's 16 players left and only 8 slots to go to get into that weekend 2 and have the shot at Tactician's Crown and get TPC next set. So 16 players, 2 more games, and after that, 8 will advance. 8 will be eliminated, and that will lock in the top 20 that advance to week 2 and the next TPC. So a very fun and exciting final day. This is going to be that 2-weekend format that when we heard about it, we were like, this is going to be so sick. And I'm so excited specifically for this day 2.
And like you said, the tac round spots obviously are probably the most exciting things to play for in TFT in everything leading up to the end of a set. But the continuity and the security that it gives a player to qualify to TPC in the first place, I think for some players who are not maybe the absolute most elite, this might be the most important day of the set for them. And this will be the most stressful and will be the most exciting for viewers as well. Trying to follow those players who have fought their way through trials, through cups, through ladder, the entirety of the set to try and fight for one of those spots in the actual professional side of TSC and the TPC next set. So I'm personally probably almost as excited for these final days of the first week as I am for the final week of regionals.
It is going to be electric. It also gets them the spot where they're now in the prize money for regionals. That is a week 2 prize. Once you get in there, you start making money. $50,000 of a prize pool to be distributed from weekend 2. And so not only are you now locked in for TPC, you have some prize money to play for as well. We talked a lot about these players and the player stories, but how in the world can we talk about all of these players, 56 players entering week number 1? Well, we can't. So we tried to help and put these players into the general story of where they're at heading into this regional finals, and to help you give some people to root for, give some expectations, and help celebrate some fun stories. So once again, we have our qualified players list. We are not looking at that bottom section. This week, the TFT Pro Circuit players that got top 12 moved already on to week 2. So we'll be talking about the entirety of the rest of these players. Panda, are you ready? You're the expert, so that's why we brought you in.
I'm ready. I might have decided some of these categories, so if you want to shoot the messenger, that's me. I'm ready. I have my bulletproof vest ready to go. But I will say that I think every player has their own story, so it's going to be hard to perfectly define every player in big buckets, but we're trying our best to help viewers understand the general idea, the general careers that some of these players have had leading up to this point.
I love it. Well, let's start at some of these players that maybe you just don't know because we're not super familiar with who these players are. They don't have the most competitive experience. And so going into this regional finals, they're a big question mark for us. They're unproven. We don't know exactly what they're going to bring to the table because they're newer here. Panda, is there anyone on this specific slide that you want to highlight?
I know most of the players from just ladder, obviously from the US. A lot of them are UNE players as well. These are all, for the most part, challenger every set or high challenger, low, high GM, low challenger in most cases. I have had to highlight someone. It would be Serginho. He's Spanish, go Spain, and he's someone that I've been playing with a lot in a lot of my games this sets. And he made it through the last cup. We were both in that day 3, and I think he played really well. He had a very good meta read, so I'm excited to see what he does and if he can be part of that Spanish army that is trying to fight for a world slot finally this set.
I mean, if you want to pick the Giga dark horses, you want to have a very unpopular person to root for that no one else is maybe on board with quite yet, this is your slide. These are the people that you can just choose one and latch on. I
will say one player you want to root for if you like, excitement is Sadib, because in the first cup, he managed to hit the triple fawn jackpot where you get infinite gold in one of his games, and he had like 1 million 3-star 5 costs. So not sure if he can do it again, but he would like to definitely in this week. But if he manages it, you definitely want to tune into his games.
That would be electric. And speaking of players that have some hype around them, there's some players that we've seen a few times, maybe at this stage, but or as we look around at the general landscape of EMEA, that we would say these are the rising stars. This is the rising talent specifically for this region. Panda, why did you put some of these players here, and who is the person that you're like, this is the fastest rising stock in EMEA?
I will say Pepelgad, he's already in TPC. He did a fairly good job. Didn't make obviously directly into week 2. He's playing in week 1, but I think he's been improving and performing really well the last few sets. Sova as well. They're both Polish. I think overall Poland has a very good regional kind of before this whole system started, there was TRCs in Poland, and they do a very good job of creating new talents and having, funneling them into tournaments, playing against players like Kubikson, like Travis, like Delouche, and having a chance to compete, not just on ladder, but also in tournaments. Toon TV as well. He's a French streamer, big personality. He's been doing really well on ladder the last few sets. I think having now better chances to perform in tournament. And Hypno did good in the PBE. I think he won the Project PBE mentor tournament last set in set 13, playing a lot of Street Demon before anyone was playing, and Annie and Amp stuff. And he's been, I think, growing more and more last set and this set. So he's been doing well on ladder as well. I think he has a chance to make it to TPC.
These players are very fun to watch, people that we wouldn't be super surprised if they made it out of this weekend, because these are guys that have continued to prove that they are to be feared, but maybe not as the consistency of some of these other players that we have seen for so long. So another thing that proves some consistency, at least somewhat, is the ladder placements. Being a high challenger for a long time means that you're pretty good, at least, at playing against high challenger players. And so this bucket of players, the ladder warriors, the players that are often ranked very, very high, I know, Panda, you play against a lot of these guys. They're definitely to be feared, but don't have maybe the best tournament results yet.
I will say this could be ladder words, or this could just be like the bucket of sad players, because a lot of grief has followed these players in some cases. Dalisson, for example, he's someone who has reached, I think, 2K LP on EU West back in set 10. Definitely 1.8K. He was ranked 1 very often, almost every set. But he's just never performed well in tournament. He's also one of the Spanish players representing MKOI. Odessa's kind of similar story. They're beasts on ladder, always top 10 or very frequently top 10, but can't really have that same result follow through in major tournaments at least. These are players who have been very close to having a very different career, but have not quite been able to make it. But they're beasts on ladder. So over a large sample size, they do very, very well. They just have to lock in one weekend and make that next step forward to join the contenders, the elites, and maybe just the TPC in general.
Yeah, these players are grinders, but let's move on to a bucket of players that have had some success, but also maybe had some low lows as well. The volatile category of players that, hey, if they show up in the right form, these guys could win the whole thing. If they don't show up in the right form, they could go dead last.
Yeah, and it's a weird bucket because there's a mix of like players who have achieved a lot in their careers and players who maybe haven't reached those peaks but have reached kind of different peaks and lows in their own kind of skill bracket, I would say, or in their kind of what's expected from them. But I think all fall into a category of sometimes they have the right meta read, or sometimes they're just on the right set or the right patch and they perform at a very high level. Sometimes you see them very inconsistent in their play and falling down to the bottom side of the tournament. We have players here who have won cups before, who have won EMEA championships, like Canvas, for example. But I think depending on their play style potentially as well, if they're like loose streaking a lot and it's a patch where they just have a bad sample size of games and they just can't claw back into the game and they end up with a lot of bottom or 8th place or 7th place, they just can't make it to day 2 or day 3. So these are players who have had high peaks. We even saw like players like Saker Norris and Ken Gitade reaching their highest peak actually in this cup number 3, where they reached the final lobby in TPC. But they're not players who you consistently see at the end of the tournament. They're not players who consistently make final lobbies, or at least haven't in a while, in the case of Canvas, for example. So these are players who I think can lock in, and if they do, they can be incredibly fun to watch. Raiko, for example, comes to mind as someone who is just completely chaotic in how he preps and how he plays. But I can never bet on these guys 100% because I just don't have that guarantee.
Yeah, this is a bucket of players that's fun to root for when they're absolutely popping off, but sometimes can let you down depending on their form. I think of somebody like Snooty, who's just really easy to root for. He's super fun creator. Love watching his streams, even though I don't understand some of the stuff he's saying. But it is just fun to follow these players along, and you'll go through the highs and the lows with them. So a great group of players to be following along with to see if they can really pop off and be in form. And we talked a little bit about these players specifically that maybe should be in the TPC or are disappointed they weren't in the TPC this set and are really, really motivated behind, I belong here and I'm going to make it back. And so they have to fight through this week 1 of regionals. The return to glory players, those that a lot of people are rooting for. And Panda, you're obviously cheering for a lot of these guys. These are some great names, some players that have proved a lot in the past, but weren't highlighted this set the way that they think they should have been.
This is my bucket. This is the people that I want to root for because these are players who put a lot of time into TFT. I think time and effort and skill should be rewarded in TFT. And when you miss out on a TPC because you do badly in one set, it feels very bad to have a lengthy career and not be playing in tier 1 because of one bad set. So I want these players to have a solid chance to make it back, to prove they belong there. We had Darkus in final lobby at Tac Crown not too long ago. We had Lusher and White Jungler crushing EWC with Mouse as well. We had Fatigue. I mean, these are all cup winners. These are all, regional winners in some cases. Og just won this last cup as well. Lengthy careers in TFT, multiple time regional participants. They absolutely deserve to be playing in TPC, in my opinion. And these are some of the scariest players because of how hungry they are and how much they think they deserve to be in TPC as well. If you have any of these 7 players in your lobby in week 1, I would be petrified.
This is that group of players that are extremely motivated. And if you watch like traditional sports at all, you know that the people that get doubted and have people, talk bad and don't have the performance that you want, they're always like super motivated. We call it like bulletin board material of like, this is what's motivating me. Set 16 TPC, I will be there. And these are the players that, I fully expect to see a lot of these players there. I wouldn't be surprised if all of these players made it out of weekend 1 to weekend 2 because they are 1, good at TFT, and 2, very hungry, which is a good combination going into this weekend. Other stories that we have to follow along with for specifically our TPC players is some of them just didn't have the set that they thought they would. Playing at the highest level for 3 tournaments in a row can prove to be a little tough. And so a lot of these players need to have a comeback. They need to be able to bring it back from maybe even the play-ins and prove that they really belong in the TPC. I think of so many of these players really surprised us at the bottom of the leaderboard.
It could be sample size. It could just be, a very bad string of 18 games, bad patches that don't suit you. There are excuses, of course. I'm not going to pile on these players because they have enough to deal with playing in planes in some cases or playing in week 1. But these are all names that you, at the start of the set, say, who am I locking in to week 2? Most of these names or a lot of these names would be there. So it's a disappointment for them. It's a disappointment for the level we expect from them. And it's going to be a tough road ahead because especially the play-in players, Jeduzor, this guy's, I think, one of the top 4 players in EMEA, period, the last 5 years or last 5 sets. I messaged him personally and told him, hey, I'm really sorry what happened this set because I know it's hard to have this really great streak and then suddenly have a period where you're starting to doubt yourself because of the results in just one set. But it's tough. This is a comeback story they have to believe in first and foremost, and then we'll see if we can also follow them along through week 1. But it's going to be a tough road ahead for some of these players. And these are players who are absolutely elite in the past, so it is surprising to see them playing in week 1.
Someone like Kleekornen, who came off the final lobby last set. Someone like Yellow Tomato, who maybe is a little bit lesser known, but has been really, really fast rising, having lots of good tournament performances. And a lot of these veterans that were like, why is this guy in play-ins? What do you mean he's not locked in for TPC? People that we would be sad to see not make it next set.
Yep.
And so, again, we're all rooting for these players. There is a big story behind each one of these based on their TPC performance this set. But, Panda, then there's a final bucket. And you might be like, where in the world are these players that we look at? We're like, these are some of the best in the world. Why aren't you talking about them? Well, here they are, the favorites category. People we'd say, I'm pretty sure they're making it out, and if they don't, I would be really surprised.
And these guys are maybe closest to being in TPC. They're playing from that final day, but in most cases, it comes down to, at least for all these 4 players, they were maybe like 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, the pro points for TPC for this first set. So they were potentially just very, very close, a few placements away from being in week 2. They're going to have to play through week 1. It sucks. They're in a better position than Jeduzor and Dasik, yes, but it's still week 1. And these are players that you absolutely expect to be some of the best in EMEA. They were very close to doing so. They were still, top 16 in EMEA, but they're playing in week 1. So best of luck to them. It would be tragic to have them somehow not make it through that final day, but I believe in all of them. I think they've been excellent TFT players the last few sets. They've been growing as players as well, especially someone like Experian and Solo the last 2 or 3 sets. So fingers crossed for them, but I think they're good to go for week 2.
Yeah, these are players that are, again, players that we might be like, they're starting in week 1? What do you mean? They're like some of the best in the world. Well, some people do have to start in week 1. There's only 12 spots available for that weekend 2 slot. And so someone like Volta, who's consistently winning tournaments, and all of these other guys who are just some of the best in the world, it is going to be fun to watch them play and hopefully be able to continue to prove their dominance and keep their TPC slots. But we ranked and put these players into these buckets, and it was really hard to do. So many players, also so many stories to tell, but I hope that we're able to at least give you guys a little bit of a glimpse into who maybe you should root for, who you might become a fan of, who we have expectations for, who we don't maybe have the highest expectations for going into weekend 1 of the regional finals. Anything final here, Panda, before we move on to our predictions?
Some Carmine Core players might hate me, or fans might hate me for putting Cambiz in Volatile. Maybe Cambiz himself might as well, because we're good friends, but I'm just lighting a fire under him to make sure he pops off and makes it to week 2.
Absolutely. Well, let's light a fire under some more people, because we're going to do some predictions here on the roll down to kind of wrap up our show a little bit. Panda, I asked you who your favorite was and your dark horse was, and I also did some myself. So without further ado, here are predictions. Panda, you said Solo Gasong and Dalesum for your favorite and dark horse.
Solo was an easy one. I think he's a really hard worker. I think he has a really good group around him as well now with his mouse teammates, with Salvi, with Lusher, with the jungler. They're all very hungry in the case of the non-TPC players to make it to week 2, so I think they're going to have great prep as well. And for Dalesum, he's Spanish. I think he's long overdue to finally do something with his career and do well in a tournament. So please, Dalesum, make week 2. Learn from your beast of a friend, Revan, and hopefully everyone will make worlds together.
That would be a great story. I'm ready for a Spaniard to finally make the Tactician's crown. It's going to be great. And it wasn't you this time, so we'll try again next set, I guess. But
I think that's a good thing for Spain.
Probably. My predictions, Volta is someone that just goes to every Tactician's crown, it feels like. This is somebody who is won a few of these EMEA regionals and now is in week 1. I have no doubt that his competitive experience, and especially depending on his form, he's looked pretty good throughout the TFT Pro Circuit set, and now I'm sure we'll continue that. But my dark horse is Sova. Coming from Tier 2 is someone that maybe players don't know very much, but as I was watching as a spectator from the sidelines, I said, I see this name a lot. Well, it's because they made 2 day 3s of Tactician's Cup this set. And so, and finishing it up with a top 8 in the most recent one. So I expect them to continue their dominance, to maybe even be able to put that together on the regional stage and show everyone what is up. Well, we are wrapping up our show here on the pre-show. Gonna send you off to, I'm sure, Pan. Are you on day 1?
I am. I'm on all day, Thankfully. I'll be absorbing all the TFT action.
Well, good. You'll be able to see him in just a second. But we want to wrap up with our final graphic that we always show. You are here. We are looking at regionals week 1. It is October 24th. We are starting here, and just ahead next weekend, that final regional finals, weekend 2, sending players to the Tactician's crown. It's going to be incredibly exciting because EMEA and America's players are going to be together in Spain. So, Panda, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Awesome. Let's do it. Well, thank you for watching this episode of The Roll Down. It's a unique one being on the stream, on the countdown. If you want more, you can find us over on YouTube at The Roll Down, TFT Esports Podcast, or wherever you find your podcasts, and there'll be more content for you throughout the set. So without further ado, guys, take it away. Week 1 of regionals, day 1. The play-ins start right now.
Welcome one and all to the EMEA Regionals main event. If you were with us yesterday, you will have seen the play-in stage where 16 of our players battled for just 8 spots and made it through to today to join the big field. Of course, the road all the way eventually to the Tactician's crown laid out before them. My name is Kanta, joined by Alan CQ and by Kevin Parkade here today. Guys, this is going to be the big day where the competition really kicks off. How are you both feeling?
Absolutely amazing, Peter. And we've seen some good gameplay yesterday, but this is gonna be the pinnacle of gameplay. We have some pros coming from the both tier 2 and tier 1.
Yeah, I'm especially excited for the German players today. Lots of Germans today, both from tier 1 and tier 2. So hopefully they're gonna do well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's start to get into it here because there's a lot of material to cover before we get our first game underway here today. Now the main stage is officially kicking off. First of all, Alan, would you mind taking us through kind of how we got to this point in the first place, to this whole weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna go through quickly what went during this season. We had pretty much an overhaul of the competitive system, introducing the Tier 1 circuit, where the 32 players fought through the 3 Tacticians Cups, and the winners of those already secured a direct spot in the Tactician crown. Interestingly enough, one of them being EMEA versus America, which was such a good show, and I'm just looking forward to see more of those. Meanwhile, on the side, we had also the Tier 2 circuit, where the players were battling out for the from the 2 set of the Tactician trials, and the best performance got a shot at ascending to the Tier 1 circuit, and they're gonna be able to show off what they are made of today. And when dust settles down tomorrow, we'll find out who will be joining in the week 2 of the regional finals to compete for the remaining 6 spots in the Tactician crown, which will be quite a historic one, because we're gonna have both EMEA and America players in one place in Alicante on the November 14th.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Kevin, let's start getting into some of the detail then about things that are going to be going, particularly on these next 2 days, and a little bit about the weekend yet to come. And what have our players got online for them today and tomorrow especially?
So we saw the play-ins yesterday, and today there's 48 players left. 8 of those come from the play-ins yesterday. And we got players from both the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 circuit playing today. And today, basically, everyone's goal is just to not be in the bottom third at the end of today. You have to be top 32 to make it to day 3. So that's going to be everyone's goal today.
And as you can see, tomorrow as well, we're winnowing it down to just the 20 that go forward to play in week number 2. Of course, that all those players who managed to do that alongside those players who have already been performing the best across the season will be forming next season's TFT Pro Circuit, which of course is a huge deal for our players. But let's start talking about the players we've got here today in a little bit more detail. Kevin already mentioned, of course, we saw the play-in players come in as a component part. Alan, of course, we were both there for yesterday. Can you tell us a little bit about what we saw in the play-ins?
Absolutely. We've seen a crushing performance coming from Elia. He was pretty much humble about that he hired his first 4 games. He had a lot of help from his study group in overall, but he needs to acknowledge his own success in that performance. In terms of other players worth highlighting, it's Crescent, who had an excellent line recognition. Every spot he picked was pretty well thought out. And then we had an Amateur. He was pretty much the only player that we've seen on the broadcast to play Soul Fighters with the decent success, just securing those top 4 placements. Not quite a win out, but good enough to farm those top 4 placements. And then we cannot forget about High Pikachu and Daisy, especially when they contested each other on that Katarina reroll both hitting. And those are pretty much historic players who keep coming back, and happy to see them working through the hops and bumps yesterday.
Sadly, we had to say goodbye to Kakornan, who was the best performing EMEA player from last season's Tactician's crown. But Kevin, let's move on to talking about the players who are playing it through today. Can you give us kind of the broad strokes of the field of 48 we'll be seeing playing it over these next 2 days?
Yeah, so obviously we have a lot of reoccurring names that have been in the scene for quite a long time. Like, for example, Ging, Enzo, Volta, etc. Players that have played at the Tactician's Crown, sometimes even multiple times. But then we also have some newcomers like Hinode from the Turkey server, for example, or Vigo making their kind of debut at regionals. So they're going to have to prove themselves today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we cannot forget about the players who quite didn't make it the last season to the Tier 1 circuit. And there are some great names that are looking to pretty much make up the name for themselves, which they already did in the big tournaments, but they didn't quite make it to the Tier 1 circuit. I am looking here at especially the Wet Jungler.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of crazy. Again, the names we've got on display here in EMEA are absolutely astonishing stuff. And it's worth noting as well, you mentioned Kakornan, unfortunately, who didn't make it in, our best performing player from EMEA last time. All of our EMEA representatives from last season's Tactician's Crown are in the tournament. and most of them actually are in week 2 already, so showing great consistency across the field. But I do want to zoom us back out a little bit, and again, talk about the kind of regional breakdown of players we've got here as well, because, you know, if you've been in the TFT scene here in EMEA for a long time, you'll certainly expect to see French players absolutely dominating everywhere. As it turns out, Kevin, there are less French players at this point in the competition than we'd be expecting by quite a large margin, and a lot more German players coming in and making a big impact.
Yeah, very, very happy to see that, of course. A lot of these players I've known for a long time. We obviously have, you know, Wet Jungler, Solo, who have proven themselves multiple times. But then we also have new names like Nuri, YU Mad Pro, for example, and Yamato, who have done well on ladder, like the last 2 sets, some of them making it through the ladder as well. And yeah, now it's just a question whether they can actually compete in this very, very competitive environment.
There is a specific reason why there is so many Germans and so little French here, even though there is a quite number, because they're already waiting in the week 2 of the regionals, because keep in mind, this is a week 1 only breakdown, and we have quite a few players waiting already in the week 2, which we're gonna have next week.
No, absolutely fair. But to go back to the German players, let's hear from the Remix Rumble EMEA champion who we're playing here today, Salvi, about what he's thinking about right now.
Experience equals confidence, and few players represent this better than Salvi. A staple of the scene since set 1, Salvi quickly became a standout on the US server, dominating TFT's early sets in EMEA. A few sets later, he shifted his approach entirely. Salvi gave up on grinding for ladder ranks, and instead was seeking for a better work-life balance and choosing to specifically prep for tournaments instead. This formula led to a resurgence in his career, culminating in his first ever regional win in Set 10. Set 15 began on a high for Salvi, getting to that final lobby in the very first Pro Circuit tournament, largely in thanks to Prodigy Battle Academia. This composition, he played half of his games and had a sub-3 AVP, but as the meta evolved, Salvi's results took a dive. Now starting in week 1 of the regional finals, Salvi has one last chance to adapt to this patch and find his spot in the TFT Pro Circuit for next set and punch his ticket to the Tactician's crown.
All right, thank you very much, CLE, for a little profile there to bring us up to speed. For anyone who's unfamiliar, but of course, we've got plenty more players to cover, and we can only cover a fraction of them before we get into game 1. But let's jump onto it. Kevin, who have you got most front of mind coming into today?
I'm looking at Experion for today. He's been a very, very consistent player in the last couple sets, making his first Tactician's Crown in set 13, and then even making Tactician's Crown again in set 14 last set. And he even did really well at both of those, going 11th and 12th respectively. And then looking at his stats, his consistency is also shown in his stats. Good average placements, top 1 and top 8 rate, both the exact same even, so he does have a lot of consistency to show for himself.
Yeah, Experion definitely a player that had to always work on his mental because it was his weak side. Perhaps he finally got it off his shoulder. And then we on the other side we have the Pipoglad, a Polish player, a prime example of a person that shows if he put enough work, results will show over time. Kicked off his competitive adventure in the Inkborn Fables, and from that point he's just grinding it out. And he found the podium results on the both international stage and the Polish scene throughout the years, making to T1 circuit so far being a peak of his career. But make no mistake, he's looking for even more blood this weekend. And as you see, he's not afraid of going AF while pursuing a win with his stats. Fun fact, he's still playing, I believe they are just finishing the Polish finals TRC right now. He's battling Soba, who is another contestant this weekend.
Yeah, I can't take anything away from the Polish players, absolutely giving it their all. But I do want to highlight, and it would be a crime for us not to do this, that our reigning EMEA champion Volta is playing here in week 1. It's only by a single spot. The top 12 got to skip week 1 entirely, but Volta himself, our champion, hoping to hold on to his crown here. Won it last time round. If you're not familiar with him somehow, he is an absolutely ludicrously good player. I believe he's been at the crown 6 times total, and has managed to top 8 it half the times he's been there. His regional performances are off the charts amazing. He's definitely a player to be watching. It's really shocking, honestly, he's playing in week 1, but we very much would be, I think, completely minds blown if he doesn't make it to week 2 and probably back to the crown again.
I mean, we've seen the players, we've heard the players saying he's the notorious high roller. But you can only high roll that much. You cannot be making it that often without having some skill in the hand.
All right, let's take a second out just to take a little bit of time with one of our players who made it in through the plans yesterday, Dasic, to hear what he's got to say for himself as well.
I'm Dasic, I'm playing TFT from set 1. I remember I was playing my first tournament back in set 2. It was at the beginning, like when I was understand that I'm good enough in this game to compete in ladder, to be high enough on ladder and stuff. I obviously want to compete and see how far I can go. And my first attempt was set 3 regionals. I finished top 4. I think TFT Pro Circuit was definitely a success. I would say a lot of people like it. Well, there is obviously some things to improve, but overall, I would say it's a great addition to the TFT competitive. And with more improvements in the future, it can be really fun and exciting thing from set to set. I would say definitely a lot of underrated players, but I want to see my boy TFT Auk will make it to tier 1 next set. My tip for average TFT player is going to be, if you want to learn the game, well, first of all, I try to play some vertical trades, because it has the easiest transition, and the itemization most of the time is pretty simple as well. So comps like Soul Fighters and Star Guardians should be the best for the new players. I want to shout out my outside group is a bunch of EU and NA players. From time to time, 1 or 2 players from our outside group is making to final lobby, and hopefully this regionals and the next 2 weekends is going to be me.
I know a lot of people are very happy to see Dasic making it through to week 1. Of course, there's plenty more heartbreaks to come, but let's start diving, guys, into the meta and talking a little bit more about TFT directly. Certainly, we got a little bit of a sample of where everybody is from the plans taking place across the different regions. Though, of course, we've got limited data to work with. It does seem to stand as a pretty straightforward pack that 1/4 of all comps being played in the EMEA players yesterday were Mighty Mech. So maybe we'll see that continue the same way. But I want to bring the conversation to the kind of the other part of the equation, the Fast 9 approach that some of our players were taking, thanks to the new patch changes coming in. I kind of want to open it up to you guys and talk to you a little bit about where Fast 9 is, what we saw yesterday, and particularly with regards to it as a win streak or loss streak kind of approach to the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Mostly we've seen the success from the playing Fast 9 of the good spot, given the HP, the economy. Players trying to play from the loss streak Fast 9 are responsible for the stats being so bad. And we have actually 2 comms that players angle when going Fast 9. Kevin, maybe you can break those down for us.
Yeah, so I mean, Mech is also good from Fast 9, obviously, because you do need to get to that Yone, but other than that, we have Bastions, or 6 Bastion and 6 Juggernauts seeing some play. Which in EMEA, Bastions seem to be more popular, and in the Americas it seemed to be the Juggernauts, usually with the Twisted Fate backline, Zyra backline, playing that Braum as a secondary carry. But yeah, it does sometimes falter when you don't really have the HP to actually get there, or the gold.
Yeah, I think on the EMEA players decide to lean towards more the Bastion, because Howley is contested in the Mech also version of the Fast 9 board, and it's being pretty much the main tool to stabilize of the Juggernaut board. And if you are missing that Lee, it could be an issue, where on the Bastions you can just go for the Seraphine TF duo carry and you'll be fine.
And I do want to bring in, considering the Fast 9 boards and Mighty Mech, which again arguably is a Fast 9 board in itself, are monopolizing the win rate so far. we have to wonder if players will be trying to go in a more top 4 kind of direction. Kevin, you mentioned that we're going to be seeing the bottom proportion of our players getting cut off today. In terms of the top 4 and more safe routes for the tournaments, what kind of avenues are you favoring?
Well, I mean, if I was to play for top 4s in this environment, I would try to play reroll as much as I can. The Katarina kind of farming top 4s yesterday. Even in a 2-way contest, it went 4th and 5th. So how bad can it be? And then we also had EXO playing 2 Kog'Maw games yesterday, which did get nerfed a little bit, but can still be really strong with the artifacts, like Dawncore, for example. Or the heavyweights with Smolder being pretty consistent as well.
Yeah, made the difference between the rerolls, especially in the Malzahar heavyweight direction. On EMEA, players prefer to play tank itemization plus Malzahar DPS items, where on the America we've seen mainly Darius plus Malzahar, which was just double damage and drain tanking from the Darius, and it had a lot better success than the tank version. So perhaps players explore that option and will play to better success the comp.
All right, we're going to be meeting Impetuous Panda and Trouble Inc. to cover the first game in just a few moments. But before we do, just a few items of business to get out of the way. Alan, of course, we've got the Paris Open coming up. There's going to be a few people around who don't know about it as of yet. Would you mind enlightening them?
The Macau, the Vegas were so fun. You cannot be missing on Paris. If you are especially from the EU, if you are living close by, you can afford to come. Please do so. This event is so much fun. The opening of the set, you cannot miss. Meet so many people, hang out, do fun stuff, play the TFT, do the side events. This is such a great joy. I can strongly recommend this, being on all of them so far.
Quite the recommendation. And Kevin, just one more thing before we get to our first lobby. Would you mind telling the good people about our co-streamers who are also covering today's event?
Yeah, so we have all the co-streamers co-streaming this event listed on the spreadsheet, or you can see them here on the screen as well. If you're maybe English is not your first language and you're looking for a streamer to stream it in your language, you can just look at these co-streamers, and usually there will be one for you there. For example, in Germany, it's like LPG, Just Johnny, and You Better Know Me, and myself if I wasn't here. But yeah, you will definitely find your language if you look for it.
All right, guys. So this first game is just waiting for us to get started. I kind of want to hear your final thoughts, because I think it does feel like that's the big story for today. We start with 48 players, 16 are gone by the end of the day. They will get to go no further. So the entirety of the play-ins considerably from before, and we get to see our first lobby. Kevin, Alan, what are your thoughts on this first group of 8?
Okay, this is an absolutely powerhouse of the players. We see a good mixture of the French and German, and they won't let it go easily.
All right, well, we'll see how everything goes. Game 1 of the main event is starting. Trouble Inc. and Impetuous Panda, take it away.
Thank you, Counterfeit. Very, very excited, Trouble, for the start of this game, the start of this day with so much at stake, especially I think for most of the players, their realistic goal is just to try and make it to the pro circuit next set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had a banger for Plains Day yesterday, and some huge upsets happened. However, in this particular lobby, we have a pal as well that is coming from the Plains stage yesterday, who just about made it with 1 point difference, literally the last contestant, and now he's fighting his day through day 2.
I'm surprised Paul is the first player you mentioned, considering that Riot has set up a 1v1 deathmatch between us in terms of caster biases. You're repping Og, I'm repping Snooty. We will decide at the end of this game who has more power as a caster blesser. Of course, Og coming from the tier 2 scene, but he's one of the big names that I think was missing in tier 1 the moment that TPC started this set. I think one of the standout names was definitely Og, alongside names like Jungler and Lusher, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to see if there's going to be a lot of the same that we saw yesterday. I feel like me and you chatted at the very beginning just a little bit, and we talked about the rerolls that sort of got tuned down, I want to say, kind of like the Jannas and whatnot. Katarina has remained, and he grabbed a lot of top 4s, right? But we did see quite a few Jannas as well. So I'm wondering maybe the Jannas will come back, the crew might show up. I'm still hanging on to it.
I think overall players were not fighting for reroll spots enough. Obviously, the patch is different to last patch, but generally, I think players were defaulting to Fast 9 a little bit too easily from spots that they really shouldn't be playing it, or from spots that they just would not really find the stabilization. They're going down to 1 life and then fighting against either Mighty Mech players or reroll players who spiked in a big way.
I'm wondering if he's just going to go Prismatic Destiny right here. It can truly, really either give you a super easy direction. He didn't do it. Okay. He went the upward mobility. I was looking at Og right there. Prismatic Destiny. It was the last one he hadn't rerolled, so maybe. Something actually really interesting that I saw yesterday from the Americas. We saw an Ezreal 3 carrying all the way to that level 9. And it was actually really interesting because it was played with mechs. So you'd play mech and you'd slam 3 AD items with Ginsus onto that Ezreal, and you actually carried really nicely into that level 9 until you got that TF into the mech setup, actually, which was a really cool iteration of the comp that I hadn't necessarily seen yet.
I think the power of mech, if you can fight for high tempo in stage 2 and 3 and not be down to that 1 or 2 lives on stage 4, having to either roll down to 0 on 8 to try and stabilize or flip for a Yone on 9 if you can make it that far. I think it's a little bit too dangerous. Whereas if you come in with a lot of HP, you have an actual, we saw from Opal a lot yesterday, where you have a very stable stage 2 and 3. You have a kind of a value board. It's not very expensive, but can allow you to start pushing to 8, maybe even to 9. And then you have those extra chances to maybe miss on mech pilot, maybe miss on your transition and not be down to 1 life.
Yeah, and I think Why You Mad Bro has Prismatic Ticket, if I'm not wrong. And he had a couple of Ezreals on the bench. So I'm wondering, thank you so much, observers. You see the Bastion's front line, the Ezreal plus Syndra. Is there any chance we might see shenanigans like this? Because again, that Ezreal 3 yesterday that I watched actually carried super heavily. So do you think that there's an angle here?
There is no chance you're playing Ezreal reroll. I think
man,
Starry Night was exciting as like a potential, maybe a new reroll.
Probably an Ari or something.
Being brought in when Starry Night was added as a power-up. At least the theory was there, but then I think players very quickly learned that it's good as a tempo option if you're playing a Rel 2, just because Rel 2 is very strong in stage 2 overall with the damage reduction on her ult. But as a reroll option, it just really failed, I think. And players were trying with crew. I mean, there was all kinds of different weird Starry Night variations that I think never really panned out this second half of the set.
Well, let's see right here. A pretty casual start onto the Malzahar. They've got in the heavyweights, they've got in the Juggernaut, Wraith 2 as well. I feel like Opal really struggled actually yesterday to find his footing, particularly on day 1 in the plains. Like, again, just about made it in, 1 point difference on that last spot for today. But now it's the big guns, right? A lot of the big names in the scene have joined in on that day 2 of actual regional final, since we threw those planes. And let's see if he can actually stabilize and actually enter himself onto that week 2 that we usually see him in.
Once you go into Carousel, we'll have the bottom third with all the different boards, and Coliseum will have a much better idea of what each player is angling towards. I think it's especially important in terms of posturing for reroll lines, especially. I think the one thing you learned from yesterday is if I have a spot for one of the either S tier or A tier reroll lines, it's probably good to play for it, simply because there's going to be 2 or 3 players every lobby who are going to play this very coin flippy, either Mighty Mech Fast 9 or this straight up Fast 9 for Bastion's Juggernaut with legendaries. And if you're able to play a reroll line by itself or by yourself and stabilize on stage 3, especially with the HP lead, you're at worst going to end up 5th in the lobby, which is pretty good for just getting consistent points across these first few games.
Absolutely. And right here we have pretty much 2 people with these augments. Lytic, Og, both have the sort of the level up augments right here to potentially push for a Fast 9. However, I feel like we'll both agree it hasn't necessarily looked the best. It just feels like still 5 costs are a little bit underwhelming. And if you don't fully hit, if you don't have fully 2 itemized carries, either backline, frontline, backline, or both backline, it just becomes really difficult to just break through those rerolls that you just mentioned that really heavily spike when you hit a 3-star 3 cost over in stage 4.
This is one of these comfortable value spots that Lytic has here, where you are playing for a fast 9, you have the augment to go along with it, but your board is not weak. You're not open forwarding, you're not, taking massive losses every single fight in stage 2 and in stage 3. You have a board that can either win or at the very least kill quite a few units. So I really like Lytic's spot if he's able to kind of continue that wave of tempo and stay maybe not ahead of lobby tempo, but at the very least riding that same kind of middle ground or the average.
And obviously, every single time there's going to be 2 mech players established in the lobby. This time around is Dead Dash and Og on the other side. I will say that I feel like a value item augments more when it comes to playing mech, because I feel like the more items, the more you can itemize backline, but also feed it to the Galio, that mech. I feel like a lot of the pro players that we asked about, it's like, yeah, sure, you can go fast 9, grab the Yone, play 7 mech, but that Galio is equally as strong when you just feed it items with the 2 mech pilots and you sort of stabilize somehow, even with the Karma 1, Jarvan 1 over on stage 4, level 8, and then you try to push 9. So I really like the buried treasures right there approach with the mech.
I think it's a good analysis. I think one of the things with extra items is that you can get endless value in terms of how many different sets of items you can make use of in the late game. One of the problems with most comps is that if you pick up item augments, especially things like buried treasure, where you get a lot of extra items, you do spike when you hit your, full item tank, full item carry before other players in the lobby. You do have a bit of a spike in stage 3 and stage 4, but eventually the rest of the lobby catches up through PvE rounds, and then you lose some value on your item augments when everyone else reaches their full item spikes and your extra items don't really do that much. Whereas with mech, you're always getting a lot of value from your items, either on Karma later on Sin later on. So it's just really, really heads up for most of our players now who have learned all the ins and outs of how to have success with Mighty Mech.
And on the other side, we're seeing more of the, it looks like a Zaya Bastion angle from the side of Snooty. Does have, of course, the Econ augment with a tank item over in the front line. So he could potentially, I'm seeing a couple of Crystal Gambas on his board as well. They were on his bench. Thank you so much, observers, for hovering over the board. So this could definitely be, I mean, it definitely is probably a fast 9 angle. You've got the Bastions, you've got the double Econ items.
This is my time to analyze Trouble. I might have
Spanish
had the
bias.
privilege of sneaking into the Spanish,
That's right.
tech calls, and I do know the Spanish players are pretty high on Zaya reroll. So judging from what I heard a few days ago, I think he might be considering the reroll for sure. Especially, I think Snooty is a very momentum-driven player where if he's able to start a tournament well, if he's able to start a game well, I think it really helps his execution and it helps, I think, his confidence as a competitor. So I think he wants to start this first game with probably a reroll line, probably something, he's given the spot for it, of course, something that can give him some safety, let's say, not trying to flip a game into playing Mech or Fast 9.
That is a beautiful angle to sort of stabilize with Star Guardians, Brock Protector, and the Star Guardian emblem right there. And then you can just send it straight to 9 and play together with the Varus. I feel like Experian has like a very easy avenue, I want to say, when you get direction that early with the Star Guardian emblem. It's just pretty smooth sailing. And I feel like, I can't remember who it was yesterday, but we saw a winner with that Varus Jinx line yesterday. So even though Star Guardians have been hit a couple of patches, once the Star Guardians got hit and then the Jinx kind of got hit, we still did see success. That was a triple combat augment yesterday. However, having the extra, you get combat through the extra emblems here, right? So this could also be assumed as a combat emblem.
Experian was a big Jinx Poppy enjoyer throughout this entire set. One thing that concerns me is that Experian is playing the Star Guardian line with the emblem from Lost Streak. We saw the same exact game plan with branching out for Blasted Moon, and it ended up going quite poorly because I think after the nerfs and after the changes to Star Guardian as a whole, it's a little bit harder to play from a full lose streak and then just try and stabilize because there are just pretty scary comps that come online in stage 4 and 5.
Okay, I need your lights right now because Bronze for Life with full Battle Academia. Thoughts and feelings and thoughts.
I mean, I'm looking more at the itemization Trouble. It's looking very good. Crimson Veil is the only thing that really concerns me from YU Mad Pro. I'm not sure how you feel, Trouble, about not having scaling on Katarina, because I think all throughout yesterday, what we saw
It's over 9,000, right?
It was and Max Arcana, but I think a little bit less in this patch. But maybe Hemorrhage is the only one that I would pick as a non-scaling option. But for now, Crimson Veil for YU Mad Pro, having to remove her stool as well. So maybe he just values this over others.
I feel like Katarina is a very good avenue specifically because you're not going to get contested on the Katarina, right? Another 2-cost lines are being pulled at the pool. I'm seeing right here, for example, Snooty, seeing how the Soljin got slammed, I will say, yes, he's a momentum player. I'll agree with you, but this looks more like a fast 9 to me from the side of Snooty. He didn't roll down at all. He slammed the Soljin onto the Xayah. So now the 2 costs are not being necessarily pulled out the pool, but you do have a couple of bastions that you can get together with the Katarina. I'm not a big fan without the over 9,000. I don't think she's as strong if she can't scale into the late game because 2 costs without a lot of artifacts usually fall in that stage 5 and 6, right? But it can definitely land you a very easy top 4.
Yeah, Snooty pushing levels here, pushing to 7 as well. He just has so much extra gold from the Moguls and the Gambler's Blade as well. And it makes a lot of sense. I think if you hit a lot of you hit the Yasuo 2 for free, you don't really have a lot of reasons to roll when you have this Giga Garen that's tanking so much. We're seeing the win streak already for Snooty, so it just made very little sense to go for it.
You kind of said, you know what, I sneaked into the Spanish community and he's a momentum-driven player. You know what? This deadass looks like the fast 9. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? However, exactly, I want to see how Snooty is actually going to convert this to a 9. He's on a 7 win streak. He's really milking the fact that he's ahead in Econ. He's literally printing money through Xayah and that Garen, whilst also winning a bunch of those fights. You see that this Garen is absolutely invincible. So I feel like Snooty has been set up for really great success right here, getting into that fast 9 without necessarily giving up on any combat.
You talked about value boards in terms of making it to fast 9. We mentioned yesterday with Paul. It's less so the full lose streak into, try and do it all in 1 or 2 lives, and more so these kind of spots where you have this very cheap but effective board. You have obviously a lot of econ coming in from both of your artifacts. You have extra items you're going to make use of, even if they are going to be a little bit less impactful later on in stage 4 and 5. It's just the ideal spot. I think this is the spot where you really feel comfortable pushing for fast 9.
Oh, look at Og. He's playing the max and that Javan spawned right in front of him with a bow, which you can translate into potentially a frontline item, or you can also make it into whatever, like a red buff or something later on. But I feel like this is a blessing right now because he's playing forward thinking as well. So he's basically invested everything into hitting his entire mech board on that 4-2. Or even maybe trying to rush fast 9 himself.
He did win his last fight as well, which is absolutely huge, all things considered, after picking forward thinking, because the hard part about this spot, considering you have double econ and a really insane econ synergy, obviously, between both of your augments, is making it healthy enough, considering you cannot obviously roll sooner. You have to try and just survive all these fights up until 4-2. So that win last round, if he gets any other wins on this stage 3, would be absolutely huge.
And I can't necessarily remember who's the other mech player, but
probably
there's a huge difference right here. There's a huge difference right here, right? Because Og is forced to roll on 4-2. And if a lot of his units are actually taken away by someone who can roll on 4-1, then it makes it really hard for Og to stabilize his board, considering he has burned through a lot of his HP to make it there in the first place.
Snooty continuing the win streak of Paul, also quite healthy off of his starts with the heavyweights, something we saw from Tartman yesterday. But Paul has transitioned fully into Soul Fighters, which we only saw 2 games played of Soul Fighters yesterday, both from Amateur. They both look pretty good. America's stats had 4 games total, and they also look good. I think the 6 Soul Fighter buff has been quite impactful, and I think we'll be seeing a lot more of it today. Trouble.
Okay, and I take back what I just said, Panda. They're both forward thinking. Both the mech players are rolling on 4-2. So I feel like this is kind of a good thing for both of them because they can roll at the same time while other focus are being taken out the pool at the same time. So potentially you can hit your Javans and your Karmas to stabilize your board. And I feel like, Dead Ash is really favored right here because he does have the extra items, as we mentioned, to feed into the mech. However, I feel like boards like this Katarina board, it's not looking good. YU Mad Pro, level 6, 40 gold, prismatic ticket, only 3 Katarinas.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying. We saw the same spot yesterday from a player with tickets and below 50 gold and only having, I think it was a Paul with a Vibe hero augment yesterday. You'd expect to have more copies here. There isn't a contest coming through either. There's not a single player playing into the BA line at all. So all of these units will be uncontested this game. I think it should be relatively easy to hit, just on average with Prismatic Ticket coming into stage 4, but we'll see how deep YU Mad Pro wants to go in terms of trying to spike early in stage 4 and bully some of the players who are greeting for Fast 9, someone like Snooty, for example.
Oh my god, Snooty Boo on a 10 streak, level 840. This is probably the cleanest Fast 9 we might have seen officially in the broadcast the entire weekend so far. I'm saying the entire weekend. There's only been 2 days and one game on day 2, right? But this is pretty clean right here from Snooty. Again, you mentioned it, a super cheap board. He's been using the Zaya 1 to fantastic extents. He's using the Smolder as well for the tactical, super cheap onto the Garen. Got the extra spat right there as well. Like, honestly, fantastic stuff.
Yeah. I want to go back to the beginning of the game, the very beginning trouble, where I mentioned we would be doing a 1v1 deathmatch to see who the caster blesses are favoring more. I'm just saying,
you're the only one. Nah, you're the only one. I didn't speak about Og at all. Please.
I hope you're scaling for the late game trouble because it's not looking good.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I've not been the biggest fan of seeing more than one mech each game. So the mech boards usually handshake bot 4, and only one mech board will just make it into the top 4 and usually win a lot of the times, and also the Fast 9. So I'm actually really excited to see players who pivot out of that pool into something different. Like right here, Snooty, he had the angle for the Zaya, he got the Bastion emblem, he chose to go Fast 9 due to the fact that he has the double econ item. So we'll see if he's able to actually stabilize with the Fast 9 board, because he's pretty rich, but he also has a lot of items, and that's been my pet peeve. Let's see right here what they hit also on their 4-2 augments. Oh my god, Prismatic
coming through. Combat would be huge for all the double econ players, but we're seeing triple econ for Deadash.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Wait,
okay, the roll-down's coming through.
He's sending it to 9.
I mean, they have to. When you have upper mobility, or yeah, I mean, you have to make use of this gold essentially. It's your only chance.
This is the best split screen I have ever seen. Thank you so much, production. They're literally rolling for the exact same units. Yone found on the left side for Og right here, but not much other units are being hit.
And we still need to do our mech pilot search, I think, on the side for Deadash as well.
There is.
He's getting it. He got it first try. But no, Yone is tragic considering he picked up Invested on 4-2 as well, plus forward thinking. So all that econ power was, I'm not going to say for nothing, but definitely not paying off for Deadash. Og is going to feel like he's in a much better spot. Lytic and Snooty, I think, are in a similar position where they are playing for a Fast 9 from a very good tempo spot on their board in terms of their strength and their HP. So the lobby's going to look really scary once Lytic and Snooty are able to push 9, especially if they can greed, maybe even up until 5-1 in the case of Snooty, to have not infinite, but a whole lot of gold.
And this is where it gets really scary, as you mentioned, for both Og and Deadash. They really need to hit right here. I feel like it's actually kind of unfortunate. Deadash had about 50 gold. He rolled it down, didn't find a single Yone to empower the Mighty Mech. And I feel like you're kind of lacking in terms of backline access as well. Now, the Zaya being sold out from right here from Snooty. Obviously, he did hit the TF, which a lot of the items are made for. The attack speed artifact right there, plus the Last Whisper. Has the TG, gonna slam the 6 Bastions as well. And I mean, Snooty's game, I don't want to say it was a high roll, but he's looking a little bit high roll-y. Is that 8 out of 9 on board?
It's really important also to hit the TF early for the scaling rewards, especially from the spot that Snooty's in, where he is playing for a first. He knows he can scale all the way into stage 6 for sure. So really, really smart.
Oh, this is a disaster from Deadash. I think he really sent it. He full open to try and hit. And he's got 8 out of 9 units on his board. This is actually tragic. Forward thinking into Invested ++, not hitting a single 2-star unit. 14 HP, might go out right here. 1
Yone on carousel,
HP left.
1 HP comeback.
He's laughing, there's no Yone, there is not Lee Sin. I don't think that's not going to necessarily bail him out. That's a really, really tragic game.
It's the coin flip we're talking about, right? This is exactly the perfect example of what we're talking about when we say Mighty Mech coin flip. Og won the coin flip, Deadash lost the coin flip. He had a lot of gold. He should have hit, yes, but it can happen in TFT, especially if you're putting all your eggs into one basket. And that's Deadash starting the tournament most likely with an 8th, and most likely having to have the mental fortitude to come back from this and not say, hey, I'm never playing mech again, because I think you do have to continue playing this line if you have a good spot for it. But it is a tough start for the tournament.
Absolutely. And for Experiment here, I feel like all of the emblems he got are kind of hand-tailored. And it usually happens, right? Because Star Garden has so many open-ended traits that pretty much every single time you get all of those emblems, they do stick on a Star Garden line. So I feel like we might see a pretty strong Star Garden angle right here, whilst the Darkest, they've rolled a lot, but only 5 Malzahars with 0 gold.
You have pretty strong double combat. We'll see if that'll be enough. But the scary boards are coming online, right? You've lost so much HP in stage 3 to make it to this board. You hit your 3-star 3 cost, but it's just nowhere near enough. And it's a prismatic augment star, which means that if some players are hitting the prismatic econs like upward mobility and they can make good use of them, the boards and the cap overall coming into stage 4 and 5 are going to be way, way higher. I'm not sure if this comp can hang for Darkest.
Yeah, and right here, Og with the Call to Chaos as well, triple Sniper's Focus. On a Yone too. This is absolutely the backline carry that we were mentioning, specifically with the mech, because you can also snipe the backline with that Yone without necessarily the Yone being in danger of being killed. And on the other side, Deadash does find the Yone eventually, so 7 mech is online. Let's see if he can make it to neutrals to stabilize.
Here's a Katarina, Radiant Refractor. I don't want to say bailout, because I think YU Mad Pro was already in a pretty good spot, but definitely one of the better hits that you can hit on 4-2 for Katarina. Specifically, has a BA emblem as well, so can fit everything more cleanly on level 7, which I think is good, considering he hasn't had the goal to push 8 yet, despite Prismatic Ticket.
Deadash hanging by a thread right there. Already his backline has been completely eviscerated. Katarina not really the best unit to kill that Galio, but Deadash's board is not strong enough. Double econ straight into the drain, and an 8th place. Kind of a tough spot to start your weekend with.
And this is why I like Hemorrhage. I think Hemorrhage is actually pretty good against the Mighty Mech line. I think it's just you're adding in less burst, but you have more total DPS across obviously time as the Hemorrhage damage kicks in across those 4 seconds. And I think it really helped with taking down the Galio. Well, Paul's cooking. We do
Can we look at Snooty's board? Because I feel like he's rolling down level 9. He rolled about 80 gold so far. TF2, found the Seraphine, found the Brompear. Has that Zyra plus 30 gold remaining. Snooty might actually make us believers again on the Fast 9 kind of compositions, because they've actually sucked through day 1. They weren't able to stabilize.
I mean, they suck from the spots that players played them. I think a spot like this one, that's a completely different story. A spot like Lytics, for example, we're seeing the 3-1 streak for him. It's a completely different story where you have this HP lead, you have this tempo lead. It's kind of like the Golden Edge Gnar, like 3 or 4 patches ago from a win streak. It's where it just felt so strong. It's similar case here for Snooty.
That is a beautiful board. You've got items for your Seraphine. Now you get to re-roll the 2 artifacts as well. You don't necessarily need the econ provided by them. I feel like both of these artifacts are fantastic. Wit's End used by an attack speed 80 carry such as TF, and then you've got more of a bruisery type of item with the mittens onto your Brom. So you've got the extra DG as well. I feel like this is a board created for success.
Frontline is melting though. It's down to the Brom to buy some time for the CF and the Seraphine to scale. Oh my god, the Seraphine damage though cleans up the backliners, and that makes it potentially a 1v1 versus the Darius. There is Edge of Night. I'm not sure if it's procced yet. It has procced. I think the Wit's End won't be enough. Just barely a win for Darkest.
Darkest is stuck on 6 Malzahars though. That is really hurting their chances this game. I feel like Darkest is kind of in Soju mode right now, where if they manage to get that 6th, 7th place, they're like, isn't that really a first? And I feel like it truly is. Not hitting Malzahar on stage 5 that late into the game and still being able to pick up those victories, it's kind of a huge feat.
That doesn't survive also just stage 5, because stage 6 is another artifact coming through as well from Living Forward. So that's really the big spike that Dark is hoping to reach.
7 Malzahars hanging in there. 2 poppies.
It's surprising he hasn't hit, right? It's very, very far behind on tempo.
Oh no.
And this is the problem with going so low in HP against some of the boards that are being assembled in this stage 5. We're seeing Og set up an insane hit with the triple sniper focus Yone as well. The mech doing so much. And it's just too much for this board to handle. Darkest, I think they have to be content, as you mentioned, with a 6th, considering their spot, considering not hitting the Malzahar 3.
So close to actually getting that 5th place as well. Opal is just about going to grab that one. And we do have our top 4. You see the reaction on Opal's face as well. Kind of despair right there, not being able to actually hit, playing more of a Juggernaut, fast line kind of angle as well, but only with the TF1, Zara 1, not necessarily the items that you truly wanted for that one. And right here, Litic and Snooty having more of a stabilized board when it comes to those super fast 9 kind of compositions right here. And I feel like we have a pretty strong top 4 right now. We have the Katarina board, we have the 2 fast 9ers with a lot of room for improval as well for Litic, and also the Yone 2 backline with Big Max.
Pretty predictable top 4 as well, I think. From the moment we enter stage 4, you can kind of tell what spots were very, very far ahead. The Katarina board with the Blazing Soul and the Hemorrhage change, especially on the Fruit from Crimson Veil, I think really helped YU Mad Pro take over in stage 4, and we're seeing it. Despite not having scaling, it's still working out. And Litic and Snooty equally so. Their spots were just goated for Fast 9, alongside Og, who definitely won the Mighty Mech Showdown when it comes to hitting his board, and especially high-rolling the triple snipers focus for the Yone as well.
And that's so unlucky right here for Litic, because she's looking for that TF2 to try and stabilize the board. However, that's not going to be the case. He's going to grab the Sterex for himself. It's going to be a 3rd item for Lee Sin, which it could also be a nice present if you do get an item plus the 5 cost that you're looking for, but he's primarily looking for that Lee Sin plus the TF upgrade right here. And it's very important if Litic manages to hit those. However, Lee Sin 2 on the other board over for Og kind of takes a couple of them out the pool.
I really want to see the matchup between Og and YU Mad Pro. I want to see what this Katarina with Hemorrhage can do against this capped Mighty Mech board with the Lee Sin 2 now as well, with the Yone dishing out a lot of damage. It's not just the Galio, the mech itself doing the damage.
I will say,
I hope to see that showdown soon.
He can maybe cap it a little bit more. He finds an 2. There you go. Extra HP for the mech as well. The more stars, the better your mech is. Now it's a cap board.
Litic on his last life, despite how strong his board looked. He lost a lot of HP in this stage 5, 3 loss streak for now, and this could be it. 14 HP. A big enough loss to Og could send him out in 4th place, which is still a decent showing. The mech is doing so much, but the Yone especially is doing so much, staying in safety, dishing out so much DPS, thanks to not having to move around, just slashing constantly, dealing damage, and that's Litic taken out in 4th.
And some TFT special for you guys. There were 2 people win streaking, a 9 and an 8 win streak on stage 5. Absolutely unreal. YU Mad Pro actually lost to Snooty on the other side over there. So this could be something that we can keep our eyes on too. And if I'm not wrong, I'm not sure if this is Leona 2 for Snooty or he has 6 Leonas potentially. That's a sort on the side. Thank you so much, observers. It's just Leona 2.
I think it's understandable loss there. I think YU Mad Pro, his real spike is starting in stage 4-1 when he rolls down his Katarina 3 and then ends around this point. Now I think the players who are going to be playing for the win out will be Og and will be Snooty. We will be seeing Katarina versus Og on the right, and Snooty also facing Og's Ghost. So that's going to be the first real test for Snooty if this Bastion 5 cost board is going to be strong enough.
Katarina's made it kind of in the backline though. Onto the Karma on the right side.
It's not even close.
Oh boy.
We can try and hype it up, Trouble, but this Mighty Mech board, especially with the triple sniper focus Yone, I think
so
it's just too much to deal with. Like there's so many levels of Grim Reapers on this board that you have to deal with. Wait till the Lee Sin gets a 3rd item as well.
I'll just say it's kind of Greek diff right here for Og. I know you're a big fan as well because you talk to Og a lot, and you have big team up. Tournament after tournament.
If Snooty and Og end up 1 and 2, I think we can call this one a draw, and we'll see what happens in game 2 if we have any more caster biases to dish out.
All right. Let's see. Third item, as you mentioned right here, for a bunch of the carries. YuMad Pro, of course, is looking for potentially a third item onto that Yuumi. Which, if anything, the slight buff on Yuumi has actually really
I really like this from YuMad Pro. He's trying to go for a 3-star 4 cost as his win outs. He knows that he's not scaling Katarina, doesn't have a scaling power up like over 9,000 or Max Arcana. He doesn't have really a big in to put in on 9. He can put in a Kali, great. It's not going to do too much. He's really just trying to go for Yuumi 3 or Leona 3, but not really anywhere close.
Yeah.
I think with Prismatic Ticket, it's really the only chance you have of winning this game against Augur Snooty.
I mean, you're definitely not hitting the Leona, right? Because it's a Snooty's board as well. So
yeah, it would be just.
I feel like the Leona, the Leona should definitely be taken out. However, Akali could potentially be an angle because it is a unit that's completely uncontested. So potentially that is his angle after he loses this one, which will truly put him on his last life. Wait, I might have talked too soon.
It is Snooty's ghost. Snooty's facing Log, so that's probably the diff.
Back to back, that sucks.
But buys him some more breathing room, right? To try and go for the 3-star 4 cost. And there it is. Slowly sneaking in 6 Yuumis. I'm not sure if there's any defense being played by Augur Snooty, if they have been aware that this could be the only win condition for YuMad Pro. On 7 Yuumis already, just 2 away. No duplicators, though, so has to find 2 copies naturally.
Aug is looking now. He's level 10.
He still has HP to wait, but I think he just knows that the moment Snooty and Aug notice, it might be a little bit more difficult if they start holding.
All right, Aug rolled it all the way down. There was a scouting situation right there. They have seen that he's holding 5 Akalis and 7 Yuumis with Prismatic Ticket. So this could be a win out right there, even though I do not trust the Yuumi 3 to carry a board into this mighty mech. Might be also an angle. I truly don't. Listen, even when Yuumi was OP, I still didn't trust that 3-star Yuumi to carry because I saw her lose. Okay,
wait, there was the first few patches of the set, Yuumi 3 was kind of bugged, and then I think she so maybe you remember from the PTSD days that she was
probably you know what, probably
not as strong as intended. Carousel's coming up as well. Maybe there's a copy on Carousel, but we need to find at least this 8th copy.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, because he still has 1 life in him on stage 3. He's 23 HP. She can potentially see if he can fish on Carousel, get potentially, if he can't, the highest cost unit that he can find and just roll it down. Mind you, you need 2 Yuumis right here, which is 8 gold, so even Prismatic Ticket or not, it's going to be really hard to invest 8 gold on your next turn.
And Aug is holding 1 Yuumi on his bench, so there is some denial, some defense being played. Snooty, lower HP than everyone else, but he does have Braum in his setup, so that will help with the Poro fans. Ooh, look at the Braum on the One. That could be fight swinging for Snooty, but his positioning might have paid off, actually. The Seraphine does not take on the One, but the Braum does. Does that swing the fight in Snooty's favor? It's just the mech left alive. Surely, this mech. It's going to dodge the Seraphine ult. No, okay, it goes down. Big win for Snooty.
Let's see if that actually can translate into a real fight, because that was the ghost, right? No Yuumi on the Carousel. I'm expecting potentially a 5 cost to be picked up by YuMad Pro right here, or at least a 4 cost. You need as much gold as possible. He is going to be picking up the Kraken Slayer that comes together with the 5 cost, which is the TF right here. And fingers crossed, because 8 Yuumis are out the pool, only 2 remain, and YuMad Pro has to hit both.
He might open solo Leona as well to try if he finds 1 copy at the very least.
He didn't actually.
Nope. Can make a few switches still on the board.
Maybe the Garen? Nope.
I like the game plan. I think it's obviously correct. I think he, saw that his only out this game, considering who he was facing throughout this stage 6, is going to be a 3-star 4 cost with Prismatic Ticket to have all these extra rolls, but didn't quite get the variance going in his favor.
He's facing now. I'm pretty sure that's Snooty Boo's board. Yep, the Bastion board with 3 full items on each of the backline carries, plus items on a 3rd carry, which is that Gwen. The Katarina is going to get into the backline, so this might actually give YuMad Pro another chance right here to actually go and hit the Yuumi.
There's a chance for Katarina to go into the backline at the very start of the fight with this unstoppable tech on Rakan, where Braum was 3rd row, and Katarina could use Braum as a bridge. But she went off to the left and still didn't matter, won the fight anyway.
And you see that Aug keeps losing to Snooty So again, Snooty having one of the most fantastic openers for the Fast Nines that we've talked about, leaning more towards the Bastion frontline that gives you a little bit more variety when it comes to the backlines, because you can play the Seraphine with the Star Guardians in terms of Bastions. You can also play the TF plus the Gwen for the Sorgs together with the Swain. So it pretty much opens up an entire line, and due to having the extra items, reforging the 2 artifacts as well, which started really nicely, I have to say, the Mittens and the Wits End on his 2 carries with the Brom there, grabbing one of those as well. I feel like the items are perfect. He's level 9 heading into level 10, has been beaten the strongest board, which is the mech board from Og. And again, unfortunately for YU Matfro, not hitting that Yumi 3 could have been the only option, but right here is faced with Snooty's board. Snooty's board is one of the strongest right now. Katarina gets onto the backline, could potentially be it. Dodges the Seraphine ult, but it's not going to be enough.
Big win by Snooty. The TF was very, very safe on that bottom left corner. The Katarina could not access him this time around. Og versus Snooty, 2 incredibly capped boards to start off this day, to start off this game 1. And I guess we did it, Trouble. We have a lot of power.
All I'm gonna say is that this could be me and you, man. Maybe next set.
Maybe in 5 sets from now. We need like the
All right, deal.
Pikachu's
deal.
hyperbolic time chamber if you want to make
That's
it
right. That's right. Okay, Grandpa. Let's put each other to bed. It's fine. All right. Grandparents right here. Og and Snooty. Greece
I want to
versus Spain.
keep your eyes on Braum, especially for Snooty. I think we saw it swing the fight against the Yone a few rounds ago. I think it is what probably swung the fight again once the real Og faced Snooty, and we saw the 1 loss for Og last stage. With Mittens especially, it gets pretty funky in terms of what Braum can do in terms of his movement speed, and it's being able to wrap, considering that it's a very unique frontline setup because of the mech absorbing units, and I think there's more access to wrap onto Yone, for example.
Yeah, you've got Luchador now in because level 10 for Snooty came through, but in that Volibear, which means that your Braum has a bigger survival rate, has been placed in the backline since Mittens gives that extra.
And now the Jarvan jumps.
Actually, oh.
Nope. Okay, Braum goes on the mech, so this time Yone stays alive, and I think that might swing the fight in Og's favor. Yep, it absolutely does. Snooty taken down. A big hit here. So I think this is what decides the fight. If Braum targets the Yone after the Jarvan jumps, and that's just his closest target, and the Yone's taken down midway through the fight, I think Snooty wins. If it doesn't happen, I think Og will be winning.
Look how beautifully also Og is positioned right here. He's basically diverting majority of that bulk to the right side of his board, far away from the Yone. And when Braum used the Luchador, he kind of jumped into the clump of champions around that galley, right? So that Yone was pretty free right there. So great positioning coming through from Og.
He's trying to make sure that the Braum has no chance to access the Yone, essentially, while working around the limitations of his frontline with the mech. We'll see what the Braum can do now as well. He does, well, yet again, go to the Mighty Mech. I think that should swing the fight in Og's favor. Greece versus Spain in this 1v1 at the end. The Seraphine damage does come through, but the Yone dealing so much damage. The TF last alive, trying his best with Wits End, but it isn't enough. Snooty's still alive? No, he's down. The Braum, the Poros cannot help. The fans were not there, Trouble.
Well, I see it's Greece number 1. Again, Og. Usually we see him trying his hand for the Tactician's crown. Right here, he has to play from day 2 of the 5 that we have left in front of us for this weekend. And of course, 3 whole days for next weekend. And honestly, again, I have to clap for Snooty Boo Boo, because what a fantastic level 9 slam to level 10. He played that Bastions line with so many items, so many resources. Again, the Reforged gave him fantastic items on the artifacts as well. So I'm starting to become a believer on the Fast 9, but only under certain conditions. And I feel like Snooty met them with the artifacts.
Especially Prismatic Econ Start really helps you make it that far, either with, we saw the Mogul's Mill Gambler setup, or with upper mobility. You just have that really good push into the Fast 9 on 4-5 with a lot of gold to work with as well. Quick break, and the analysts will break down all of the action from this very first game of Regionals.
Welcome back, everybody. We got so much to talk about just from that first game. But again, quick reminder, what are 6 games done? Remembering the bottom 16 from our 48 will get cut at end of day. Let's just jump straight into it, Alan and Kevin. Talk to me first of all about that mech coin flip between Org and Deadash. This time the Org won. What are the concerns around the topic? Because it feels like something that's going to be a factor for the whole rest of the competition.
Finally, Og showing us how to make it work from the bad spot, from the losing spot, how to make it fast 9. All you have to do is just flip and hit, and then another flip on the call to chaos, being so absurd for that Yone too.
Yeah, getting that forward thinking as his 3-2 augment really made his game here because it synergizes so well with his first augment. I forget what it's called, unfortunately, but the one that makes you level easier.
The upward mobility. Yes.
Upward mobility, yes, thank you. And then, yeah, just ripping the call to chaos and getting fully rewarded for it. Very, very nice for Og.
Yeah, the name of this lobby was pretty much just get gold, try to get to that 9. Some of the players where it was Og and Deadash going towards that mech direction, where the others were going for the Juggernaut. I'm looking at Opal, and then we had some Bastion, such as Snooty. Snooty was in the prime position due to the fact that he was win-streaking throughout whole stage 2 and stage 3, pretty much making it impossible to not work. And then we had YMET Pro with the pretty much as an only second reroll player on the top of the Katarina, not hitting any scaling power-up.
Well, yeah, want to go to raise that with you guys. Because of course we knew reroll was going to be a big part of what we were doing here today, but in this lobby, only a couple of them overall. Of course, we kind of worked with the idea that usually the rerolls can be better with more of them. Kevin, would you mind expanding for us a little bit on why the Katarina comp did as well as it ultimately did, coming in 3rd place?
Yeah, YU Mad Pro just taking Prismatic Ticket as his first augment, which is kind of unusual if you don't go full loss streak, which I don't think he did, but then he hits like basically the 2 perfect combat augments right after. So he got Econ first, which is always important. You should always have like 1 Econ augment, especially when you're the only reroll player in the lobby. I was a bit worried about him at first because, no one else seemed to be playing 2 costs, but with that Prismatic Ticket, he seemed to hit pretty easily and hit the Radiant Refractor plus the Blazing Soul, so turned out to be very strong.
Absolutely astonishing game on, and let's take a quick look at the standings overall. Of course, 48 players. We're seeing some big names having some rough early starts. It's recoverable, but it's not the way you want to begin a 6-game day.
Yeah, we're looking at the Tomato and the Salvi just starting the day rough together with some French great names as Stick Up at Paddeball. But hey, it's not over. It's just the first game. It's a warm-up game. And we see a warm-up is a great way to go because Sova played already 6 or 7 games of the Polish TRC today, winning it out. And then he's making a game 1 with the 3rd place. What a great start to the weekend.
Absolutely astonishing. Let's go and look then at our first page, because again, remember, the world is a cutoff for our bottom players. The points will persist into day 2, and holy moly, of course, there's only 1 game in, but we're seeing the Spanish players putting in an absolute shift, and Crescent, of course, we saw do very well in the play-in stage, coming in and getting a 1st place as well. Kevin, what do you make of our initial top performers?
Well, I'm very, very happy to see 4 German players on that first page there. And yeah, Jedusor and both Spanish players actually starting off with a 1st. The Spanish fans are going to be very happy about that.
Oh man, I can't wait to hear Panda yapping all over the Spanish performance. But leaning away from those, seeing Elia extending his performance from the plains is great thing to see.
Oh, absolutely, and it's worth noting, from our previous game, we had so many different things coming in, but across the entire tournament as well, we have been receiving some results in amazing news, of course, for Trouble, who's been calling out for it all the way through plans. Yamato, who is playing this upcoming lobby, was playing crew in the previous game, so we'll leave you in the hands of Trouble and Impetuous Panda. Maybe he'll do it again.
Hello guys, thank you so much for joining us for game number 2. This is Regional Finals. This is Trouble Link together with Impetuous Panda. So how you feeling? There were a lot of Spanish flags on the first page, Panda.
I will not speak on the matter because job's not done. Just one game in. Let's not get too excited. Whereas Yellow Tomato, Trouble, prep partner of Og, started off with an 8th in this game 1. Maybe you have to bless him now in this game 2. I will take the time now in stage 1 to highlight something I think is quite interesting. Og is known as the best Greek player in TFT and EMEA.
Yep.
He's had more just bigger results, more success across a longer period of time, but he has always prepped with Yellow Tomato. They're kind of like brothers almost already. From so many years they've been working together. And Yellow Tomato was always in Og's shadow. Always, he, I think, missed day 3 in regionals and the chance to go to TAC round in 2 different sets by 1 point. He ended up 9th. And he's just often overlooked. The story changed this set where Og is not in TPC. He missed qualification last set, and Yellow Tomato is. And now they're both in the same situation, having to fight to hopefully both make it together to TPC. I think it's really, really special. I think they're both very, very strong players representing Greece, and I really hope to see Yellow Tomato turn things around in this game too.
I'm actually trying to read what it says behind Yellow Tomato. It says something about having dreams. How long will you stay to make your dreams or something? Yeah, I'm trying to read the wall right here as the first officer coming through on 2-1. But I will echo what you said, because having talked to Og, he actually bigs up a Yellow Tomato so much. And all of the times that Yellow Tomato could not make it through, he was actually in shock. Because Og kept saying, I think he's better than me. He's taught me so much, I think he's better than me. And Yellow Tomato could just not break through that barrier, right? So seeing them both right here, fighting with the same prep, you know, there's yin and yang. There has to be balance in the world. So Og first, Yellow Tomato 8th. Hopefully they'll somehow balance it out for Yellow Tomato to come back through. But however, we are seeing some really cool augments on the right-hand side. Solo leveling coming through from Tarkman.
Understandably, considering it has an Inferior 2, I think one of the stronger one-cost upgraded units to play for with solo leveling. It's a little bit dicey. I think it really limits the lines you can play. It is a little bit awkward that these are the 2 components you have, because with solo leveling you slam almost anything, but Kraken specifically I think is one of the least slammable items from this position.
Yeah, I mean, you don't like Ashe, Udyr? I heard like 5 patches ago it was insane, right? Obviously, I'm just kidding, right?
5 patches ago.
when the patch notes came through, it kind of felt like an Udyr Ashe resurgence to me. There was the Ashe buff, Udyr buff, then you had Kraken, Last Whisper, and Wraithblade buffed on the same patch. So it kind of hinted. Aatrox also a really good champion if you want to play for solo leveling as well. However, he does primarily thrive with things like maybe more defensive items onto him, I want to say, because his base damage is so strong. Like getting extra tankiness onto him makes him survive longer, therefore it's very easy to break front lines. However, time and again, anytime you go towards more an econ augment like solo leveling right here, always very good. And I think for Dasik, you talked about this line, and Snooty, I feel like this could very well be a Bastion plus Xayah.
Yep, heavy as a crown pickup early on, trying to play for a win streak. I think Xayah is one of the better holders, one of these, you know, consistent DPS dealing backline carries with a lot of frontline, obviously with 6 Bastions to play for and to keep Xayah safe and scaling. We'll see if this will actually be the commitment from Dasik or if he pivots into a different carry later on in stage 3 and 4. Overall, the lobby, we haven't mentioned it yet, Trouble, but 3 of the players that we saw qualify from play-ins are playing here together again.
Yep.
On some momentum, on maybe a little bit of extra warm-up when it comes to this patch and playing in tournament after their games yesterday.
And honestly, they've done all really well. Jedusor coming off of a win, Tartman with 6 points, Dasik with 5 points. And obviously, it's not a surprise that all 3 of these guys are fighting for a chance for Tactician's crown, right? They're very prominent players in EMEA, but also making it through that day 1 and the play-ins yesterday into having a really good game 1 over in day number 2. It has to be definitely a mood booster right here. So we'll see if they can continue that success coming through.
And Pepoglad, one of the rising stars, I would say, from Poland across the last 2 or 3 sets, didn't have the best TPC, I think, kind of middle of the pack overall in the pro points, having to play in this week 1. Not a great start after the 7th place in that first game. He's one of the younger players that I think has really been evolving in a great way every single set. So hopefully he can find the right mental balance to come back in this game too.
Alansku also chose him as his player to highlight for the day as well, as we're moving straight into our first carousel. Triple loss for both our bottom two players for the time being, both angling towards the Crystal Gambit. However, Yitzhak is playing more towards the Vice since he has that hero augment. And let's see, there were no Crystal Gambit champions, unless I'm wrong here. There is a Janna, but wasn't picked up.
Really big deal for Tartman that it's the bigger carousel encounter because of the Regal Rumble. The fact that he can pick up the ideal item component to try and slam the best item on the Fury to get more value from solo leveling the rest of the stage. Goes for the BT.
BT, pretty good. Also, you can play towards mechs with BT. We have seen it a lot. You can pivot towards things like the Lee Sin. I'm saying pivot, but that is a 5 cost, but technically it does fit into the whole mech line if you want to play towards that. And Yamato, we're seeing here angling towards the Juggernauts together with that Jhin, not necessarily a line that you choose to play towards unless it's like an artifact or potentially like a reroll line towards that Mundo and the Jhin. So we'll see if it's a transitional phase for him through that Jhin Juggernaut, or if he's actually going to stick to it, because the items kind of scream to me that he's sticking to it.
It's a really good setup in terms of having the IE and the Striker's Flail with Spirit Sword, especially for the Jhin. You just have a lot of DPS. There's a really great synergy between both things, and we're seeing the 4-win streak here, kind of showcasing that. I think unless you have a very good condition on your 3-2 augment and just maybe your natural shops, it's unlikely he plays for the reroll line. But it's just still, like we saw from Snooty and Lytic, very comfortable spot to have this high tempo in stage 2 and 3 and try and play for fast line with an econ augment on 3-2 or 4-2 with all the extra HP you have.
Yeah, with all these items, you could also angle something like a Soul Fighter if you hit, because those items look really, really good on Samira as well. However, you kind of want a win streak right there from the Soul Fighters in the early game. As we're seeing right here, the Vi Augment is coming to life, the Infinity Edge slammed. You've got a bow open as well. Now, there's a little bit of controversy on the heavy is the crown, right? Oh, what if an assassin slides into the backline, assassinates your Xayah, and then you lose the round? Now, the general answer to that is, if your Xayah dies, you generally lose the round anyway. She is your primary and usually only carry in this composition for the longest time, right? Until you get that Yasuo online, until you start getting items for the Yasuo as well, which you don't even know if they're going to come through eventually, right? Usually you're banking for 6 items, 3 for your front line, 3 for your back line. So if your Xayah actually dies by any chance, you've pretty much lost the round.
I can tell we've had different experiences watching TFT this set, Trouble, because you're concerned about your Xayah dying, fighting against another player in this lobby. I'm concerned about a Xayah dying against creeps, which we've seen happen a few times already this set. So hopefully Basic is locked in and is not losing placements off of his Xayah being popped.
Was it Milk who put his Kog'Maw with Heavy is the Crown right in the middle on the Rek'Sai encounter, and Rek'Sai just dashed through the backline, just one shot. It was Phoenix, that wasn't it? Yeah. Oh my god, yes, that was the one. That was unfortunate.
It was tragic, but I think Basic, he had a warm-up yesterday, right? A lot of 6 games of play-ins. Surely he's coming in focused and locked in.
Okay, these creeps, really difficult to kill Xayah as well, since he has a lot of frontline as Startman right here. Solo leveling, level 5, 66 gold, level 6, 60 gold right here. Definitely one of the best econ augments, if you will, especially if you're also able to slam items. Unfortunately, he did suffer a 3-round loss back to back to back, which means right here with solo leveling, the more units you kill, the better it is, right? Because you get to level quite faster, but also you save a lot of gold, and level 656 gold is a fantastic timeline in terms of economy to just be hitting 3-2 augment choice.
And it comes down to he couldn't really slam the Kraken, so I think he was in between like, hey, I have an Fury 2, it's a really good spot, I can't slam the Kraken, is this good enough? In the end, ended up not really having enough power, kind of gambled there for Tartman, not really paying off, but still I think it's an okay spot coming to the stage 3. We'll see the same for Basic, triple item Xayah, should be winning most of these fights with a strong enough front line to scale for her to deal damage.
Yeah, back in my day, that Gangplank would have wiped the entire board with stretchy arms, but thankfully we don't live in those times anymore. As 3-2 rounds coming through. Second augment choice right here for Basic. I would say probably look for something like an econ augment, especially since he's level 6. 35 gold, if I'm not wrong as well. So definitely something like a rigged shop actually stinks here because you are playing a 2-cost reroll line.
Yeah, we'll see what option he has.
these are
for if
so
it favors the Xayah reroll, which I think he is fairly committed to as well. And there are
Oh
gonna be
my
a
god,
few
these are so
more-
bad, Panda. Oh no.
I mean, middle is it's maybe not takeable, but it's
Okay.
prep is gonna be you're forced to pick prep here from this spot, which is not terrible considering that he has at least the extra copies on the bench. He is kind of incentivized to roll for another Shen here at the very least, and another Xin Zhao. Actually, I guess he kind of wants to make 40 though.
Yeah, you make 40, you have the Xayah on your bench, which is your primary carry as well. So I feel like this is the most important thing right here because he has the Xayah pair, getting those prep stacks on the Xayah early on. I mean, he's most likely to find a Xayah 2 really, really soon. Right on the other side, 40
really
gold
turned it
plus
around.
6 buys. That is a pretty good hit.
Actually, we mentioned it yesterday already. We saw Paul picking by Hero Augment. It's a unit that is very easy to contest and grief from other players in the lobby because you can just hold the Vi's for Crystal Gambit players, for Juggernaut front lines, and just make the Vi Hero Augment player's life quite miserable. We saw that Day 6 specifically was holding a Vi, for example. Obviously, thinning out the 2-cost pool. It's kind of why not? Why wouldn't I do that? But in the end, not really punished. Yitzhak already on 6 Vi's, and whoa, what a shot for Day 6.
Actually, that was really good, right? Because usually when you hit your Xayah 2, you want an extra one on the bench to start stacking again the preparation stack. So the fact that he hits 2 in that shop, not only does he upgrade the Xayah that he already has on the board with an extra stack from the previous Xayah that was sitting there. And that was my biggest question mark right here. Yamato is actually going with that Jin line. He is going to hit the Pandora's bench as well, so very easy to sort of shuffle through all those 2 costs and actually hit early. I feel like with things like the Jin plus Juggernauts, because it's not as strong anymore, hitting as early as possible, spiking through that stage 4, and just grabbing those wins from all the Fast 9 boards and all the mech boards that haven't necessarily spiked yet is pretty huge.
And this is what we were talking about. I think he was open to playing for Fast 9, open to playing just, a good AD tempo game in stage 2 and 3 and then see what happened in stage 4 and 5. But the moment that he picked up an augment that really pulled him in the direction of playing Jin reroll, he was also fine committing to this line. So we'll see if it pays off. Pandora's bench, you are kind of at the mercy of the rolls and hoping you get ahead of tempo thanks to it.
I mean, he is level 649 gold here, so I would have liked to either see him sell something or just pick up the Katarina and the Rakan and try to make pretty much 2 stars to slam onto his Pandora's bench right here. We've got so many great champions, especially for all our mech players right here. People Glad definitely going to be running through towards that Jarvan or even the Karma. It's going to be the Jarvan with the Rod, which then complements an item if you want to slam onto your Karma later on. So pretty big hit right here for People Glad.
Still the Karma up and available. I think there aren't any mech players near the top.
You're telling me there's only 1 mech player? Surely not. I'm seeing Yellow Tomato also angling it.
I think Kino might have been open to mech with Calcloth, but then he hit Rig Chop and said, okay, this is just going to be a very good spot to play from with all the extra rolls I have, especially to double dip.
Here we go.
Tarman's likely mech as well.
Make it 3 then. My bad. I was like, oh, wait, only 1? Darman's going to be the one who picked up the Karma, I'm pretty sure, because I'm seeing the Negatron over in his inventory on the left, and I'm pretty sure that Karma had a Negatron on her, which might be the reason why People Glad went over for the Jarvan first before hitting that Karma, because that Jarvan had the Rod on him, which, as we're seeing right now, Yellow Tomato also on the mech line as well, so it's looking like it's going to be a 3-way contest.
Yellow, I think already, even after game 1 with the 8th place, he needs to start playing, not like fully flipping 1st or 8th every single game, but definitely angling towards more win-out comps and win-out lines to try and make up the deficit he already is found himself in after 1 game.
All right. Both of those players, level 750. Insane econ, actually. Yellow Tomato having, of course, the bench as well. Cluttered Mind right there really does help. The second power-ups are coming through. We've seen the Malzahar line as well. I would say for 3-6, having 5 Malzahars.
Doesn't hit Noxious Trap is tragic. He's going to have 1 more remover as we move into stage 4,
hit.
but already not the best start. Makes the Viego and sells it. I think
Wait,
that was
what? -1.
Bit of a misclick.
You know what I've always wondered? You know how there's been the conversation where if you put a lot of those champions in your, I forgot what it's called. Oh my god, in your trade book, basically your planner. Thank you so much. And you see basically the green banner while you're rolling. I've heard a lot of players say that it kind of like dumbs down your ability to play TFT and how sharp you are, specifically when you're re-rolling, right? Because a lot of players are, to name a few like Dishop and Setsuko come to mind when we're talking about very big flex play, right? Around the world, usually when you are sticking only onto those champions with the green flags on them, it basically really hinders your ability to play outside the box, I want to say. So I've always wondered of all the players that are getting into regionals, how many of them are actually playing through that planner, or maybe you're just literally...
I think everyone does at this point.
Yeah,
but I know Setsuko
maybe you're
for
just
sure
flagging your two main characters, right?
I think most players, it's too much of an advantage, especially now that TFT has become much more inflexible, I would say, with the roll downs on, like, I don't know, for example, Yumi, BA Prodigy, for example, in this set, it's like the same exact units every single time you're rolling for it, with mech to some degree as well, so it really facilitates your roll downs, I would say. For most players, some players like Setsuko, I think, still sees the advantage in being open to playing more flexible around just backline, frontline.
Yep. All right. People glad. Pretty good items for Karma. The Sojin plus Rabadons, if that's what he wants. And there's a Void Staff right there. Hits the Karma immediately on the level 8 roll down. And thank you so much for the head-to-head right here. People glad a Yellow Tomato both rolling on the same line. A Yellow Tomato has let a few seconds go past, and he's going to start rolling now. Two Karma's already gone over to People glad.
Yellow Tomato's fine to still wait it out, considering he's double down. He's planning to lose the next few rounds anyway, so he will try and just get more resources later on and roll a little bit later.
I'm not gonna lie, with 3 mech players in this lobby, I think it's getting a little bit scary. The pool could be getting thinned out pretty easily. And again, reminder for all those 2-cost reroll comps that are coming through, they're gonna be taking the non-very well-rounded mech boards by storm, saying that right here, Dasic is going to be losing his first round after a 10-win streak.
Understandably, Dasic is not spiked yet. He hasn't hit his big spike. He bullied all of the players who were playing for Fast 9 and playing for 4-cost lines in Stage 4, who were not really strong at all in Stage 3, but now it's a wake-up call, and now Dasic can use his HP as a resource to buy time to actually hit all of his 3 stars and then start pushing levels.
Oh, do you click ever on explosive growth right here? A Yellow Tomato, 45 HP. No way, he clicked it off straight away. It's not going to be the case.
Yeah, he needs combat.
And Yamato, wait, Yamato actually pivoted? That was the Jin board, right? I'm not crazy? I'm pretty sure that was the Jin board that turned into a Karma board.
I think he did not hit many Jins from Pandora's Bet. He says, you know what?
Okay, bet.
Quick pivot.
Oh, that is 4 mech players. That's 4 mech players.
They'll never expect this pivot.
Oh my god. This is the time where you're going to the chat and be like, weren't you playing Jin? Why are you griefing us?
This is tragic. We're seeing the mech players now be like, wait a minute. This board looked very different 2 rounds ago.
What happens to a Yellow Tomato? I think this is what's the most concerning thing right here, because Yamato also hits the Yone. He can actually pop a lot of legendaries on his bench to try and hit another Yone, maybe stabilize through 5 costs even on this board, right? Does have the 7 mech, so his mech is really strong. A Yellow Tomato has a huge choice to make.
And it was salvage win as well for Yamato, so maybe we got baited all along. He was just playing strongest board, and this was his game plan from the very beginning. Although we have to see what his
I see Pandora's bench. I'm thinking reroll, you know?
Maybe he just had unpickable augments. Maybe it was Recon Bob and just some weird picks on 3-2 where he was forced to pick Pandora's. We'll never know.
He's trying to find Mech Pilot right here. There you go. Onto the Gangplank. Back in he goes. And then you can just slam the next one onto Aatrox, right?
Yep.
There we go.
Easy. Transition here. Still not obviously fully locked in just yet with all of his upgrades, but it's a salvageable spot. Yellow Tomato 4 loss streak now. Still double down. Still will get the spike going on 4-5 and still is going to maybe just go directly to 9, considering he's already pumped a lot into this level to 9. So we'll see. This is the coin flip game plan from Tomato, and maybe it's what he needs, considering he went 8th in game 1.
I just want to remind here, because we haven't necessarily seen his board, Tartman is also mech.
300 exactly.
So we have 4 mech players in this lobby. Now, again, I think we talked about this, Panda. I feel like when there's too many mech players, usually only one makes it into the top 4, because the other ones get either deprived or deprived of the units, or they don't have the econ, or they've gone for econ augments rather, but they haven't necessarily hit. The Javan right here would be a cool pickup for Yellow Tomato. Go straight for it. I feel like it's the only mech champion that he was also missing from his bench, if I'm not wrong. And I'd love to look at a Yellow Tomato's board right after the carousel to see how this transition will look like.
And the Lee Sin is well picked up by Tartman. Really, really big pickup for the mech players who are on the lower end of the HP totals in terms of having prio on Carousel. Looking at Hinode as well, he did pick up Noctis Trap with a last fruit remover onto his Malzahar. He did stabilize in this stage 4. He won 3 fights, lost the last one. We'll see what Yellow Tomato can do now. With all of this gold he has to work with. 30 gold on 9. Sells, well, 40 gold after he sells some of his units. A lot to do on this turn with way less time than you usually have.
Oh!
There's one. Oh, Lucian 3, big spike.
Actually, okay, I know you're laughing at this, but I feel like the 3-star units do give a lot of raw stats onto the mech. So I feel like this is very important, but he has missed on the most important unit to get to that 7 mech on level 9, which is going to be that Yone. Oof. If he hits that Yone, he has pretty good items, right? He's got the Horizons Focus, he's got a couple of AD items that are now sitting on Poppy. But I'm not sure he's going to be allowed to get there.
I was really hoping for the Yone from Carousel. He's down to 1 life, and this will be tragic for Yellow Tomato if he starts off today with 2 8th places. I think it's close to unsalvageable, and this tournament is so important. This weekend is so important for players who are trying to make a career out of TFT in terms of trying to make it to TPC next set by qualifying as the 20 players that make it to week 2. So a clutch moment here for Tomato.
Got that rise too, but you don't really want that. Just can't find. He's selling board to try and find the Yone, but again, there's so many mech players that so many Yones have been taken out the pool, and I'm pretty sure I saw another player that's not actually on the mech's line holding Yones on the bench. Really, really, really good denial right there. This is going to be an 8 out of 9 units board for Yellow Tomato. Unfortunately facing a... Actually, I'm saying unfortunately, but this is not the strongest of mech boards, so he could potentially have a chance right here.
No mech pilot, I think it's almost impossible. I think Yellow Tomato was really banking on the Yone in the carousel with Regal Rumble, especially. You have 3 5 instead of 2. You had pretty good chances to hit that as a bailout. Didn't hit it in the end, and he's just way too weak. Wasn't able to fully transition on 4-5. And you mentioned the trouble. When you are transitioning last and there's 4 mech players, the odds are just so low for you to hit Yone, for you to hit your Karma 2, your Jarvan 2. And especially transitioning on 4-5, you just don't have enough time.
That was actually really sad to watch right here for Yellow Tomato. I feel like he just, as he hits Karma 2, as he's dead, apparently. I feel like it's very unfortunate because even if you're contested by other 2, it just makes it really hard, right? And I feel like there were so many Karma 2s, there were so many Lee Sins and Yones taken out from the other players. I mean, like, Tartman was even able to stabilize on level 8 for that matter and takes him down. And I feel like for Yellow Tomato, there was just too much to do on the transition. He had 3 fruits to try and refish for the mech pilot, but wasn't quite the case. There's just too much. Tartman gets that Yone as well onto his bench, and now he can roll it down on level 9.
And Tartman kind of on triple econ with solo leveling being econ/items. So if he doesn't hit a really crazy board, he will end up eventually losing to the other mech players if they have some combat power alongside kind of a similar board. So Tartman really has to try and find this Lee Sin 2, stabilize on 9, and maybe even push 10 this game.
Does find the Yone pair, which is pretty big.
We're seeing Hino, same spots as Darkest, both Turkish players in Game 1 and Game 2, playing for the heavyweight Malzahar reroll line, entering Stage 4 with very little HP, and then having to fight some pretty cap boards with the Mighty Mech and the Fast 9 boards coming together. For now, it's enough. I'm curious to see if Hino survives this Stage 5, though.
Yeah, there's not a lot of, there's not any actually combat augments as well. Usually when you are playing for a reroll line, the most important things is to have sort of like a reroll augment plus a couple of combat augments as well. Combat augments are not there for that board, but they're there for this board. Triple combat augment with a hero augment on Vi, counting as one as well. Level 8, really great transition right here from Yitzhak, which doesn't have a lot of HP to play with, only 23. That is 2 lives for the time being. But a really good step towards the right direction with only 3 points in his bank from game 1.
Out of the reroll players, only really Dasik that had that huge HP lead coming into stage 4, coming into the late game. And we're seeing the matchup here between the Vi and the Xayah. Heavy is the crown on the Xayah, trying to just dish out a lot of damage, staying safe in that backline. No real backline access here. The Vi, ooh, Braum's actually going with the Xayah, but he will be taken down. And the Vi is getting chipped on as well. So a clean win here for Dasik. It looks like I don't think the splash damage from the Smolder will be able to reach the Xayah in time.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sad thing right here for Yitzhak is that he doesn't necessarily have a big, beefy tank to tank the front line whilst Vi does not get targeted. So once the Vi gets targeted, this becomes really, really difficult. And for Yamato right here, again, that was the player that angled the Juggernaut plus Jhin line straight into the mech, having the Pandora's bents right there. Now, only 17 HP on stage 5, which will give him just about 5 lives. 5 lives, what? I just became Soju for a moment. Just about 2 lives if he loses with as little casualties as possible.
And one of the upsides of Pandora's bench in the late game is that maybe you can try and fish for kind of a 3-star 4 cause as a win condition, but unlikely considering you're playing a very contested line, and you know most of your units, Karma, Jarvan, Rise, will be contested by other boards as well. So just an awkward pick on his second augment for the Pandora's bench for this game plan in particular. I think Yamato will be happy if he can somehow sneak into the top 4 with this mech line, but likely will be probably a 6th in this case.
I just want to say someone else who has been sneaking, who has been sneaking into the top 4 is Jedusor, playing the Soul Fighter line, the one that we saw the Ghost being played from the other side right here. Jedusor with 40 HP. He's actually in a pretty good state to go for that top 4, playing a more unconditional 4-cost kind of line that we didn't see a lot of.
There's a lot more variety, I would say, in this game too, outside of the mech, obviously. I think every other
There's a lot more variety. Instead of 3 mechs, we have 4 mechs.
I mean the non-mech players.
Some gaslighting people, Panda.
There's more Xayah reroll. I think players are starting to not be as desperate to try and play only fast line or mech, and they're trying to find other strong lines that they can find more stability with and not have to flip their game. I think Dasik's played a really good example of how, in what position Xayah reroll can be very strong, I would say, in this meta, and Jedusor as well with Soul Fighter.
Oh, and hits that TF2 with full prep stacks on 8. That's pretty much a good hit, which usually you want to play towards that Yasuo together with your Xayah. However, he's going to bypass that completely. He's not going to use the 4 edgeloads right here. He's going to stick with 2 and just dump more items onto the TF for a secondary carry here. I will say, though, I'm not the biggest fan of those Shen items, but due to the fact that he has a 6 Passion frontline, which is fully upgraded on all units, I feel like Shen actually has a little bit more value carrying that Sunfire.
Probably will move it off after he gets another tank, full tank item coming up now. Xayah almost going to clutch it. She does clutch it in the end, just barely. Dasik wins another fight. This is huge. Every fight he can win here coming to stage 6 is massive, because I think his cap is obviously not really going to be playing for a win out, but any HP he preserves here allows him to bleed into probably maybe a 2nd or a 3rd coming into stage 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like this victory solidified him at top 4, guaranteed.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you've got such low HP bars, and you are moving into stage 6. You know, the base damage each fight that you take goes up. So we'll see. Yamato right here is probably banking on winning his next fight. Does have the legendary rerolling on his bench. However, is this going to be enough? Does have the Karma 2, does have the double mech pilot. Who's he going to be facing? It's going to be the Soul Fighter board, which is primarily known for not doing great into those mech boards, but we'll see if Samir can actually get into the backline and do some work.
And to go down to face Jedu, Jedu's trying to go 9, still has a lot of gold banked here. Is caught in an awkward spot, so maybe this is the one fight Yamato can win with this mech board, and it looks like it's going to be the case. Yamato will be staying alive at least one more round. Hino does take a loss. The 4-win streak is torn there for the Turkish player, and now he'll be down to 1 life as well as we move into stage 6.
Let's see if Yamato here can actually hit his units, right? He's on one Yone for the time being. As you mentioned, Jetsor is looking to go towards that level 9. Can we look at day 6 board, please, observers? He does have the heavies, the Crown Zaya. Where is the Zaya gonna be placed versus the Rek'Sai? Phoenixa incident mentioned Cat Despair. We'll
Surely you just remove it. Just in case. We're good.
Not gonna be the case. I think he's safe. Thank you so much, observers, for going with all my silly requests.
And Hito actually did win. I was baited by the overlay, so he is on a 5-win streak. So surprisingly, he has made it work. I think Darkest, despite having those artifacts yesterday or last game, the lobby was very different because of the prismatic econ start and just the cap for the board was way higher. Whereas now it seems like this Malzahar Darius combo for Hino is good enough to probably land in the top 4 here off of this 5-win streak.
Yeah, Jetro level 9 as well. We'll see what he gets to slot in to this one. He gets a choice for an item right here. Maybe, oh, he chooses another big frontline item for the set. The longer the set stays alive, the less likely your Gwen plus your Samira are to get targeted right here. On the other side, level 9 board from Tartman, full on with at least in 2 with fantastic items. I think Soul Fighter is a little bit of a meme together with all the other 4 cost units. And oh my god, Samira just ulted and just disappeared.
I think just has a really bad matchup into mech. So unfortunate matchmaking there for Jedu, back-to-back mech players. A big loss here for the French player who was hoping to play this Soul Fighter line from high tempo, take over stage 4 and stage 5, and for that to be enough for a top 4. It just barely wasn't. Actually, it's a 6th place in the end for Jedu, so really not the placement he was looking for.
And I feel like the biggest winner right here is Yamato, starting from a reroll line that is not as prominent right now with the Jin plus the Juggernauts, gets the Pandora's Bench, realizes that his position is not the best to reroll out there. He probably didn't even hit that Jin 2 that he was looking for. Pivots into mechs with the Pandora's Bench, actually hits, managed to salvage the situation, like a 5th right here when there's 4 mech players. I feel like it's a really big deal. And Hino managing to get into the top 4 with that Malzahar plus Darius combination. That's quite a few items on the Poppy as well.
We'll see if the dot damage from Malzahar can get onto the Zaya early-ish and maybe kill her off before the front line's taken down and cheese the fight with Heavy as the Crown. But it looks like for now, the Shen's hanging on for enough time, and the Zaya board, yeah, looks to be strong enough. The Malzahar's taken down, just Darius left alive. So a big win for Dasik. Guarantees his top 3. Hino taken down in 4th in the end. I think still a good placement to finish here for the Malz player.
Absolutely. I feel like also on this 3-cost combination right there that you're rerolling the Malzahar plus Jace plus Darius, I feel like you can't, for this to take off, you need a bunch of, oh my god, combat augments, sorry. And I'm pretty sure he only had like 3 econ augments to hit his board. Plus, you need pretty much 9 items for all 3 of your carries, right? So 2 conditions weren't met out of these 2, but still landing in top 4 with all those mech players in place, actually huge. And I love how we're just only looking at the 2 mech players that remain because they're most likely to wipe the rest of the lobby up.
And one more item coming in for Lee Sin would be huge on this carousel. We'll see if Peppo can survive that far. It will be the showdown versus the Zaya. A real test now for Dasik. Can he actually win this lobby potentially with this Zaya reroll with Heavy as the Crown? A tech that I think Dasik, the moment he picked this augment up on 2-1, he knew exactly what he was playing for.
Galu's dead, Galu's dead.
Really solid. Zaya, can you do it? The Karma comes online. He can. Dasik is looking so good. Peppo is shocked to lose that fight. And the scaling nature of the Crown wins the fight in the end for Dasik.
That is actually huge right here, because Tartman could be facing the exact same fate. Tartman looking for potentially a 3rd item for his Karma in the backline. He's going to grab the Seraph start here. Does already have one on her, but Dasik looks so strong. I'm not sure what he decided to pick up right here from his side. Slams that Jinx as well for the extra Star Guard, and does have the Volley too, if he values that more. But
over the Jinx,
he does actually. Okay.
And slots in the Braum as well over the Garen, so it gets Luchador in. Really heads up final transition here from Dasik. We'll see if it'll be enough. Positioning going to be so important, of course, with this Xayah. She cannot be dying early, or no matter how strong your board is, the fight will be over. We'll see if Xayah can do it again. It was a very close win against Peppo. Can he do the same against Hartman?
Yeah, listen, he's on the side of the Xayah. So one jump away from going down. That Brom doing work, throwing that Listen back into the backline, and it depends. Does the mech die fast enough? Shen is tanking an absolute storm right here. Wraithblade ramping up. Shen so down low, and Dasik gonna be losing this round pretty convincingly.
The last few seconds of uptime in this fight, when the crown has scaled quite a lot, is going to be so relevant. We saw the little bit of CC coming in from the mech slash onto the Xayah near the end there, stopped for 1 or 2 seconds, and that was maybe enough to swing the favor. Every fight that Dasik won, we saw it was kind of Xayah 1v5, but dealing so much damage that he can still win those fights in the end.
I'm actually wondering right here if there is a chance you swap the Sunfire onto the Leona. I'm not sure how many removers Dasik has, but I know a lot of pro players have been saying that Sunfire is a little bit fraudulent on your main tank that wants to be holding the line. But you might also be quite afraid that if Leona's holding that, she dies too quickly, and then you've got no anti-heal, basically, right? So 2 best items right here for Shen. 1 to heal up, 1 that is anti-MR, or MR rather, for the Gallia.
Ooh, Xayah 3rd row in the cubby. Interesting positioning from Dasik here. We'll see if this will keep her safe. We'll see if she'll be able to dodge the mech CC especially. There's 1 slash that comes in, not too impactful just yet. The TF is still alive as well, but the front line is starting to melt. It's just as Shen left alive. The CC comes in there on the Xayah yet again. Xayah's ramping, but not quickly enough. Another loss for Dasik, I think. Reality check for the Xayah reroll. It's good enough to make it to top 2. It's a great game from Dasik, but this is the end of the road, Trouble.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like top 2 with Xayah is more than you could have hoped for, especially since I feel like his silver augment straight up sucked. Like, he kept literally re-rolling every single one of them, and none of them made too much sense. I know that prep isn't necessarily very highly valued by pro players either, so I feel like with what he had for his last 2 augments, he should be more than happy, not only that he's competing for the top 2, but that he's actually taken out a couple of those mech players.
On paper, prep was bad, but in hindsight, considering that he picked up prep and still was able to win streak the rest of stage 3 and have that 10 win streak, and then make get the value from the prep stack coming in online for most of his units, I think it turned out pretty good for Dasik, and it's a big part of why he was so stable in stage 4 as well. But I mean, we're seeing it's mech all over again. Tartman's level 10. He has the Lee Sin 2 online. Everything is online. I think Braum 2 even won't make too much of a diff. Val can be picked up here for the Braum to try and be disruptive, but...
And it's kind of sad because you don't... I feel like if there was a rage blade and attack speed item onto your TF, maybe you could dish out a little bit more damage. You could squeeze a little bit more damage from that TF. Wasn't able to land an attack speed item through that. Frontline Xayah is his last case scenario right here. And let's see if it's actually going to work, as you mentioned, level 10 on Tartman.
We do have the Sunfire off of the Shen. Shen will be tankier with 3 full tank items, but the Xayah is getting CC'd, the Xayah is getting chunked. The fight is very one-sided. The mech is too OP. 4 players go for the game plan. Tartman is the one who succeeds, the coin flip winner. But Dasik, a very, very good game. I think showcasing the strength of Xayah reroll in this meta, showcasing the tech around Heavy as a Crown in particular, and showcasing, I think, the game plan that a lot of players have to aspire to. If they don't want to gamble for Mighty Mech, if they don't want to gamble for Fast 9, this is one of those key reroll lines, like Katarina, for example, to stabilize early and enter stage 4 with enough HP to guarantee a top 4.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like it was kind of a scary reroll line right here. No one else was rerolling any 2-star, any 2 costs. He didn't have necessarily a reroll augment either, so the fact that he's able to hit, but also make it to level 9 to try and contest against the mech players, I feel like it was phenomenally played by Dasik. But Tartman, man, he just clicked on solo leveling. What can you say about that?
We do have a break ready, and we'll hear from one of the stars of this game, Dasik himself. Stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We'll hear the analyst after that breaking down this game too.
I'm Adesic, I'm playing TFT from set 1. I remember I was playing my first tournament back in set 2. It was at the beginning, like whenever I understand that I'm good enough in this game to compete in ladder, to be high enough on ladder and stuff. I obviously want to compete and see how far I can go. And my first attempt was set 3 regionals. I finished top 4. I think TFT Pro Circuit was definitely a success. I would say a lot of people like it. Well, there is obviously some things to improve, but overall, I would say it's a great addition to the TFT competitive. And with more improvements in the future, it can be really fun and exciting thing from set to set. I would say definitely a lot of underrated players, but I want to see my boy TFT Auk will make it to tier 1 next set. My tip for average TFT player is going to be, if you want to learn the game, well, first of all, I try to play some vertical trades, because it has the easiest transition, and the itemization most of the time is pretty simple as well. So comps like Soul Fighters and All-Star Guardians should be the best for the new players. I want to shout out my LSD group is a bunch of EU and NA players. From time to time, 1 or 2 players from our LSD group is making to final lobby, and hopefully this regionals and the next 2 weekends is going to be me.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Analyst Desk. And what a fantastic 2 games we've had so far. Again, there's always a million things to break down from every game so far, but we've barely started day 1. Alan, let's jump straight into breaking down lobby then. Give me, the broad strokes here between top 4 and the bottom 4. What you felt like were the biggest influences?
Absolutely. We've seen that if you want to go for the contested line, such as a mech, you need econ. And Tarteman had all the econ you could ask for. Even though it was not the prime of the solo leveling you are looking for, having 3 losses, followed up with the Rolling for Days, Explosive Growth, just allowing him to hit those crucial 5 costs. And then if we compare this to Jedusor, who had actually 2 combat arguments, and you could compare almost as capped board, because Gwen 2, Brown 2, with the Soul Fighters, just the straight up power of the comp is not there if you compare it to the Mega Mech board.
So, Kevin, let's talk about some of the more minutiae of what was going on here. We want to kind of bring in a point from the previous lobby. You're talking about before kind of trying to combine your economic augments, the upper mobility, and the forward thinking. In this lobby, Hinode ultimately tried to go pretty risky himself with bringing in a couple of the calculated loss and the rig shop. How viable do you think that kind of heavy econ approach to the game is at the moment?
I think it's definitely viable. We saw Bensak in the last TPC also play a calculated loss into heavyweight a couple of times. So I do think that line is already really good. And then Rig Chop for a silver augment is just so much value, because you're going to try and 3-star 3 cost units. So I don't think you can pass that up. And then you just need to pray that you get a good combat augment at 4-2, which he unfortunately didn't get with the duo Q, but still managed to grab a 4th at the end. So a pretty good outcome for him.
I mean, on the note of going for a lot of econ, like 2, even sometimes 3 econ arguments, you need to make sure you're angling actually a good comp. Because obviously from patch to patch, we have different type of strength of the comps. And here, if you go for the certain reroll, the reroll needs to be good. You cannot go for some random reroll that will not work out. And same goes for the fast 8, fast 9 comps. You have to aim towards the successful one, as the pretty much Tarteman and the Nido showcased, as one of them being reroll Mazahar and the another one was the mech.
Well, I wanted to kind of bring in something a little unusual about this lobby as well. Kevin, you were pointing out in the green room, we weren't seeing the focus on Fast 9 we would have seen otherwise. I mean, we saw more than enough mech to go around, but what do you think that, the Fast 9 aspect, which had been so defining in so many of our lobbies, was absent here?
I think some of the prismatic augments enable the Fast 9 strategy really hard, and this game was gold into silver into gold augments, on top of also being Regal Rumble, so no additional resources or gold of any sort. So that makes it really, really difficult to actually go Fast 9 unless you hit, like the triple econ augment like Tartman did, which worked out really well for him. But yeah, that's why, like Dasik, for example, was playing the Zaya with the Bastions, and you could argue that you should go for TF, but he did not have any econ augment options, so he just decided to settle for the reroll instead, and ended in a top 2 for him.
All right, Alan, well, let's go and take a look at where we are after round 2 is done. We're going to start to get some really strong ideas of where people are headed, and Yellow Tomato having a roughest possible start to the entire competition.
Yeah, we talked about it in the pre-show, where if you have a rough game 1, you might lean towards playing a bit riskier game plan, where you go for the highest cap boards, mech, TF kind of comps, and they're just not working out sometimes. And some players do not go for the strat, and they just lean towards a steady game plan. They do not deviate from the default strong lines, and they just try to play a good TFT, especially in the first 2-3 games.
Kevin, we've got ourselves some players who've had, the kind of the strong starts into the middling game. So again, here in day 1 of the 2-day first stage of the regionals, it seems sensible to play sensible, but as we get to our final page, Kevin, nobody is undefeated as of game 2.
Yeah, we do see the Mouse fellas, Wet Jungler and Lusha, being very high up. Very nice to see. I didn't see where Solo is right now, unfortunately. But yeah, on the first page, obviously, a lot of French players, names that we're not very surprised to see here, I think.
Yeah, I tried to bait Panda to do some curse on his fellow Spanish boys. He did not catch the bait. He is too much of an experience there. One day.
But yeah, I mean, I really love that we're seeing a relatively even spread around the different places, especially, as you said, having a couple of Spanish players, the French players as you'd expect, and Germans as well, but Dasik just below as well. I think given how, we don't have any undefeated players, that really does flatten things out somewhat in terms of the points that people will need in order to be considered to be doing well. Of course, there's still a lot of spots in the next week's competition, but from what you guys have seen so far, of course, we've been on the desk. We're about to head into the actual games for game number 3. I wanted to bring up something from Dasik from the previous game, playing a very heavy, aggressive, kind of bullying style in the game. Do you guys feel like that's the right kind of move in this kind of tournament situation, to just try and find some sort of line to go in and get really aggro?
Okay, but first of all, for the Dasik, Rick had a really good line recognition, playing Tempo Zaya into the reroll Zaya, and he was pretty much settled for just the top 4. But then when he has noticed that hitting TF2 on 8 was a great addition to the comp, allowing him to actually fight for the top 2, perhaps top 1. At the end, Tart cap 2 high at level 10. But it was a great pivot to not be stun locked on that Yasuo, because that's the standard comp it shows on the different sides. You need to adjust to the shops you are offered.
All right, we've got our next lobby come up in just a second. We did get an update before on some of the Mouse players, but we will be seeing one of them, Wet Jungler, in this next one to come, who of course is doing very well. Kevin, I know, of course, as our representative of the German scene here today, of course, Wet Jungler has, very close to a lot of people's hearts. Incredibly accomplished player. Kind of for where you are, where do you feel like Wet Jungler is at the moment?
I think maybe. I mean, he might have been upset that he did not get invited to Tier 1 and thinks he's very deserving of that spot. So maybe that kind of gave him some new hunger, some new motivation to try and go for that Tier 1. Because, he is one of the most famed EMEA players, placing second in set 9 at the Tactician's crown. So, yeah, always happy to see him play at this stage, and it's looking good for him so far. So hope that keeps going.
I do want to touch on as well, of course, there's a particular player, if we're talking about players who've done historically well, do you want to maybe mention, we didn't mention it before, but Cambiz, of course, has his ups and downs. He's, of course, a regional champion here in EMEA, has done very well. We won't be seeing this upcoming lobby, so kind of teasing you guys a little bit here. But keep an eye out for Cambiz heading forward, coming in top 4 and then winning that previous game. I mean, Alan, it's, for a lot of our players playing here, and across all the taunts things, it's such a long journey to be on. What does it mean, when you kind of have your highs, you start to dip back down again, and then you finally find your path once more to get back in and show what you're fully capable of?
Absolutely. I think the hardest experience and time, I think Experian will have, due to the being down to 3 points. And Experian was never... He's a very emotional player. And once he's down, I don't think he can always bring it back. I don't know if he worked on that hard. Like, he obviously made it a great run last set. He's still in this set. And we'll see if he can pull it back from the bottom.
All right, well, let's get this one started. So again, we're in game number 3. We are starting now after the reseed to start to see our players really separating out. Kevin, as we can see on the right-hand side, Wet Jungler, we've mentioned, already doing very well. But as Alan's been alluding to, there's some players in very different tournament spots all together in this one lobby.
Yeah, and the encounter is gold subscription, so depending on how much gold is being dropped here at 2-1, maybe there will be some more Fast 9 players in this lobby compared to the last one.
We see one common thing across all the boards. All single one board had either Aatrox or Zac on it. It gives you quite a good glimpse what kind of units you are looking forward at stage 1, what units you want to buy and what units you want to avoid.
Well, Kevin, I know you mentioned in one of our previous games how you've been seeing the Aatrox, as much as he's of course a crucial part of Mighty Mech later on, being hugely influential early on, just as a 2-star unit by himself.
Yeah, we saw Opal both yesterday and today tanking an Aatrox too and playing like super hard tempo, which managed to work out pretty well for him so far. And Odessa not clicking on the Vi hero, not too interested in that, just taking the Cluttered Mind.
I think that's due to just personal preference. I think the gold hero arguments for the most part are auto-click, especially Nikosh and one. Vi is more dictated based on the items. If you don't have offensive items, when you start off belt, cloak, chain, it's more on the rough side because you might struggle on damage and gambling your way through and going for the loss streak just to find the right components is about too far. All he could have hoped for is just like BT Titan, which is not very ideal. What I wish we could see more, which I think is underplayed in the EMEA in contrary to the America, is Kayle reroll. We've seen some great success in the America, like Soul Fighter Kayle even winning out the lobby there.
Yeah, I would love to see more of it myself, but it looks like it's not on the cards for this lobby at least. What we are seeing though is, I guess, a kind of a variation of Kevin of what the idea we were talking about before. It's not an Aatrox 2, but Shentrue carrying the Mogul's Mail, Spirit Visage, and Standalone. Just an absolute tank on the front line for Wet Jungler. Make it very hard to lose the rounds, or at least lose the rounds quickly.
Crazy opener for Wet Jungler there. Shen 2 at the start of the game with the Mogul's Mail and a tank item to slam even, so he is going to farm a lot of gold this stage.
From other finding up the mech upgraded units altogether with the GP, and in general pretty good opener. We'll see how many players angle towards the mech in this game. We see plenty of the econ choices. Nori deciding to go for the Golden Destiny into Aatrox 2 with the Nature Slam. We'll see if that manages to secure him win streak. Unlike it did for the Tartaman last game. And we see that Aatrox is doing some numbers.
As Mecha Blade. Mecha Blade solo leveling. Very strong combo.
Wow, that's crazy. But yeah, I mean, you said it, Alan, like the difference between having the solo leveling, clearing up the field and not is absolutely massive. So, you're another German player doing very well to start off here. Certainly, Kevin, I'm not so familiar with Dari from, say, from players like Wet Jungler. Is there any insight you can give into him?
I've been scrimming with him for the TCs because he qualified to both of them through ladder. I think he also qualified to regionals through ladder, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So I do recognize his name from previous sets as well, but he hasn't had like the heights of heights yet in his pro endeavors, I guess. So with 10 points and his opener looking pretty strong in this game 3, it's looking pretty promising for him.
Not as many as Wet Jungler, but still looking pretty good. We do see, I like we're seeing from Experian, Alan, you're talking a little bit about the mental game for Experian, choosing the very aggressive choice to get in the double Sterax early on. I had thought that might be unbeatable, but apparently not the case.
We'll see what he angles towards. So far it looks like just holding the mech units, just a general good opener, however no upgrades. You can take different paths from here. You can just stick to the mechs, you can go for the reroll, but going for the reroll without streak, without any econ argument, and if you angle towards the free cost, it's more of a rough selection because you just don't have enough resources. So flipping a coin and going towards the 4 costs and just going for the Fiona hit on 8 might be the better angle for him.
Oh, hello. We've got something a little bit different coming in here from Petty. The too much value. I mean, we've already got, it was mentioned before, I think possibly in previous days, how powerful the Dark Amulet is together with a Katarina. But now we've got the Accelerant to help push bringing this comp online much quicker.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that he settles for Dark Amulet, doesn't decide to use his Fruit Remover to try to go for one of those scaling power-ups, which most players think are the best power-ups to hit on Katarina, but just settles for the Dark Amulet for now.
Absolutely, if you miss out on that scaling one, due to the nature of the meta and seeing so much mech, players often go for the Hemorrhage, because Hemorrhage doesn't have much value if the targets are squishy and she casts in just pure casts, but if the targets are tanky enough where this Hemorrhage can get a full value, it's suddenly one of the best value power-ups you can get.
Well, speaking of, well, hold on, please.
Vigo and Wet Jungler facing each other there, the 2 win streakers, but Wet Jungler just gives him a 5-0 loss. So Wet Jungler looking like he's definitely going to keep his streak here.
And that hurts even more for Vigo's with the Deadlier Blades that he's going to be stacking up. Alan, you mentioned the scaling power. It is somewhat reliant on Vigo's managing to keep momentum.
Tactician is an absolute menace and it will provide quite a good amount of resources. I'm curious if we'll see from Jungler decision on 3-5 to pivot into the 3-star Guardian and go for the double down and just go straight up to 9. The items indicate so, where Rageblade you typically slam if you want to just go towards the TF in the current meta.
Yeah, Rageblade not too great of a Jinx item, so I don't think he's going to be going into Jinx. And I mean, Rageblade is usually going to go on the TF late game. I don't know which other high cost unit you could really play Rageblade on, so with Jungler definitely confident in his ability to be able to reach 9 this game, given that it's also gold subscription and he has the 5 streak with the Mogul's Mail, so very, very comfortable spot for him.
Yeah, while we were talking about the fast 9s, it's worth keeping in mind there is different types of fast 9s. There is a fast 9 where you just straight up skip any rolling on 8 and you go directly to 9 either on 4-1, 4-2 or 4-5. Or there is also fast 9 where you roll a bit on 8 and if you see a key unit such as, let's say, Yone, which allows you to hit 7 mech, it's often good enough to just stick on the non-upgraded board that's spiked of the big threshold of the trade to go 9. So we cannot tell it's a fast 9 until we see that initial roll down and very early hits.
And we'll be keeping our eyes very closely peeled for that. I do want to take us around the board a little bit to check in on everybody else, though. Of course, we've got Vigos with the Deadlier Blades. Looks like we're going to be seeing ourselves a Jin Mundo setup, at least in the immediate term. But I do want to look down the bottom of the table as well. Petic, who of course has got the too much value, has dropped a lot of HP early on. Do you guys think with all of these extra rerolls and with the Katarina, he'll be able to bring this one back in and start climbing again?
Well, his items look pretty rough. He does have 2 BF swords, which you can only use one of efficiently, and then he has like all of the half components for the good items you want, like the Nashers and the Hand of Justice. But yeah, doesn't quite have the completed items yet, but he is also still trying to lose, so going for that Crystal Gambit cash out.
Hear me out. Pick up Fire Sail or Pandora Bench, and Fast Aid, go for the mech. He has a pretty good items, TG Slam, Deathblade Slam, and you just go straight to 8 and go for that. Because again, you cannot, I don't think you can angle Katarina. Yeah, you can slam here BT, but like when you still need a belt, you still need tier, so like you are relying on drops from the creeps, and instead you can just angle towards the good comp. You can utilize the rolls instead for the Yone high roll.
Well, I want to open that kind of question up to you guys, because of course we'll be seeing a lot of flexibility coming through. Kind of where are each of you, Kevin particularly, on this kind of idea of trying to follow the items versus following, just the initial line the game seems to have given you?
Oh, I mean, I think almost every line is like very dependent on items. Mech is probably like the least dependent on items in the meta right now, but especially those reroll comps where you're trying to, play a 3-star carry like Katarina, for example. Having the right items is really important, and if you don't have them yet here and you're not even close to them, I just don't think you can play that line.
On 2-1, you need to have pretty much 2 out of 3 good components, and ideally a half of a second item, and then you finish it up on the carousel, and then you can just slam whatever you get on her past cracks that you will move later on once you obtain for her the ideal item, because those units without pretty much perfect items often just don't work past stage 4 due to the nature of the high some boards cap.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen the boards go absolutely crazy. Let's take a for a second as we come close to the carousel here on the stage 3, just the temperature. Wet Jungle, of course, maintains control over the game with a full win streak so far. Nuri, who actually lost his win streak to Wet Jungler, has gone back on the saddle again with this Mecha Blade Aatrox. We'll see if it does well enough. I mean, it certainly seems like, especially with some of our players here going for Crystal Gambit, that there are some opportunities to put together win streaks, even with Wet Jungler being so dominant.
I mean, we see Nari picking up the Varus as early as 3-3 due to the early push to 7, but the items don't really enable a Varus carry here. He will be utilizing it until pretty much at least stage 4 because it's still Varus. Itemless, he will still provide if he casts at least once, but given 8 items, he could land anywhere that just is enabled by AP type of carries.
We see Petic on the other side there. If this is his last loss of his double down, he perfectly reached the 170 cash, which is a pretty desired breakpoint for Crystal Gambit players, because you can get those 2 dupes, for example, if you're playing reroll, which he could still do theoretically, but his items don't really say, hey, let's play Katarina, so let's see what he does after his cash out.
Since last update, we have it's 1 dupe, it's not 2 anymore, but
that's true, yes.
Still a line that could be opted by the players. I think the one line that we see that is underplayed is Vertical Wraith. I believe the line is pretty good. It's being played fairly often in both America and China, but it's not much explored yesterday, and we haven't seen it quite today.
All right, well, here we go. We've got Petic. I mean, we're making use of all of those extra too much value rerolls to change things up. It looks like we might be headed into mech territory again. Now, guys, we saw in the previous game, we had players pivoting into mech very, very late on. I mean, how sensible do you kind of feel like it is as just a kind of get out of jail free card for Petic in this situation?
Well, I mean, he's dropping pretty low. He's going to lose 2 more rounds here, so it's going to be entirely dependent on his level 8 roll down. Probably has to 4-1 it as well, just because he is that low. And I mean, he's definitely not going to say to mech if he sees a Yone, but he's also holding a Samira pair and some Soul Fighter units, so it looks like that is also something that he's considering.
I mean, as much as I'm a big fan of playing Flex TFT, I don't think Petic is in a position to be flexing into the Soul Fighters, because again, Lion is not as a premium where you can stabilize even if you hit. So I would love to see Petic just angle towards the strongest comp he can go for from Hikaru's spot, and forget about playing Flex TFT.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so risky. Again, Wet Jungle looms large above the entire lobby. The 9-win streak, all coming off this initial pickup. I mean, we're seeing really, Kevin, the echoes of the previous game. We saw it work really well for Daisy. This combination of the Shen and the Xayah doing an incredible job of item carrying and bringing you through the early game.
Wet Jungler even slams a QSS for this fight, kind of scared to lose to Nuri here with the Varus on his board already. Let's see if the QSS is enough to win the fight. The Shen is still alive, but he's slowly but surely dying. The Mundo cast comes through, but there is a lot of his front line still alive. So
the
it
cast
looks like
from Varus spreading out, like when Shen was about to fall, Varus cast it off on the Swain, which allowed it for the Shen for another cast, which actually secured jungler a win. So a bit of a grief from the Varus, enabling the jungler to win. And also the QSS slam was pretty much pivotal. Otherwise, I don't see how he was winning. So great decision to make sure he continues streaking.
It's quite a statement, isn't it, for Wet Jungler to take Nuri's streak away from him twice in 2 stages, but he's definitely stamped himself as the dominant player. Petic down at the bottom, though, is trying to find everything he needs to pull this mech board together, going for this one a little bit early to try and get ahead of the curve. And, I mean, it doesn't look terrible, but I think we still need to see more if Petic's going to pull this one back.
he does have the mech pilot. Yeah. But he needs to hit that one Yone.
But he combined on the Jarvan. I don't believe that's what you want. Okay, he still has a remover. That's fine.
Yeah, he can.
Was
Yeah.
out of removers.
But I'm surprised to see him not rolling to 0 here. Okay, just hit. No need to roll to 0. Oh, the Lucian as well. Okay, yeah, just hit everything. Yeah, that's good.
Needs to get another mech pilot. Pretty clean. Roll down 40 left. This is the prime example of the spot where you can actually just go fast 9. He hit everything. This board should be stable throughout stage 4. He has 2 lives just in case he has some loss and he needs to get stronger. But he is in a position to go for a win out now.
Yeah, amazing turnaround. Remember, of course, Petic only has 5 points so far, so he desperately needs to make up ground. Our Czech representative there. So this is absolutely huge. If it had been another 8th place, you could pretty much put him into the category of players almost certain to get eliminated here at the end of day 1 of the main event, as we will be bringing in our last augment across the field. It's been on the smaller side, no prismatics this game, Kevin.
Yeah, no prismatics again. Same augment combination as last game, gold into silver into gold. So not too high resource. Obviously it is gold subscription, but just in terms of augments. And we see Experion here on the shorter end of the stick. No Yone, no 5 costs to roll even. He did pick up the Pandora's bench to try and get a Yone, but okay, there is a 5 cost finally. He's going to pick that up immediately. But it is a question of how long can he really survive with a board this weak.
Experion opened himself to high roll, but unfortunately high roll didn't come. Meanwhile, we're looking at the amateur side, where he was pretty much playing a flex TFT on the planes, now sticking more towards the standard, which is mech.
And as we see the mechs brawling with each other, I don't want to bring the conversation to one of the aspects we've been seeing more and more of as it's been going past. You know, Kevin, you mentioned Lee Sin especially as being an aspect of what we're lot was seeing. And it's getting to the point it's being so played that people are struggling to get him at 2-star. Can you talk to us a little bit about where Lee Sin is in the meta at the moment, especially in this mech context?
Yeah, it is being played a lot in mech, mostly for the Juggernaut, because this has been kind of discovered recently. Like before, you used to put mech pilot on Lucian and Senna, but now people are starting to put mech pilot on the Aatrox instead, giving Juggernaut to the mech. So Lee Sin obviously being that good Juggernaut, the best Juggernaut unit you can possibly play. And with that, the 6 Juggernaut Fast 9 is also a little bit damaged, and we see Viggo, for example, trying to play 6 Juggernauts, who actually has 2 Lee Sins on level 8, which is kind of unusual. Also has the Volibear too, so kind of just running Odessa over, but Odessa is going 9, so not going to be too worried about that.
Yeah, well, we see the Odessa going perhaps towards that 6 Wraith we talked about earlier, Fast 9, playing for that Varus carry perhaps. The line requires pretty potent front line to be able to hold back the mech. But hey, what's that on the carousel? Is that another Varus?
I think it very much is, and Odessa is all over that in a heartbeat. That's a huge save in a game defined by huge saves. Do you want to take a second, though, to recognize on the right-hand side, Wet Jungler has slipped a little bit down the table. Nuri, who of course has been battling him all game long, will move ever so slightly above. So we've got our 2 big hitters in here, while the rest of the lobby are really scrambling with each other for every single HP.
As we look at the screen here at the overlay, we see that Experion actually found Yone. It might have came off the Zyra reroll, which will enable him to hit that 7 mech and actually stabilize. Same as Petik. The sour misser of the roll down will be the Amateur for the mech lottery.
Yeah, not surprised to see Wet Jungler losing some HP now, because he is going Fast 9 and he has put in Crystal Gambit, which is what you like to do after a long win streak. Just use that momentum to go to 9, put in Crystal Gambit, because you're going to lose anyways, so why not just take some free extra resources and still kill a couple extra units, because he does have upgraded frontline and an upgraded carry, so while he's probably not going to be winning rounds, even though this fight looks kind of close, I might have passed cursed him right there. Yeah.
The defense has been deployed against Jungler. No double down cash outs for you, buddy. Sit down.
The tournament situation things here, though, isn't it? Your Wet Jungler's in a great position, 14 points at the first 2 games. He could theoretically afford to have a less than fully optimal game. For players who are on single digits, like particularly Experion, they really need to get every placement they can. And with the players like Odessa hitting 6th Wraith on the tail end of the table, 17 HP, but one hell of a ball, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be winning out with this. I mean, he has the Varus pair, so if he can hit that, he is potentially going to be pretty strong, at least for some rounds, but that mech matchup is really, really hard, especially for a unit like Varus, who doesn't have a lot of single target.
Yeah, the problem here is
gone, though.
Missing out on that Varus, on that Cassandra, just missing slightly more front lane. The 7 Wraith is actually pretty potent against the mech once you hit all your upgrades, and you have tanky enough. Oh, there we go, the Cassandra hit. While we have
post-nerf.
Yeah, that plus the Poppy, that should be enough if you just separate them, so to avoid the mech cleavage. That should be good enough to split the damage and tanky long enough to clear out for the Varus rest of the board, and the Wraith to slowly outscale the mech throughout the fight.
Well, as we get into stage 5 then, we've got 4 different players all on low HP. Vigos, Petik, Amateur, and Odessa. Odessa, we saw the Wraith from before. Amateur with the mech ball, which we reformed, I believe, yes, hasn't found a Yone as of yet. Petik with another mech board, and Vigos with the Volibear board, which is definitely something a little bit different. I mean, have you guys got any feelings about which of these four may well be the first ones out of the lobby?
I hate upgrading Malzahar here. I think you need all the econ to try to hit the Varus. And there we
Now
go.
he cannot buy it.
Yeah.
Now he needs to sell Zyra. Yeah. He puts in Sniper. That's not even too bad. But the main problem is his components don't really allow him to make like a great third Varus item here. So it's a Rageblade blue buff Varus plus, what is it? A Shojin. Like, it's kind of low damage. Like, sure, he's going to be casting a lot, but the cast is not going to deal that much damage.
And we saw this from before, the mech pilot. It takes so long to get through, and even, no, he just about holds on. Amateur, you're the one to take the hit, and I think we've actually got no eliminations off of that last round, as the bottom of the table, even taking some losses, still holds on.
I mean, and that fight was against the 5 mech that wasn't even 7. The problem is, as Kevin mentioned here, the DPS even puts a TG on Malzahar just to support, to get some extra damage, but that's not gonna be quite enough. And now we're looking at the Petic, where the early hit on the Yone enabled him to go to level 9 and cap out with the Lee and Rice.
Yeah, Petic on just friends. 5 points.
Best friends.
Best friends value. We'll see. Kevin, we're talking about how Wet Jungle has started to decline a little bit to build up his economy. We just see him on the far side up against Petic. Wet Jungle has started to put together that late game board already, even if it's not 2-star quite yet.
Yeah, it seems like he got an artifact cash out from his. Oh no, never mind. No, he didn't. He reforged his Mogul's mail into a Trickster's glass for another Leona too.
Another cast of Leona. That might be good enough, but I think TF died already, so there is no more single target left over. And Seraphine is just not potent enough to be able to take down the mech all by her own. And Amateur, meanwhile, will go down on the different board.
Oh boy, and that's all without finding the Yone at all. So our first mech player out of the lobby. I still want to take some more time though with Vigos here, because Kevin, can you talk to us a little bit about this board, this Juggernaut vertical board being played here with the Volibear? It seems to be doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, I think there might be one big reason for that, and it's the fact that he has a Lee Sin 2 on level 8. But he did hit that volley 2 really fast and stabilized off of that, so it gave him a lot of time to be able to hit this Lee Sin 2 because he did have the pair really early. But yeah, he decided to send it down again and hit it, and now he has a very strong board with multiple carries, lots of frontline, a lot of items in general, and he's just going to run Odessa over here. And
interestingly enough, he opted to go for the itemization on the Volibear. Normally you would see TG Volibear and getting like Last Whisper, Deathblade on the Samira instead, Eon on the Lee. I don't know if that was a thing because of lack of the removers, or it was a quite consensual decision.
Yeah, he doesn't have any removers left, so probably didn't have enough to do that.
Oh boy, that's another elimination as well. So Petic will be going out in 6th place overall. That's particularly damaging for the chances of
Juggernaut emblem on a Braum. Sorry to interrupt you, but Vigo just
that's
picked
crazy.
A Juggernaut Braum. That is a pretty crazy pickup for him.
I mean, Alan, we've as Kevin mentioned, we've got a Lee Sin 2 on level 8. We've now got a Juggernaut emblem as well. How far can this comp go, do you reckon?
I mean, as a common saying would fit here, it's not even a high at all.
Yeah, that's what Soji would say for sure.
I mean, Vigos has got a lot of points coming into this one, 12 on the board as ready, so another win would really help propel him forward. We haven't talked too much about Horax though, and the heavyweight Malzahar board. We got Noxus Trap and a Rocket Grab for a little bit of extra shielding and utility as well. We'll see how it does up against what I believe is, yes, Wet Jungler's board, and we can see Jungler's board is just getting stronger.
I mean, this is exactly what makes Mazahar board successful, just playing as a duo of triple carry, ignoring completely a front lane value, because that board misses damage normally. And you want to go all in on the damage. And we see that Darius will not be able to just block it up, or he will, no! The axe will not reach the TF's head at the end. He will throw a card that will stop the axe in the air.
Oh, boy. All right, we're Jungler's back on the winning streak again, and keep yourself nice and healthy. Horo drops down. So we've got a really contested top 4 here. Experian, Vigos, and Horo all roughly on the same HP as each other, all hoping they can get just 1 or 2 more points. Nuri with the Star Guardian board, though, checking back in, did manage to find a Varus of his own. I mean, Kevin, what do you make of this board?
The itemization is kind of putting me off a little bit. Like Jeweled Gauntlets, Jinx, no items on the Seraphine 2, IE on the Varus 1, but he doesn't have any removers left either, so maybe he used them too carelessly, or I don't know, it just didn't work out in the end. But yeah, it is not looking close against Wet Jungler's board here, who had all of his legendaries paired earlier. Now he has them all to start, TF2, Seraphine 2, Zyra 2, and just runs Nuri over.
Juggler is set for the success at this point. Even Petic, throughout his high roll, it wasn't quite enough to stabilize him. Where you're looking at those boards, Experion, surprisingly, even though his spot looked so doomed for one, finding that Yone, probably off the bench, might have saved his whole game, followed up by the Sork from the emblem from the carousel. I'm not sure what was the idea there. Perhaps going for 4 Sork, or just getting Sork online on the mech.
Yeah, I mean,
probably the latter. And it's
out.
It's a very classic French game here. Doomed spot, hit French bench, hits unit from French bench, profit.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about French benches, ultimately, we are left in a situation where we've got Wet Jungler and Nuri both left in place. Both, these are non-German players in the top 4, but 2 out of the 4 ain't bad. We'll see how it goes, see how he does with this incredible Juggernaut board. Let's see who he's up against. Nuri, who, again, has been trying to play really aggressive this game. We'll keep our eye out for where that volley bear ends up landing.
Samira rolling the not very ideal TG. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have the ultimate number of the Sterax. Is 5 Sterax enough for the Experion to carry through against the Juggler?
Back is not hitting the backline yet. It only reaches the backline now. Now it's only up to the TF. It's so close.
Good!
It's so close. And Vigo picks up another win.
1 card is all you need. Wet Jungler, you can see as we look on the right-hand side, economically, everyone but Wet Jungler has had to exhaust their resources to make this point. As Nuri finds the Varus too, going to have to make some tough choices here to bring it online because there's no more time to work with.
I mean,
can't sell anything.
Yeah, I was thinking about selling, yeah.
Wait, what did he sell? The Nico? Yeah, Nico.
Probably the best sell he could have made. You don't want to sell Cassandra too, pairing it with the Foray as well, for the Varus. Definitely worth to go for the upgrade there, because it's one of his last fights.
Yeah,
on the other side, we have Vigos. Wait, is Vigos beating actually? He got access to early TF with the Volibear, but I don't think he's going to the Leona. Wait a second, the Volibear is working way through the Leona, but will tank at all.
Earth-shattering kaboom with Vigos has gone. Nuri has gone, I believe, as well on the far side with Experian sneaking that one through. Experian on 3 points in the tournament so far as he will now hit the Lee Sin 2. He has come back from 2 diabolical opening games to challenge at least for top 2 here in game 3.
Yeah, and as Alan was talking about at the start, Experion off of his very poor first 2 games, might be a little tilted at this point, but he goes top 2 this game, so seeming pretty collected still. And now it's just a question whether he can outcap Wet Jungler's board, who is going 10 still, so might be pretty difficult for Experion here.
We talked about it, how you need to go for the high cap, for the higher risk type of gameplay when you are down in points, and that's exactly what Experion did. Went for that bench, went for the highest cap comp, and he got rewarded, securing himself top 2 place, but that will be not strong enough against triple carry setup, I believe, from Jungler. Hold up, I spoke too soon! That will be enough to win!
Sterak's. You just need more Sterak's in life, but I take your point though. I mean, Experion is giving everything he has. This carousel better be significant because Wet Jungler still has 50 gold in the bank to get even stronger than he was in that round.
The carousel does not yield Sterak, hence there is nothing that Experion needs there.
All right, Kevin, I'm going to ask for your gut feeling here. We've got Wet Jungler, of course, one of the big hopes of Germany against Experion. Of course, he's got back-to-back crown experience. Incredible showing for the final 2.
I believe he just sold Yone too, so because he had no removers to move items to Lee too. That's how much he values Lee over the Yone.
It's interesting. It kind of downgrades the mech a little bit as well because it scales off of star level, but he does prio that Lee Sin carry higher. But Wet Jungler went level 10 now, hit the Braum 2, got an extra unit on board, even though it's only a Malzahar 1, so let's see how much of a difference it's going to make.
Still a prodigy.
Yeah, it's not nothing, and the rounds were incredibly close towards the tail end. Experion. French player is going to continue to keep on trying. The mech is so strong. The Twisted Fate this time does not get blocked out early on. Goes 1v1, and the mech just walks all over him.
Well, clearly the name of the game is just more Sterak's.
Oh, he just gets the Yone 2 back.
Ooh. All right, I'm going to answer the question that I was going to ask before, guys. Given that we've now seen Experion get the wins in a row, is there a way for Wet Jungler to bring this one back to first place?
It's kind of hard for him to like he has the access to the backline, he clears the backline, but he has really nothing that can deal with this mech. There's just too much sustain that comes like EHP value wise from the Experion side, and I don't know if there is anything that he could have done. Like if that Morello was a different item on the TF, perhaps, but it's not the case.
We'll see how it goes one more time. There's no more HP left in the tank for these two. France versus Germany here in a game 3. This will, of course, for Experion, be so much more significant. But the rest of the board explodes. This mech might be mighty, but he's left all on his own. You can see the smile for Wet Jungler as he goes from 14 points into another first place.
Finds his way with the positioning to be able to clean out fast enough the backline and not allowing the Mega Mech to get the full value of the cleave and just struggling to go through the front lane long enough where TF can just run with the cards and the Seraphine get multiple casts with the mage to clear up the board.
Oh boy. Well, guys, of course, we'll be looking to check out where all these standings lie. As again, Wet Jungler second into first place is looking real good, but there's plenty more players to discover. Stick with us. We'll be back with the desk and with the overall standings in just a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back, everyone, to the analyst desk after this game 3. Panda here, joined by Trouble. And Trouble, White Jungler, he is hungry to prove something. He deserves to be in tier 1. He maybe should have been here this set already, but he is not missing it for anything in the world next set, that's for sure.
He heard Kevin Parker's on the desk today, so he's kind of showing off for Germany. No, but that was a fantastic play, and I think it was very similar to what Snooty did as well. Not the double artifact starter, of course, because it wasn't prismatic, but it was kind of the same deal, right? With the golden artifact early on into stabilizing. I feel like those artifacts can really stabilize stage 2 and 3, and that can really snowball you into really nice fast 9.
Yeah, this is, I think, the key spot to play Fast 9 from. Pretty much every successful Fast 9 that we're seeing, either with a strong Juggernaut or Bastion frontline, comes from that very strong tempo start, that, you know, Xayah in the backline dealing damage, you're going into a 6-7 win streak, and you're able to come into stage 4 with a lot of time to just slowly bleed out maybe a little bit in stage 4, make it to 9 with quite a lot of gold and still 40, 50 HP, and then have that chance to continue capping out. And in the end, winning against the Mighty Mech player that was the only winning Mighty Mech player in this lobby, Experian. The same story is happening game after game, Trouble. Players are coin flipping, and at least 2 players are losing those coin flips. I'm really surprised for Patik in particular. Too much value, had a lot of extra rolls. I thought maybe he would consider playing Katarina. He had Katarina pair from, I think, very early on, decided to play that mech lottery and lost it. I'm just surprised we're not seeing players learn the lesson game after game.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Patik started with too much value. And he tried to play the Katarina, but then not only did he not have hits on the Katarina, but the items were horrible. Yeah. He had a bunch of BF swords that he just couldn't kill with other components. So he just decided to pivot over to the mech, right? I feel like what a lot of players have been doing. My favorite part is this one. Thank you so much, production, for including it in. Because he hits everything. Level 8, hits a Yone, hits a Karma, hits a Jarvan, hits both mech pilots, and then you'll just see him, hand on the mouth, absolute disbelief. He's level 8, 40 gold with his entire board already rolled out. However, the stronger players that we mentioned earlier on, Experian and White Jungler, which had much better positions, ended up taking him out.
Yeah, just lost a little bit too much HP, I think, for Patik throughout stage 2 and 3. Shout out to the players who did try and get a little bit creative, a little bit flexible. One failed, Odessa with the 6 Wraith Force, just not quite enough. With that Varus, the items were not there, as Kevin mentioned. There's not enough damage with the triple mana regen itemization there for the Varus. But 2 players did succeed playing flexibly. That was Nuri and Viga, who ended in the top 4. In one case for Nuri, it was off of that Varus on 3-3, giving him very clear direction to play for kind of that Jinx flex board, knowing that he's going to have a very strong position to play into it, and it really succeeded. And Vigo, off of the Deathblade augment on 2-1, wanted to play AD for sure, probably more into Soul Fighter, but found the Lee Sins that Kevin mentioned on the cast and just said, hey, I'm going to play a flex AD board, see what happens. Ended up in the top 4.
Yeah, one of the most creative boards we've seen, I think, powered primarily by the Deadlier Blades and, of course, Spear as well, which not only do they give you items, but they also give you extra combat power through the items, right? That's how he was also able to stabilize and itemize all 3 of his characters, which was Samira, Lee Sin, plus the Volibear over on the top side. Now, let's have a look at the standings to see how they've turned out so far, because I don't think it's going to be a big surprise to see a bunch of German flags. However, where did the Spanish flags go, Panda? I swear there were like 4 of them. Oh no, that's the end. That's the back end. That's the back end. Oh my God.
If you're gonna flame me, at least do a good job about it. Because I mean, if not,
you know what? On me. I entered it.
If you come with the king, you best not miss, as someone used to say.
Here it comes.
But looking at the second page, a lot of Polish flags here as well, I'm sure. And we'll be happy to see some of these players, but Sova did miss out a tiny bit in this last game, has lost some of that momentum. We do see Odessa also did not have that best game 3. I think someone like Crescent had a very good start in this day 2, essentially for him after playing through the play-ins, but now has floundered back to that 20th position with 2 6th places in a row, unfortunately. Cambiz also went 8th here, unfortunately, game 3.
I feel like Crescent, though, he should be super proud of himself, right? The 8th, the first place into 2 bot 4s, still salvageable because you get the 3 pointers. However, here's how that the front part of that leaderboard is looking like, and I was damn right. A lot of German flags on the higher end of the leaderboard, if you will.
And Stunibu apparently going for the jackpot. Not sure if that's how it works, but the triple second place has started things off for him. Really happy to see both White Jungler and Og in this top 4. These are, in my opinion, the 2 players who most deserved to be in Pro Circuit this set who missed out for reasons, TFT, variants, etc. they're here to really make a push for a next set. They're here to send a statement and saying, hey, we missed out one set, but we live and breathe TFT. We really want to make a career out of this. We want to become want to continue being pro TFT players who can do this full time, and making it to pro circuit is a big part of that equation. Yeah. So really happy to see two huge names in EMEA's history having a very good position to make it to day 2 tomorrow, and hopefully to make it to week 2 as well next week.
Another big name right there, Jedusor, with 2 firsts already. I mean, had to come through the plains yesterday, which was a pretty rough battle, I would say, with players coming non from TPC backgrounds, trying to push over all of the names that you would usually see for Tactician's crown contention right there. So picking up 2 firsts right here and sort of solidifying himself towards the top side of the bracket, pretty huge for Jedusor, which was also your player to watch yesterday, right?
I mean, it's kind of cheating though, because Jedusor, you kind of know he's usually not going to do a poor job in tournament unless it's a pro circuit, apparently. We did see kind of the momentum, right, from play-in players. A lot of them, like Jedusor, like Tartman, they did great yesterday. They have a great meta read. They had some extra games to warm up potentially on this patch, and are doing well today as well. So maybe that's some part of it. Scrims can help you, sure, but it's a different kind of pressure we feel in actual tournament games, and they have that momentum of saying, hey, it worked out yesterday. We're doing something right. Let's just have that same game plan at Team Execution today. And it's working out yet again for the French players.
Yeah, talking about French players, Experian, that second that he got right here, super important for him. He only had 3 points in the first 2 games, right? So when we're talking about French players, Experian does come to mind as well. As we're slowly loading into our game number 4, talking about French players, 4 of them in the same lobby right here.
We'll also get to see what EMEA is doing on this day too, but I think our casters are ready to take us into this very exciting game number 4.
Thank you so much, Trouble and David. This is going to be amazing stuff. As we were talking about on the desk already, we're really starting to see the overall field develop. Of course, here with Kevin and with Alan again, we're seeing the return of Snooty to our screens, but the debut, I believe, in stream games at least, of Pardabol coming in. Guys, there's just so many incredible names here in the tournament. I'm honestly gutted we only get to see a fraction of what's happening each round.
It's an absolutely powerhouse of the players coming from all the regions around. We're having a good mixture of the French, German players. I'm most looking forward to see how the Elia performs, going from his dominant performance yesterday, starting off the day strong today. Kind of curious to see if the game, what he does when the game throws him a curveball.
Yeah, also hoping that Solo does well this game, because he was pretty low on points. I think he's on 11 points after these first 3 games. Did manage to go top 3 last game, so starting to bounce back, hopefully on an upward trajectory throughout this game and the next ones.
Yes, there's still a little bit of time to work with, but it's crazy to think of some of the players. Like Elia, of course, we saw doing really well before, struggling as well here in the big pool, but there's so much more variance to play with, and it will be a prismatic finale for game number 4, so our players are going to have to build up some real momentum heading towards the end of the game to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, that's not as interesting as Prelude one, given the amount of the options. Odd for 2 is very limited for the prismatic augments, especially when we are talking about straight-up combat. Hopefully we're gonna see maybe triple prismatic, we'll find out shortly, but as you look at the right side of the screen on the overlay, once again, what's the common factor across all those boards, Kevin?
Aatrox. Everyone loves Aatrox.
Aatrox a pretty good unit.
I feel like we've got a meme for that.
that is just a unit you cannot pass up in this meta.
Yeah,
so normally in the
ridiculous
metas when you cannot pass on the cash out rate units, in this meta, you like the Crystal Gambit, but you like Aatrox even more.
All right, well, we know we're ending with prismatics. We're starting with gold. Keeping an eye out to see if anybody does pick up any of the hero augments. Of course, we've seen the Knuckle Dusters be pretty darn popular, but most of the hero augments have been fairly successful. Do you see some aggressive choices coming in? Hypno going for the prize fighter. Yobidashi going to go for the cooking pot, so we've got something special coming from him.
Crescent ripping the forge here, 2-1. Not really anything too crazy in
Wanted
terms of
Blighted
these
here,
artifacts.
given he already
Yeah.
found Mazahar.
Or Mana Zane, but didn't hit either of those. Decides
Yeah.
to settle for the mittens.
Even if he hits something like Static Sheath or a Downcore, he could go towards the Cog, but there is nothing really that gives him a straight-up direction. Meanwhile, looking at the Yobidashi, slams aggressively the Juggernaut with the cooking pot.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, what kind of approach to the game are we expecting Yobidashi to go for here? We've certainly seen, Juggernauts be pretty popular overall today.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, he slammed the Juggernaut emblem on 2-1, he's going to play Juggernaut, but no, it's just a mech game, obviously.
Isn't that the answer to every question?
Yeah, probably, kind of.
I mean, it's a TFT, like, you always have strongest comp, even if it's by few percentage, and this will make the play rate usually skyrocket. With every set, we had some Kalista Rakan, we had the Sorks, we have now the mech, we had the Story Weaver. Like, it's always the story of like just playing the strongest thing, either if it's a reroll or fast 8, fast 9 comp.
I mean, that's what has definitely worked out if we look at the stats overall. While the mech absolutely can do very well, it's been the betrayer for so many players. It kind of keeps the overall stats down just because of how bad some of these coin flip games have gone overall. Looking around the field, see Potter Bowl picking up the heroic grab bag. Interested to see where he goes with that one. And Toon TV doing the same. So, Kevin, we might be seeing a little bit more reroll in this game than we might be getting otherwise.
Yeah, I would assume Potterball is trying to play towards Janna, already has the Kobuko and the Janna, power up his Janna. Don't think he hit Veteran yet, but, plenty of time to do that. And with the heroic grab bag and a Gargoyle slammed on his Kobuko, probably looking towards that Janna here. And then we have Toon. Yeah, go ahead.
This has to be just fast 9. Because I don't see how he's playing ever from here any sort of reroll. He used aggressively the duplicators, so all he wants to do is just streak until 3-5, go for the Crystal Gambit pivot, win or not few first rounds, and then go for the double down. Exactly what Jungler did last game, even though his streak was broken by him winning without pretty much doing any changes to his board after stage 3.
I still like the
He could also
of being aggressive, though.
Yeah, he could also play heavyweight still, because Rageblade is decent on Smolder. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. And he has the Zac 2 already for heavyweight, so he's probably going to wait and see if he gets more heavyweight units in his next shops, or if he's just going to use this tempo to level up.
Well, we're talking about the idea of Toon TV trying to be the dominant player early on. Looking at the boards across the field, do you guys spot anyone else who could conceivably challenge him?
I mean, on the fast 9 angle, obviously we have the arguments such as slamming from the soul, but again, that requires a good spot, a win streak. And right now it's broken. We'll see how the stage 3 turns out. But the interesting note is we have a comparison of heroic bag from the Toon and the Paddeball, where one of them decides to play for the Temple if using it on the Dargus, and the other one goes certainly for the reroll comp.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes out long term. Toon TV go up against the hip. We actually do get to see the return of the Deadly Ablaze from the previous one as well, as both players are both on win streaks. We ran into this exact situation last game, Kevin.
Yeah, Ilya only on a Gnar 1 carry. I highly doubt that is going to be a challenge for the Darius 2 on Toon's side. So Ilya going to take a loss here, but don't think he should be too upset about this one, because you are carrying a Gnar 1, so you should not be expected to 5-streak this stage.
If it was Gnar 2 with Kahuna Funa, I'm pretty sure he's winning that one.
Really? The Darius is full HP. You really think Gnar 2 would smurf that out?
Yeah, that's almost double the damage, because given that it also scales the Kahuna Funa, and some units might not have cast before. It would be a lot closer than it was, certainly. Maybe not without anti-heal there. But we've seen the 4th Darius come in, so maybe you were right, and given that he sees the extra heavyweight units, he will actually angle towards the reroll at the end.
I mean, certainly,
Crescent.
Toon's position in the game overall, Toon is the lowest points player in the lobby by a long way, only on 5 overall. So I like, given how badly the opening of the game or opening of the day has gone for Toon, to choose something this aggressive this early as he goes up against Crescent, who's also gone for a fairly stacked melee carry.
I mean, that GP is not taking much damage here.
Yeah, Senna
Let's
2
be
as
looking-
well.
Holy, the GP is just soloing the Darius. Like, he
Oh.
tried to chop 5 times the GP, and he did not go down. And Toon will lose his streak.
Well, that wasn't even close. Toon just got obliterated here.
All
No
right.
Supreme
Well,
Spell, no damage for Darius.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
very true. And the Thrill Seeker as well, not going to kick in if you can't actually kill anything. So we take a look around the rest of the lobby though. Hypno moving in as the heir apparent to the win streak coming out of stage 2. Managing to find some pretty good early stuff, and of course, we haven't talked so much about the prize fighter combined with the buffs to some of the mid-tier traits or sort of mid-level traits. We're starting to see some of the interesting boards develop. The Lucian too, though, doing a pretty good job of providing just raw damage and trying to get as many extra components out of that prize fighter augment as possible.
Worth highlighting is Yobidashi's spot. He's on the 5 loss streak while being on 75 HP without any HP gain type of the augment, making slams, getting full value of the cooking pot early on, and maintaining that streak. That's very impressive and a very good spot to be in.
Yeah, Hypno got a lesser dupe drop here, which would be really good if he had a Swain pair. That would probably make him streak this entire stage. But does not have a Swain pair, can't really use the dupe efficiently right now. Decides to actually swap the items over to the cannon, which I think is kind of interesting with the 4 Sorg on board.
See how Yomidashi does is actually go up against each other, both sides of a conversation, clashing at face to face. So, I mean, Alan, let's kind of expand on this idea a little bit more. What do we feel like Yomidashi is doing so well to be able to keep this streak intact without giving up the HP?
I mean, just playing the slammed items and not pursuing for the reasonable upgrades on the back, just going off the cheap board. And you can see that the Krags did not provide much gold, given that Yobidashi is on the 6th streak and he's kinda poor. He'll be able to go level 6 and maintain 40, but it's not gonna be the story for the rest of the lobby. And players who just opted for the icon on the first choice will be in a much healthier spot than the players who went for the power in either items or just straight up combat, and they did not streak.
Keep your eye on the right hand side to see who's bringing out anything interesting. Do notice that if we're talking about players looking for the long term play, Solga Sang, who Kevin, you're looking out for particularly to see how he's doing, goes for slamming into the forward thinking. Definitely got a long term plan brewing.
I mean, Snoody just hit 4 gloves of the magic dice. This is such a good hit. Usually you want to hit the HP, but hitting double TG of the gold argument, you cannot be sad about.
Yeah, this outcome can sometimes be a little awkward, like 4 cloaks, for example, wouldn't be amazing here, but you're definitely not going to be mad about 4 gloves, because if you're not going to make crit items with them, 2 TGs are always solid, especially since it does look like he's trying to go for like a Fast 9 type of setup, probably playing around the Juggernauts and TF, because he does have the Kraken slammed. So yeah, and on Fast 9 boards, Thieves' Gloves are very, very valuable with all those high cost units.
Yeah, just be able to get anything at all out of them is hugely impactful. If we just take into the lobby overall, I want to draw your attention to the right-hand side. We can see that Ilya, who is running the kind of Wraith Juggernaut Gnar board from before, currently leading with a 3-win streak. Hypno below with the beginnings of what seems to be a kind of a Sorcerer prize fighter board doing well, and Crescent also beyond that with a more, I guess, more narrow incline on the mechs. All of them managing to maintain their win streaks here in Stage 3.
So this is interesting spot from the Toon because his primary plan of streaking of the Darius failed due to him losing. So now he changed his plan to go for the Fast 9 instead, pick up the forward thinking and just transition from with the Darius being able to kill a good chunk of the units and sometimes even pick up a win and there to going directly to 9, just skipping level 7, level 8 and going for the TF carry.
Yeah, he's facing solo here with the Nefiri 2. Nefiri 2, very strong unit in the early game with 3 items on it. And it looks like the 2-star 1 cost is just going to clear the 2-star 3 cost like it's nothing. And solo grabs a win.
That dog definitely was on the edge.
Yep.
Well, those were our two forward-thinking players actually up against each other. So as we get a chance to glance at the overall state of the game right now, I think we've had some of those streaks being brought under heel. But is anyone you guys want to kind of to bring it up front and center in terms of we haven't been seeing so far in, you know, say stage 3, kind of where they are in the game overall?
I mean, we see a bunch of players going towards the Fast 9. Elia could also join that course. He has an interesting set of items. But honestly, like, I'm looking at those most spots and like a part of like 1 or 2 rerolls, it looks like most is gonna be going towards like Fast 9 or just 8 and hope to hit TF. If they don't hit TF, settle at Jinx item holder for now.
Yeah,
You able to see the ball for a little while?
Yep, Puttable only on 3 Janna still, but 5 Kabukos. And he is on 2 wins, so managed to preserve some HP this stage. And there are some weak players in this lobby, mainly the forward-thinking players, but is not going to face one of them for now. He's going to face Hypno, who has a pretty strong frontline 3 items slammed, but it's already down. And
I mean, looking at the...
he has a rise. He has a rise on 6, so that's pretty great for him.
Looking at the Puttable spot, like, he has to be winning after the roll down. He has to make sure he streaks throughout the stage, because if someone actually beats him here, while there is literally 5 people opening the stage 3 going towards that 9, that would be pretty tragic, even he's already on half HP.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for him overall. As I said, Kevin, not managed to hit as many hits as he would like. I mean, Puttable is in a pretty good tournament position overall, 15 points. Not the top points in the lobby, of course. That belongs to Snooty up there with the 21, but still in a stable enough tournament position, you wouldn't necessarily want to be taking any major risks. Earlier, though, we check back in, nearly at the top, hasn't kept his streak going, but has been slamming items pretty well to keep his own HP up.
Looks like Elia might actually play Jin Mundo here. He's holding an extra Jin, and he's extremely poor. Like, if you're trying to go Fast 9 from this spot, I think you're going to be very unhappy almost every time, unless you hit, I don't know, Call to Chaos with an econ outcome or invest it at 4-2. Because, yeah, how else are you going to have enough gold to actually make it to 9 and hit your board?
The aggro drop from the Gnar actually will secure him a win against the Darius, who actually managed to go to the back lane. But then Toon was ready for that outcome. He picked for the forward thinking, so all he wants to do is just kill a bunch of units, preserve as much life as he can on his way to level 9.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on if the economy does fix itself longer term. We check in with Crescent, who is one of our... We've seen various players starting to drift towards the Mighty Mech, as you would expect over time. I believe, yeah, approximately somewhere in the realm of 3 or 4, and we're seeing on our, our overall scoreboard, we keeping quietly to ourselves, that more and more players are just grabbing those ones in. So we've got a pretty good picture of what the lobby looks like overall, with Crescent, aka Zero Cost Human, merely being one of those players.
I guess dropped a Mundo 2 here. We'll gladly accept that. And
so he's healthy enough to actually try to go 9 as well.
Yeah. He's probably not going to roll next round, I would assume, because he is still really healthy.
to interrupt you, given that he didn't push level here, means he's gonna be rolling on 8, I believe. Because he just doesn't want to go
maybe.
to 8 now. It could have cost him 0, he could have played extra unit, but he opts to just naturally go to level 8 next turn, and then stay on 8 longer. Oh wow!
Yeah.
Elias
Whoa,
found,
whoa, whoa.
Free.
He had 4 Jins when we last saw him, which was like two rounds ago. Now all of a sudden he's Jin 3, 4 Mundos. Yeah, pretty
He's still
interesting.
got a good amount of money left in the bank as well, so presumably he hit that very quickly. I imagine the gold collector is going to get some real use out of now. You can see dropping multiple gold per round and absolutely ripping through the board. So they have on 12 points, really huge hit for him. And Yobidashi, his opponent on lowest HP remaining in the lobby, will drop down even lower as of that round.
Yobidashi having already the mech pilot ready, just needs to have a good hit, and there comes the encounter. Prismatic Finale. Call to Chaos Gamba, and we'll see another sniper focus. Will we see a repeat from game 1?
I don't think this is the outcome that Yobidashi wanted, really. He really needed gold here.
Oh, Lee with those items. That's big. Just needs a Yone now. And the golem, look at the golem. That's actually a really good golem for the Mega Mech. It was Sniper Focus, Rageblade, Radiant Kraken. So range golem just to support even more DPS.
Yeah, especially in a comp that's so focused around a single one. As Hypno, if we're going on a Yone hunt, we found our first one through here. So Hypno in a fantastic position, also a good amount of HP left.
This is a very interesting decision because he picked invested and he opted not to go 9. He just straight up used that gold to roll down on 8. While being healthy.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Didn't hit Mech Pilot, yes.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, we've got so many players who are very much, telegraphed they want to get into Mighty Mech. I think you could do a lot worse than giving up some of your invested power to just make sure you hit your units while they're available.
Yeah, it's. I mean, he knows he's extremely contested, and if he knows that other mech players are also rolling already. So yeah, I think it makes sense to give up some of that invested value to roll a bit. And he already found a Jarvan too, which is a pretty important piece of the comp, and that's a very contested unit. But he still needs to hit that mech pilot, which he has not been able to find yet.
I mean, he has plenty of extra GPs and Lucians to try to hit it on the back, and so the trick is just to keep rolling it on the units, and he utilizes even the Nico to have an extra shot. And he does find it on the Senna, and he still have a bunch of tries. He had still 3 spare units try to hit, and a very good APM there.
We're learning all the tricks here, even in day 1 of the regionals main event. Up against Leo on the other side with the Jin 3 board. The unfortunate timing to walk right into this now fully piloted mech. We can just see how long it takes to chew through this board.
Yeah, Leah also picking up invested here, so he's just going to try and push levels with this Jin 3, not going to go for the Mundo 3 because he did not have enough copies. So maybe going to try to play around Varus at 9, like Varus Jin duo carry.
Yobidashi gets a spoon-fed Yone while being a 5th player to play the mech, and we see Crescent just emoting him a thumbs up, hitting the Yone of the carousel.
Yeah, the low roll side, that's emote worthy.
Oh boy, so yes, with our 5 mecha player lobby, I don't think we've even managed to reach heights like this before, but I think from what we've seen so far, the mech boards are still pretty damn strong. Partner one of the few, the brave, willing to step outside of bounds, picks up Janna and Mighty for the last part of the board and has the 3 stars on the Kabuko and the Janna as well. I mean, Alan, how do you feel like this is going to measure up into all of these mechs?
And he's still missing out on the 3rd Kabuka item, ideally Steraka. Does have a belt open, picks up a good combat, which was a mighty one for the extra HP. But given that all the mech players are contesting each other, it should be looking pretty good for the Padeball. However, 2 of them hit already on one of the natural rolls, and second one of the carousel.
Toon went 9 when he's stuck on 5 Juggernaut here. He doesn't even have an Udyr, let alone a Lee Sin. So he's stuck on 5 Jug for now, playing 2 Stormbender, interestingly enough, which at the start of the set was quite popular because the Storm could crit and actually deal a ton of damage, but I think it has fallen out of favor quite a bit at this point in the set.
So interestingly enough, the players contesting on Mighty Mech actually started running into the issue of not finding Jarvans or Karmas, where I believe one of them, being Hypno, couldn't find Karma before, and he found it on like 2 turns ago, and now Solo struggling to get the Jarvan.
Yeah, we're left in a situation where a lot of our players, Yobidashi Toon and Sologasang, are all starting to drop HP, so they may not have time to find the final piece of their board together. Panama on the other side with the Jana board, we can see he's actually doing a pretty good job of ripping through Sologasang's mech board. That isn't quite what it should be at this point in the game. Zolo's going to be going down to, I believe, the lowest HP in the lobby, just down to 8, and he may be out of time.
We're also getting word that Solo leveled 1 too many times on accident, so that 4 gold might be crucial here because he is missing that Jarvan still.
I mean, interesting enough, he committed to the roll the dice, which is very premium on the Lee. However, he did not have a Lee, ended up on the Yone, which makes him playing pretty much down in argument, because Yone 1 with no traits a part of the Mighty Mech is just not very strong. Meanwhile, Toon also struggling to find the Lee.
Prismatic Orb.
Oh? That's
2 lesser dukes and a regular duke for everyone.
Wow. All right, particularly for our players who are looking to get them up to the 2 stars. So the chance to brew them.
Brown 2, yeah. Mundo 2. Does he commit to Brown 2 though?
He's still missing the 6th Juggernaut. Before he finds that, I almost feel like you have to use at least the lesser dupes to find the 6th Juggernaut.
Lee 2 for Snooty on 8.
Yep. Oh, boys. Sologasang in some pretty major trouble. Goes up against the Jimbo. We've seen how powerful this can be. I'm not feeling good about Solo's chances.
Like Eon, red buff on the Yone, he's pretty quick.
Oh, he goes to the backline onto the Jin. The Jin is dead, but is the rest of the board...
Wait, now he's cooking.
Yes, it is.
It's enough. Okay, no,
Wow.
it's not enough.
Wait, is that Solo with Lee 2 as well?
Yes.
Wait, so we have
And he
2
still has his
players.
soup. He still has his soup as well, so...
That's crazy.
Still needs
unable
that
to find
one
Jarvan.
Jarvan. If he had one Jarvan here, he would actually be so strong with the Lee Sin too. But just cannot find it.
Interesting, he decides to commit the dupes on the small units. He could try to dig for the Jarvan, but there is a solid chance there is no more Jarvans in the pool. I'm not sure on the count, but given how many players want Jarvan in this lobby, there is a chance there is just no more left until some of the players drop out.
Ludi just reforged 3 full items, 3 tank items, and got a blue buff, a red buff, and a void staff, which I don't think is what he wanted. Probably wanted some decent mech items, misses out on those, and dies to Solo.
Well, good news, I suppose, for all of the mech players. That's 1 mech player out of the equation to try and free up some of those units. But yeah, that's going to be a little disappointing for Snooty after what would seem like a pretty decent start here. I mean, bringing out the time skip early on just to try and get the edge on the competition, but ultimately not paying off.
Personally, all he would like to do is just more time skip into the next game after securing that 8th.
Snooty did come into this with the highest points, 21 overall. So I think that's his 8th for the tournament that he's allowed.
And we see him stretching a bit after getting eliminated there and yapping to his chat. So I don't think he's he's too worried here because, you know, he did have a lot of points going into this game. So you are allowed 1/8 in his spot, I think. But obviously, it does make his spot a lot less favorable than before.
Question that.
Alright, let's have a mech pilot battle with so
Ooh, the
close to
golem
Crescent
just
being knocked out
died.
as well.
Ooh,
So
looking
going
at
to fight for his
that,
life on this round as well. The mechs very close to each other, but I think Crescent's going to just about lose that between the two because the Karma on the back line is doing such a good job of supporting. It's down to the wire. Crescent should be gone. EMEA is gone as well. We've had a bloodbath and we're down to our top 4.
honestly, Crescent going 5th of that Call to Chaos Golem that just literally died of the wind blow there was not very good for him. If that was anything else, like you have like 50% chance to get some econ, that would be so much better for him. Meanwhile, Golem, which looked pretty interesting at the start, was very unideal.
Those RNG golems, most usually going to be one of the worst outcomes, I would say, off of Call to Chaos. And we see Toon finally managed to hit TF2 and Brom2, so quite strong now. And Yomidashi actually has an Edgelord emblem, so he's giving his mech Edgelord.
It's very edgy.
Amazing.
That's pretty edgy, yeah.
The mech's nothing but edges. Let's see. Well, so we're down to a top 4. For Toon TV, particularly, this is going to be a hugely significant outcome if you can just grab a couple more placements playing the left-hand side against the Jana board. Toon currently with only 5 points overall. That's around a third of the points of everybody else in the top 4, so he really needs this.
So we have some mech on the mech action on the right side. Karma utilizing those sniper focuses on the left side. We see Toon losing out to Badable. So we see that Real just holding up. Meanwhile, mechs are still fighting. Bots friends, keep 5 minutes later.
Oh boy, there we go. Yeah, Yomidashi with that time skip of his own gets across the line, but we're down. So, well, sorry, no, we're not quite down to Toon TV. He does hold on by a thread and going to spend everything. But Hypno, Partner Ball, they are ahead of the pack. Hypno especially, even keeping a little bit more. But Yomidashi's board, an 8-round win streak. Now all those mechs have been freed up. Kevin, this board is looking pretty damn scary with 3 sniper focus.
Yeah, he is still lacking upgrades though, so I do think it's possible for him to lose a round depending on who he faces. But he's facing Toon here, who honestly is quite strong at this point, but TF does have not the best matchup into mech, and the TF gets CC, the Braum is onto the mech now, and honestly, the entire board of Yomidashi is already gone in the back line. Now the mech units pop out. But the TF is still alive, the Braum is still alive, and it looks like Yomidashi is going to have easily enough damage, or, sorry, no, the other way around. Toon is going to have enough damage.
He's going to get enough damage to the face. Partner Ball enjoying that particular round there, dances his troubles away. We're still with 4 players live here.
Yeah, Badable's slightly bleeding out now to the mecha players that hit, just losing barely to the Hypno.
Yeah, but Potterball with a solid game plan here, just play some, quote-unquote old-school Janna, which was a lot stronger last patch, got a bit nerfed this patch, but as you can see, is still playable from good spots, with the right items. Did hit good augments as well, like know your enemy, super good augments in that line, especially against all the mech players, because you're always going to share traits with the mech players. And then the Giant and Mighty as his third augment, which is never bad in a reroll comp. So looking towards a top 2 here, since he does have an HP lead still over Yomidashi and Toon. And Toon looking at his items here, what can he get? He does have an open slot on his set.
I like
2 open slots on
removing
his...
blue buff from the Brown and itemizing Zyra for the faster cast, just to get more ramp on the units. He would like to get another carry in.
I think I would have rather removed the Vow than and keep the blue buff on Braum. But yeah, he is facing Hypno here, who is arguably the strongest mech player, and this is just not looking close at all. Toon's board is gone. And
that will be the elimination. Well, honestly, I think based on what we've been seeing from the tournament previously, Toon, that's at least a big change of form to go from A bunch of other games as Fireball continues his dance party. He is all the way
So
into
happy.
the top 3, playing on the previous patch from everybody else.
I mean, Boy is just saying, fair, good enough, get me out of the here. 2 mech players remaining, I did my job.
Yeah, he knows full and well that his game is probably ending here. And Patabol going to get the ghost, so maybe he can actually squeeze out a win somehow. And Yobidashi facing Hypno. The mech versus mech board, here we go again.
Yeah, well, this should be hugely impactful as to which one of these two loses right now. It's looking like the ghost version of the mech mod might be just weak enough. Jana getting taken out very low. Yeah. Yobidashi. So Potterball loses.
Potterball just clapping away, just clapping, giving thumbs up.
If we can
He's so
stop
happy.
clapping sarcastically, I don't know. And
Yeah.
one more hit for the mech. Yobidashi stays alive. This game is not done.
I mean, the Edgelord Thief just makes you sustaining himself was quite enough. When we thought that Hypno will take it over because he was just up on the units, the Yobidashi's mech is just straight up more powerful due to the pure itemization.
Oh boy, this just seems wild to be in the top 2 where we've had, I think, the most contested mech game ever. At least in the competition, Kevin. But yet we still end up here where 2 mech players are in the top 2. I just don't understand it.
It does remind me of the Star Guardian patch. I think it was TPC 1 or TPC 2. I'm not even sure anymore. But yeah, lots of mech players, and still we see mech players top 2ing a lot.
Oh, this reminds me the mech with Victor and Fizz having 4th mech player.
Oh no.
This is all over again.
Why you do this? Why you bring back these memories? Oh, Yobidashi gonna keep things going for a little bit longer. I think the double sniper's focus, it's gonna be kind of close towards the end. They're both, of course, getting healed up by the Mighty Mech trait. One drops, the other drops. Yobidashi keeps this one going, and of course, Yobidashi on 17 points. This would be huge for him to continue to push up the table.
I think it's just a pure itemization value. Hypno's items are very utility. Meanwhile, Yobidashi has a very high value items on his mech, which just pushes the edge.
Yeah, the double Rabadons on the Aatrox there, just adding its value onto the mech means it's going to hit like an absolute truck. But Kevin, what do you reckon? You think Yobidashi can get the presumably at least a couple of wins needed over Hypno to close out the lobby?
I think so. Yeah, I think Yobidashi's setup looks a lot better just because of I think his mech items are slightly better. Like Hypno's feeding 2 Giant Slayers, which is some AD, but it's not on the level of like Warmog's Edgelord emblem, especially the Edgelord emblem, because it does give Omnivamp to a unit that can not get Omnivamp otherwise.
Ooh, that positioning from Hypno, trying to wrap with his mech and getting a good swing on the backlane, wrapping up.
Yeah, it's like a chess match. This sacrifice play coming in. Now the mechs will face each other. The karma will not drop, and it's 1 karma, 1 mech on each side. Hypno's got the HP. Yobidashi can't afford to take the loss. The mech pilot will proc, and it's down to the wire.
It could be a timeout fight where both players take damage, and that would result into Yobidashi actually losing. No, it won't be quite the case. Yobidashi's mech will be able to outscale Hypnos at the end. Maybe if he can wrap up Karma somehow, it's his shred source. So if the Karma would go down, the Void Staff effect would wear down, perhaps Hypnos mech could outscale Yobidashi's.
Oh, once more into the breach. 2 French players up against each other. Again, Hypno would love the push forward. Kevin, you mentioned before, with this being a 2-day week 1 of regional finals, even for players who are doing well right now, like Yobidashi, 1 more point could be the difference between making it to week 2 and not. Let's go. Mech versus mech. One more time.
And we see the Yone is getting really low already. He's just getting cleaved to death by the mech. Is still alive. Got some more damage through, but now he goes down.
Wait, Karma here is
Karma
dying.
extremely low. But
If Karma
she's
dies,
still
the shred is
alive.
gone. One more slash. Oh,
She's
wait.
still alive!
What?
She ducks
didn't take
underneath the knife! One
Wait,
more
what?
disc to the face!
Oh, don't worry about it. He
It's
just
gonna
died.
drop, and Yominashi gets a hit. Hypno is trying to run away, but survives the round. We get to go to PvE one more time.
That looked a bit strange.
I mean, she died. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Use the dodge
I don't
button.
know.
The problem with the mech, he just telegraphs his attacks too much.
Yobidashi just gets up. Okay, I thought he was just going to walk away, but I mean that would have been way
Oh,
cooler.
you
but
mean
no,
style points, just leave the room. You're like, yeah, no,
turns the light on. And now Hypno is going to get another spike here, which is a third karma item. I don't think there's anything Yobidashi can really spike off of. The Yone 2, okay, just hit Yone 2 in like
What?
5 shops. Okay, like, yeah, you can do that.
I think
guess.
moving the sniper focus now to the
Yeah.
Yone would be better just to have another range carry, because right now
Yeah.
it's wasted. He's just dying from cleaves.
Yeah.
So I'm with you there as well, especially with the sniper's focus being nerfed to just one range. Having 2 range would make a massive difference. We'll see Yobidashi, Hypno. We're gonna get stuck in with the brawl again, face to face. It looks like no switch of items, Kevin. It's just gonna be Yone diving into the meat grinder.
And we've seen an attempt from the Hypno trying to snipe the Karma with the mech, but Yobidashi doesn't blink wide awake and just allowing his Karma on the left side, which will dodge him at the end. Oh wait! There is one slash!
Karma is still
It's still-
alive.
And the second slash should come up now. And she's gone!
This
She's
time
down.
she doesn't
Nice.
duck.
Hypno
Yobidashi
wins.
takes a boot to the face, and that means Hypno grabs another point and the first place. What an end to game 4.
I mean, it was a clear cooldown on Flash. Good comms on the Hypno side units.
Yeah, very epic battle there at the end between 2 mech players, as we know and love. Yeah.
Oh boy. Of course, that means we are getting pretty close to closing out day 1 of week 1. Of course, plans yesterday, just the beginning of everything. Now this is the main event, of course, next weekend with everything still to play for. But ultimately, yeah, we're going to be waiting for our players to see if they can get through to tomorrow to even play for one of those 20 places in week 2. So we'll head to break. When we return, we'll confirm how the field is lying heading into our final 2 games of the day.
Oh, I'm the one introing, of course. Hello, I am Panda with Trouble. I thought we were changing it up every time, but players are definitely not changing it up every time because we went from 3 mechs, and I said maybe players are learning their lesson. They can't coin flip, and instead they learned the lesson, but the opposite way apparently. 5 players angling the mighty mech composition. In this game number 4, it's getting worse and worse, Trouble. I think our viewers and our players are going to have a hard time the next 2 games if this trend continues.
You know what's worse? I feel like out of the 5 players that angled mech, 3 of them made it into the top 4. And okay, you can argue that this was more of a Janna comp, but it also evolved into having a mech in the composition. So I do still count it as a mech. I feel like the only excuse that I have for players, obviously, is that this is game 5, right? And your points really do matter, so you need to play for 1st or 8th. And honestly, I feel like mech is that one composition where I truly think it can win the games, but I truly think it can also lose you games when you play against a stronger mech boards. However, I don't know if I want to watch again 15 rounds of straight up mech versus mech like we had towards the end.
Especially when the fights were unfortunately so close that it ended up being like the same exact ending every time. The mechs just swinging, the Karmas
except for last round
to just launch discs. Yeah, the last round was a bit of an outlier, but I do have to give props to at least 2 players who tried to fight against this mech agenda and fight for a top 4 playing reroll. In the case of Potable, I think playing Janna from a very, very strong spot with China Mighty as final augment, I think really enabled this comp to do really well. Despite the Kabuko nerf, I think still from the right spot, it can be a comp that can do well. And similarly so for Aaliyah. He didn't quite end in the top 4 with a Jin reroll, but at the very least he tried.
Yeah, and also for Crescent, our non-TPC player, and even though you'll jump in and say, but he has been here before, it's a big turnaround, right? Because you have to play as a non-TPC player right now, coming through the planes, getting into the second game. He had fantastic finishers yesterday as well in the planes, and just about trying to break the cutoff right here, as we saw earlier in the standings. We'll see it later on as well. But right here ends up on the 5th. Now, something that I wanted to openly discuss with you is also the addition of the prismatic orb right there, because I really feel like it warped this lobby into more of a mech focused lobby, especially when you've got 5 players rolling for the exact same units. Having that extra golden Nico can be absolutely pivotal, to the point where I feel like we saw Solo not find a single Javan because all of the players would just dump their golden Nikos to 2-star their 4-cost units.
Yeah, it's really tough. We talk about it all the time about being a mech player who rolls last, or for some reason, how you have the econ to go 9 or you have the econ to roll later on. But when there's 4 or 5 players contesting this line, it just becomes very, very difficult. And obviously, we would like to see a meta where players have more agency to not have to have a coin flip or a lottery for their composition coming to the late game. But we'll look at the results up until now. 32 players advanced to day 2, to the final day of week 1. And only 20 of those will advance to week 2 after tomorrow's game. So right now, the players near the bottom here, there's no cutoff yet, but they have to start playing riskier games potentially to try and make it in for that day 2. Someone like Solo Gasang, Yellow Tomato, sitting on 12, 13 points.
And you know what that means, right? I feel like Alan's been saying this the whole day. It's the coin flip. You play mech, you hope you hit, you hope your mech is stronger than the others. Because literally we had 2 pro players in this cast, and they were literally trying to count the stats that the mech had to sort of figure out the outcome of those fights, right? This is what this has become. How many stats does the mech have, and how strong are the items going into this mech as long as the traits? As we are moving forward on to the standings right here, these are your safe-ish players, and right here, these are the players that have been tearing it apart. I feel like Tartman has been having an absolute banger of a day, only finishing in the top 3 in every single one of those rounds.
Really strong for Tartman, really strong for France in a not very surprising way, just taking over this first page. Dasik and White Jungler as well, really doing well today. Yobidashi, one of the cup winners this set from the tier 2 circuit, is actually popping off as well with 24 points. So we just saw him in this last lobby doing really well. Snooty Boo, despite the 8th year, is still sitting in that top 7, which I think is great to see for one of the biggest streamers and content creators from the Spanish community. And Cambiz, very flippy, I think, in usual Cambiz nature, got that first, then went 8th again right after, but now it's bounced right back to the 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Volta yet, but also another guy that's kind of 1st or 8th. He's gotten his first yet, so I'm not gonna say anything else. However, the rest Yeah, he sort of swings around that 4th, 5th place, right? Which is not necessarily bad, considering you're still staying in the top 16 of the entire day.
Also, someone like Dalisson.
I said nothing. Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD.
Dalisson, one of my underdogs to do well in this tournament. He's really always very good on ladder. Then doesn't really perform that well in tournaments usually to what is expected of him. But for now, in the first page, in a good position to make it to day 2 at the very least. Revan is the Spanish player that has been, I think just the player in general that has surprised the most this set in the TPC in terms of coming in as like an influencer-ish player, turning pro and you know being doubted because he was invited into the circuit, but then really popping off. A part of MKOI, Dalisson and Odessa also a part of MKOI, so they've been prepping together. I think that's definitely shrugged off on Dalisson as well because he's performing at a high level in tournaments now.
And oh boy, I'm going to need some dubs after today, so obviously referring
don't
to...
go there, trouble.
Obviously referring to Worlds, 07 to our EU comrades who fell to T1, yet another victim right there, but we have a bunch of TFT players, as you mentioned, that are doing well. And I'm really excited because I'm seeing our next lobby. We're going to have Jungler, we're going to have Cambridge, we're going to have Volta plus Crescent. So I feel like some really, really big names. A bunch of those names actually need a lot of points as well. So I feel like it's going to be a very, very cutthroat lobby that we're going into.
Raiko as well. Raiko is a player who we touched on is very volatile. The definition of volatility in terms of last set he comes out almost out of retirement, wins cup number 3 before we had the circuit change, qualifies to regionals, then does kind of poorly, which has happened once before already for Raiko, where he wins a cup and then he does poorly at regionals. In TPC, kind of middle of the pack. He's in a position now where he can still come back. He's on 13 points. I think Raiko's one of the funnest players to watch because he just embraces chaos like no one else. Maybe this is the path for him because I think chaos is the way to describe most of the lobbies that we've seen today.
Okay, I mean, I feel like if a lot of players, because we're game number 5, right? This is do or die. You only have potentially 2 games left, especially if you're like on the bad end of the cutoff as well. I feel like Mech is going to be very heavily forced. I feel like particularly in that previous game, you mentioned Elia as well. He tried to go for that Jane. So I feel like a lot more of the uncontested, unconventional lines might land you those extra top 4 points that you need to just chip in to get to tomorrow.
I think reroll lines like Katarina, like Janna, like Xayah from good spots. You should be trying to find a position to play one of the reroll lines. I think I understand obviously the bias of you're playing for Mech, the strongest comp in the game right now, and you think surely I'll be the one to win it out of the 4 or 5 players angling it. The math is just not there, right? I don't think we're usually seeing more than 2 players at most making that top 4. So if you find a path that is not contested at all to play a reroll line, I think it's interesting. But maybe this game won't matter because your line might be selected for you. Lulu comes in and says, you know what? I'm the Pokemon trainer now. I'm choosing what Pokemon you guys are playing on your boards this game because it will be the trainer golems with 3 emblems for each of our players.
And as we're reaching our game 5, we also invite back Kevin Parker to join us in a tri-cast this time around. Kevin, welcome, and please give me your first opinions, thoughts, and feelings for that encounter.
Oh, disgust. Absolute disgust. If I was a player in this lobby, I would already be shaking my head just based off of seeing the Lulu on the encounter there.
Are you also like typing remake? Remake question mark?
Well, I would if it was an option, but I mean, obviously these guys know that's not gonna happen. So you just gotta try to make the best of what you got. And Moritz here with Star Guardian, Edgelord, Supreme Cell. Very mixed bag.
Ouch.
Also gonna be interesting because I think the trainer goal meta has been very different depending on the patch. Obviously, a lot of patches with Star Guardian, you had a Star Guardian +1, that would be the clear line you're going for, and it would fit really well because you had a lot of extra horizontal traits to fit in. Now maybe that's the same case, but with Mech, we'll be seeing maybe players not changing their game plan at all coming into this game.
Oh my god. What does Volta play from here? I mean, he keeps rubbing his eye, and I don't know if he's trying to find some sort of foresight right here to just explain what's happening in his trainer golem, but it looks like a very dire situation. However, I will say, watching Volta throughout the years, throughout all the originals I've been around, he seems kind of like a player that always has some sort of ace up his sleeve. He does favor a lot of the rerolls as well, so it'd be kind of cool to see. Now, Wandering Trainer plus the Golem could definitely give you a better avenue for a vertical trade even.
I think it was more broken when you had the prismatic verticals that could win you games. If you had kind of a +2, if you really high roll in the past sets, like Street Demon, EXO, etc. Not so much in this set because it's more around the trait missions. Let's say
Aura farming.
Prismatics.
Oh. I don't know if that made it better or worse. Kevin, what do you think?
I wanted to try or to look at Volta here because I was already thinking as soon as I saw that solo leveling is pretty interesting in this region because you do kind of get to cheat and play 2 units because you obviously have the golem on your board, and he immediately found a Nefiri 2 after picking the solo leveling, so kind of getting rewarded there. Facing Raiko here, who actually has a Sunfire board, which is kind of a counter to Volta's setup here, with solo leveling and a Hodge Slammed, but he's on 1-star units, so I do think Volta should have this one as the Sunfire board runs out and the Nefiri heals back up.
Would have been cheating even more if you could actually get tricks activated off of the golem with a Nefiri. Unfortunately, not the case in terms of how it all shakes out for this first fight.
You can't continuously cheat, okay? He's got 2 units on his board when he's supposed to have 1. However, I will say that we saw some players going towards reroll scenarios. This being one of them. Wet Jungler with the 2-cost and 1-cost star up, which seems like kind of a tempo play to me right here. And I wanted to divert the question more to you, Kevin Parker, because I feel like a lot of the times when the golem is not necessarily to your liking, do you just send it for mech no matter what and just slam in a few of the traits like later on?
I think, like for Volta, for example, with the Wraith, Executioner, Luchador, like I can see him playing mech with that because it's Executioner +1, and you can play Volibear for Edgelord, Luchador. But yeah, sometimes there's like you don't really have a lot of options if your golem doesn't really give you a lot of direction. So I do think that some of the players who got like these mixed bag type of golems are probably going to default to mech.
Yeah, I also see Raiko and Crescent both with the same sort of traits on their trainer golems, both angling towards that Kaisa as well. This could be a little bit tricky, I guess, because if you're re-rolling the exact same units, and Kaisa's not necessarily the strongest unit right now, even if you 3-star her, this could be very problematic for both.
I would be very surprised if 2 players contest each other on Kaiser reroll in this day and age.
I'm pretty sure Crescent is just going to play Akali because he does kind of have like a hand-picked Akali golem here with Protector, Strategist, and Supreme Cell. Okay, it's not Executioner. Executioner instead of Protector would probably be better, but you can play like a 4 Protector, playing the Janna in, who is Strategist and Protector, and obviously you're going to play the Cassante and the Cannon. So he also picked up the Supreme Cells augments, the new contenders, I think. Yeah. So pretty interesting. Very unusual augment. You don't see this a lot, but it does make sense with his golem because he's already committed, basically. Wait, what did Serginho get from his aura farming? Did we see that?
It was a Gwen. It was a Gwen.
Okay.
And considering that, I'm pretty sure he had a Wraith type of golem, not the best you can potentially hit right there. However, 2-star 5 costed, 2-star 5 cost us. Our players are heading into their first carousel right here. Now, I will say that we talked about one of the potential Kaisa quote-unquote players that is probably going to end up being an Akali player. However, Raiko does have also the duelist spat onto the Kaisa, so this could potentially be the reroll angle that we talked about.
I will say for Raiko, in the first cup of this set in TPC, the first TPC cup, he wasn't essentially an Ashe one-trick. I'm not saying he's going to play Ashe from this spot, but if there's a single player that can be tricked into playing Ashe in the tournament today, it might just be Raiko.
Yeah, it's an interesting setup here. He slammed a Rage Blade, so looking at his golem, it's probably not going to be Akali, because while Rageblade used to be a staple on Akali earlier in the set when you played her with 6 Protector, I do think that line has kind of fallen out of favor. So I'm interested to see what he makes of this.
Rako has to definitely cook with this turning golem. He does have a couple of crew units in, but you definitely don't want to be playing crew with those traits as well. So he's just going to use the power of the extra traits earlier on to try and snowball that one, as Volta somehow, with his trainer golem, has managed to create a 4-win streak, of course, through that solo leveling, been able to slam items early on onto that Nafiri, which will also then give him a pretty early level 6 with a lot of gold on the line.
And I do like the spectator bug where the golems just seem to be T-posing at the start of every fight. That adds a lot of flavor. I like that.
Now, having to slam the gauntlet is pretty big for Volta as well. Seemingly he's just strong enough with just the Hodge slam. Obviously, I think it would be a little bit unideal to slam both in this setup. I believe he's also getting extra XP from all the different golems that the Nefiri is farming with solo leveling.
I think so, yeah. I mean, we can check it here, because I do think the Nefiri is going to kill the golem. And yeah, he did get extra XP, so it does work. So obviously,
really heads up tech for Volta.
Yeah, gets a lot of value here, but it looks like he might lose the round, but can...
Oh my
the
god,
just clutches it out.
He's just straight up laughing.
He was laughing, yeah.
I mean, he's 5 streak here. He went to level 6 naturally. Like, man, I would also be smiling if I was him.
Kevin Parker, look at the golem. Look at Volta's situation and tell me, what the heck does he play? What was it? Executioner, Wraith, thank you, Observers, plus Luchador.
Yeah, I wonder what you could play with those emblems.
Maybe you just angle Wraith. I think we saw it earlier on from
sure.
I have it right here, Odessa. Yeah, we saw it from Odessa earlier on. Didn't really work out. However, here I guess you have a better opener for hitting that 6 Wraith much earlier.
Yeah, the thing is, if he does play 6 Wraith, his other emblems don't really do anything. So that's kind of the problem with golems like this. Like if he plays mech, he only uses like 1 emblem or 2, I guess, with the Luchador, which doesn't really do much. And if he plays anything else, he's only also using 1 emblem. So it's kind of rough.
It could be a throwback to the Wraith, Jinx, Flex-ish type of board we saw. One game played from Nuri today with the early Varus on 3-3, where he played for Jinx Varus, kind of like the 4 Wraith Star Guardian setup that we saw with Malzahar 4 patches ago. Some different variation of that, potentially. Maybe it's just a better idea to play for mech, to be honest.
Don't say that. Don't say that. I want to remind everyone who didn't manage to tune in for the previous game, Game 4, we had 5 mech players, 3 out of them making it into that top 4. So for Panda right here, to be asking for more mech players is kind of cringe, man. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like particularly when it comes to trainer golems, you have the chance to be a lot more creative. Now, Rick and Bob coming through. I'm not sure what exactly is on Crescent's board.
I don't think he has any high cost units, so it looks like he's just going to default to the Silver Destiny, which can kind of screw you over a little bit as well, like Dumbify or something.
Destiny is a bit risky. I agree.
Or Restart Mission. I mean, Restart Mission would probably not even be bad because I don't think his board is that good. And he just gets Titanic Titan. What a beast!
Not bad.
Just high roll it. That's the answer.
Yeah, and Wet Jungler, one of the players with like a more clear golem here, I would say, is just probably going to play Soul Fighter, I would assume, with the Soul Fighter +1 and the Luchador +1. Pretty good.
And using Stars Are Born for tempo, not really playing for reroll, just saying, hey, I can get immediate upgrades on my board, I can win streak, I can come into Soul Fighter, not with the Soul Fighter board itself, but I can go into the line with a lot of HP and eventually, maybe not win the game, but at the very least land a 3rd or 4th.
And I'm really liking Volta's angle right here as well. He's got the solo leveling into the late game specialist, so he's definitely going to be having a lot more gold going into that level 9. And again, looking potentially to hit that Varus line or playing straight up into the mech, right? And maybe fishing for a Yone later on could be kind of big for him.
Interesting for
Yeah, well-
Serginho with the rig shop. He had Malzo on his board. He's the player that had the aura farming with the Gwen. I thought he was just going to try and play for some kind of Sork board maybe from randomization, but essentially just playing for Malzahar as a main carry. Not sure how Gwen will fit into this board
What?
later. I'm very confused, to be honest.
I'll tell you how Gwen fits into this
Yeah.
board. Plus 14 gold.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
my
mean,
bad.
He does have heavyweight +1, so he can kind of just fit it in once he gets it. But it's not going to have any traits and probably not really going to have any items either. So, yeah, kind of interested to see what he's going to do with this Gwen.
Just so scary to pick something like aura farming with trainer golems, similar to like picking the wandering trainer itself, because if there's no synergy, you're just, I mean, either you're the best cook on the planet or you're down an augment essentially.
Also, quick reminder right here, even if you are playing towards aura farming and the champion doesn't fit and you can't fit as you're picking up the win right here by a sliver of health, the problem is that you also don't have the slots to put in the Gwen, right? If you are stuck on that level 7 trying to reroll, potentially there might not even be a slot for that Gwen to be put into your board and try to use that 5 cost. So we'll see if he actually starts hitting his units, as a lot of our players that have been successful with the Malzahar reroll, they're looking potentially for like 9 items to put over on the Jace, plus the Darius that have been the more successful boards that we've seen.
Canvas picks up a pan in this carousel, which is usually very desired in this portal, trainer golems, and I think he was on the heavyweight +1, so probably going to do something more towards that. But he does know that he's contested on the Malzahar, so we'll see. And meanwhile, Crescent just doubling down since he just got a bunch of free HP from his silver augment, going to squeeze out some value out of that.
I'm not gonna lie,
Second
seeing
belts.
as there's an Aatrox on his board, if we're talking about Cambis, I think this is most likely gonna be a mech speedrun, if you will. You've got the red buff, you've got the, yeah, there you go. You've got the extra
yeah.
Juggernaut emblem as well, so you can definitely angle that. Or if you're somehow hit something that can get you onto level 9 real quickly, he's level 740 gold on 3-5, so he's pretty healthy right here in terms of econ, but not in terms of HP. You could also angle like some Juggernaut line, but it looks like a pretty much textbook mech, right?
Yeah,
He does
I
have
would
5
think so.
Luxes. It's time.
Oh, yeah, it's the Shine Brighter 6 Juggernauts Lux reroll game.
There
With
you
cluttered
go.
mind.
Kevin's a knower.
Yeah, that's the tech.
You know what Kevin Parker like really is doing to this one, Panda. He could have been much more ruthless, but he actually went ahead with your idea, and it's going to be actually the double Akali. So none of our players have gone for the Kaisa, even though this particular dummy did have the duelist on it as well. Not necessarily a very prominent 2-star reroll composition right here. Raids were a little bit more of the old build that we'd see onto the Akali, but still a pretty decent item.
I'm really curious to see what Raiko's board ends up looking like and where these items end up once we move into stage 4 and stage 5.
I mean, I would assume that he's going to play this Akali through, because I don't really see what else he can play with his trainer golem. I mean, the Rage Blade is not great onto the Akali, and you can't really put it on any other units either in that comp. Maybe he'll get a Reforger later down the line, or just use it for tempo for now and swap it off later. Something like that.
Looking at the HP totals, Volta's still at the very top, a 3-win streak here as well. Merge as well with a 7-win streak off of the Zaya, playing into the Star Guardian line from the spot that I think you should be playing into it, which is from tempo. From upgrades on your board, we're able to bully most of stage 2 and stage 3.
Yeah, little anecdote about Moritz, by the way. He's been like a long-term viewer of mine. He's been watching me ever since I started streaming in set 6, basically. And we met each other for the first time at the last Rising Legends LAN, the Gamescom LAN in Cologne. And he was basically sitting like 5 meters behind me, and he knew what I looked like, and he's been watching me since years, but he just didn't approach me until the very last day. So I didn't even know that he was sitting like a couple of meters behind me. So yeah, very shy, humble guy. But yeah, I'm happy to see him competing on this stage finally.
Would you say the disciple could become better than the master?
He could, absolutely.
Okay, the glaze, W glaze coming through. Okay.
Let's see if all the lessons that Morris learned along all these different sets watching Kevin are gonna pay off.
Let's see if he's gonna smash his desk the same way as Kevin does if he loses a round, yes? Let's see if he's actually learned.
I don't do that. I've
Okay.
never done that. I've never done that. No. That is unheard of.
My bad. Must have been some other player. You're right.
6 Malzahar for Serginho. I really want to see what his board looks like once this Gwen is unlocked. Big grab back potentially to have itemization for the Gwen as well. Could be the idea, yeah. Or the Darius even.
Ooh. Kind of good items right here, especially the BF sword. Can actually slam something like Edge of Night as well if you want to. Potentially reforge a lot of the tiers that you will most likely not want. And right here, Kambiz, again, pivoting towards the Karma. Hasn't necessarily found the Yone on 8. But you do have the 4 Sorgs, which in turn are going to boost a lot of that damage onto the Karma.
The mech pilot as well, the Juggernaut emblem. So just a lot of things going well for Kambiz there. And he's not in too scary a position HP-wise either. Still sitting at 50 HP or so.
Okay. I know that maybe both of you haven't had the time to count our mech players. We do have 4 on this lobby. So it's going to be an absolute bloodbath to try and get to that level 8 or potentially hit that Yone that will tip you over to that 7 mech that becomes super powerful.
We're seeing the desperation roll in as well, right? For Sova down to essentially 0 gold here, not making any econ. Considering he did have a double econ augment start, so was really banking on stabilizing on finding a Yone on level 8 with the amount of rolls and gold that he had from Fire Seal and Raining Gold. But in contrary to Kambiz, he has a lot less HP, so the clock is kind of ticking. He has to either stabilize here off of a Yone or find it on Carousel to really come online and come back into the game.
I was about to say I would love to see what Serginho does this turn, because he did cash his Gwen from aura farming this round. But I mean, how are you even supposed to play it? Like, yeah, you just can't, right?
That was my big
he
question
just
mark.
he drops 4 Wraith. Okay.
That was my big question mark earlier on, because even if you do somehow manage to get the extra items, you're getting through the grab bag, surely you're itemizing either Darius or Jace, whichever one you get 3-star first off, right? And then come the items for the Gwen. But how does he really fit into the whole equation when you actually have to drop one of your more powerful traits as you are playing for the Malzahar and the Darius? And right here, Serginho has decided to take the Wraith's trait, a peck down. Let's see if this is going to cost him on this round. Doesn't look like it so far. Oh my god. I'll never speak again.
Darius,
wait.
Can he hang on for long enough? No, the Lee Sin comes in clutch. Also, the kind of awkward thing with a Gwen here is that you could think, okay, Gwen's really good at applying anti-heal, at applying shred, but so is Malza, and you also have Noxious Trap, so she can't even do that job well if you're slotting her in as like kind of utility unit that can help with DPS as well.
I'm not even sure if the Gwen 2 is better than 4 Wraith on that board, because Malzahar is your main carry, and 4 Wraith did get buffed this patch, so I do think it's a decent trait to have on your board. And I mean, we didn't see how much damage exactly the Gwen dealt, but like low-key, I can see 4 Wraith being better than the Gwen 2.
I feel like it's probably used as an intermediator right here before you hit that 3-star Darius and 3-star Malzahar that will really propel you forward. And then you can slam the 4 Wraith, and then you can ka-ching the plus 14 gold, potentially in the PvE round. However, it really does suck, right? This is your first gold augment. To just have it be a plus 14 kind of hurts a lot in terms of like all the other boards having more power through their first golden augment. Talking about more power. Sova right here, again, has the double Lee Sin. Still no Yone though.
The coin flip is up in the air. It's continuing to flip, but I think it will be landing very soon, and most likely will not be favoring the Polish player here in this game 5. No Yonate again, down to 0 gold. Blood Rage final augment, not exactly the best combat augment, I would say, for mech line as a whole. And facing Volta, a player who has picked up Tesla Coil, is on a 2-loss streak now, but has also used all of his gold. He's level 9 though. And it looks like it's going to be a loss for Sova here.
From what I've seen from the other mech players, when we had the 5 mech player lobby, a lot of the players that didn't necessarily hit the 7 mech, but actually had items to itemize a couple of carries on their board, instead of mech pilot, that use the mech as an extra body in the front line and kind of use their fruits on backline to try and get as much damage as possible to survive basically until the next PvE round. However, right there you saw on the board there was only blue buff onto the Karma, so you can't even deal with that.
Bit of a tragic rolldown for White Jungler here. Not able to find his upgrades on the Samira, on the sets.
Or Volibear.
Kind of tragic. And Volta did kind of pivot into the Soul Fighter line as well, which maybe White Jungler was not counting on. It's going to be a matchup, actually, the mirror matchup between both players now.
White Jungler kind of playing a level 9 board on level 8 with items on a Lee Sin 1, and he's on Samira 1 as well, and facing Volta with Samira 2, who's also level 9. So I am kind of surprised to see White Jungler being like true 0 here on mostly 1 stars off of his dominant early game.
And you're literally sitting on Samira pair, Volibear pair, and Set pair. Observers, thank you. Show me Volteriex's board, pretty please. Because look at his bench, man. There's an extra Samira, there's an extra Set sitting right there. And White Jungler is literally sweating to even get his 2 stars for his Soul Fighters, right? When these 4 costs are not necessarily supposed to even be that powerful. Very rarely will they net you a top 4, and Volta literally pivoted onto them. Last minute scenario right here from him, right? We weren't necessarily sure what he was going to play. However, he's still playing 3 Soul Fighters. Full Soul Fighters is usually where we are seeing this sort of composition come to life. It's kind of like the 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, whatever you hit first 4 of.
Yeah, and he is still on the set 1, so he's not griefing extra hard here to hold extra sets, but he is obviously holding that extra Samira. But he now got a dupe drop, but okay, decides to sell the Samira and not try to go for Samira 3.
And in all of this, Serginho's holding on to 3 copies of Gwen, and White Jungler and Volta are like, hey man, you want to die soon? Your game plan's not working.
Yeah, now he has 3 items on the Gwen though. But yeah, he's one off Darius 3. 3 items on a Darius 2 here is just going to get destroyed. And now there's just not much left on his board. The Gwen can't do it, the Malzahar can't do it alone. Obviously, quite a bad matchup for him here, as Volta is very strong. But yeah, Serginho not strong enough here. I'm going to go out in 8th, it seems. No, Sova also dies.
Yeah, a bit of a mess of a game plan. I think it's unfortunate when you pick aura farming, you say, hey, I'm just going to play into whatever I get from aura farming and try and make the most of this and hope it matches my trainer golem. But then your natural shops just pull you in a completely different direction in terms of the Malza reroll. So try to make the best of it. Try juggling both sides of that game plan, but didn't quite pan out for the Spanish player.
Yeah, and also, again, I joked about selling it, right, and getting plus 14 gold. But right there, it could have potentially been a difference between life and death, right? Because you need that Darius 3. We talked about the strongest board for the Malzahar Darius reroll is to have that 3-star Jace, potentially with items as well. So a lot of the conditions for that reroll to top 4 were not met, unfortunately, right there. However, for Moritz, a lot of those have been met. The Star Garden line, full Star Garden line, which we don't often see. Right here with Seraphine 2, Jinx 2, 2-star frontline, fantastic items overall, level 9-10.
Yeah, he managed to hit the Gather Force onto the Jinx, and he has the Nashers with like the full crit build, which is very powerful with Gather Force. And Moritz just kind of enjoying his game here, playing some uncontested Star Guardian with a pretty decent golem for it, and capitalizing on that.
I like Raiko's game plan as well. The spot did not look fantastic, but he really just wanted to play for, hey, my golem is maybe not the best. Akali is kind of contested as well. I'm going to just play high tempo, play for strongest board, stage 2 and 3, slam items like Rageblade, and then just try and make his Akali work to maybe a top 4. But I think he just wants to get out of this game from stage 2 onward, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time that I'm looking at the board on stage 5 and it kind of looks empty, right? It feels like you're only 2 real units on the board. Is that Cassante and the Akali? The Cassante has almost already died. However, maybe the damage's been done.
Snipe the Samira. The only real problem is the lack of Quicksilver, right? In terms of the Akali getting CC'd and being taken down potentially against like a mech player, for example.
Yeah, what do you think about it? The Rageblade does give the attack speed that QSS also provides, so not too bad of a third item on Akali. Obviously not as good as QSS, but
Hold up.
does seem to be working fine for now.
Okay.
And Wet Jungler gets a Soul Fighter emblem.
I was about to ask you, how much do you think that's truly going to help him? He's still sitting on Samira 1, Volibear 1, Lee Sin 1. How do you salvage this board? Also, observers, if we can look at Wet Jungler's board once we're off the carousel.
I think he's basically just praying to go fourth here because, you know, he's still level 8, basically rolling to 0 every round.
That's tragic. He has to sell the Samira pair to make this volley 2 and hope it's enough. And it's just, I think the game plan that Moritz currently is sitting on, where he is, you know, healthy, win streaking, able to go 9, playing an uncontested line, is what Wet Jungler was hoping for himself. But it just completely fell in stage 4 onwards. Volta contested him. He missed all of his units. We saw him rolling down to 0, probably in a spot that he was thinking, the moment I hit one of these forecasts, I'll stop rolling. It just never happened. So he had to roll down to 0 and then never recovered.
And look who you're playing, right? You're literally almost on your last leg right here. For Wet Jungler, had to sell his Samira, as you mentioned, and Volta has hit every single one of Wet Jungler's units. Level 930. Looking for that level 10, and definitely will be after picking up a win onto Wet Jungler, whose comp he has contested very, very successfully. And Wet Jungler right here, I think, again, I keep saying it, I think we're going Soju mode. With how this lobby has gone, is top 5 truly a tragedy for Wet Jungler, considering he's already on 25 points, and this trainer golem was not necessarily the best?
Yeah, I think he played a solid game because his trainer golem is not bad, but it's also not great, and you're kind of just you're forced into Soul Fighter. You can't really play anything else, and unfortunately he is contested by Volta, who just hit a lot better than him. And I mean, if you're still on Samira 1 here playing Soul Fighter, I think you should be at least not too sad about a 5th place, especially with his points that he already had coming in.
We're seeing the rare Akali mirror match here from Raiko and Crescent, both potentially going to be in the top 4. I do think Akali has a fairly good matchup into Samira, especially from my experience, the patch where Akali really grew in popularity. And we did have 2 Soul Fighter players, so I think it was pretty easy for these players to get a lot of extra HP and stability in stage 4 off of that.
Yeah, now which Akali is going to take it? And it's going to be Crescent with the QSS. Raiko down to 1 HP, and Wet Jungler gets knocked out in 5th.
So I think we got a lot more variety from our game number 5, and I feel like it's only to be expected, right? Because you kind of have to play for the traits that you've been given on your trainer golems. So we have double Akali on the top 4 as well. And of course, really big sigh of relief, I want to say, for Crescent, but as well as Raiko, sitting on those 16 points. Correct me if I'm wrong, Panda, but points do carry over to tomorrow.
Yes.
So again, I'm going to start pretty much saying the same thing as I was saying yesterday. It doesn't matter if you just about chip in and make it to the next day. Since your points are carrying over, you actually need really good performances all across the board.
I think for someone like Raiko, it's less about, top 4, great, sigh relief. It's more about from 2-1 onwards with trainer golems, you kind of already know what you're playing for. You know, if you just want a top 4 and that would be a blessing and just get me out, or if you have a high roll or like an uncontested line and you can aspire to more, basically. So from Raiko's position, I think he's very happy with his top 4, all things considered.
All right, elimination. round here for Raiko. One loss and he's done. That is a full Star Guardian board on the other side for Moritz. So let's see if he can actually take that one down. Akali usually pretty good at taking down backline. Has already assassinated the Seraphine. Can she make it in time into that Jinx? Point blank ult from Jinx will take out Raiko. And a pretty good performance, but Star Guardians with the extra spat really strong from Moritz right here.
In the same way I mentioned that I think Akali has a good matchup versus Soul Fighter, I think it's the opposite against the Jinx. Maybe this is part of why Moritz has been so healthy and so stable throughout parts of this game, in the late game especially. I think with the extra shielding, with Jinx having a chance to just immediately blow a rocket into Akali's face and take her down when she does dash onto her, it could have swung a lot of those fights in favor of Moritz. And he just had the positioning we saw there as well. He was definitely prepared for the matchup.
Can we just take a second to look at Crescent's traits? Okay, now we can't see them anymore. Okay, now we can see them again. There we go. 5 Executioner, 5 Strategist, 4 Supreme, 4 Protector. Looking clean.
The Ultra stance as well helping out.
Yeah, but now the Akali gets tagged by the Jinx, and she's getting really low. But now she lands onto the Jinx, and the entire board is gone. Okay, but that was only the Ghost fight. But Crescent does take the win, and Volta takes another loss, while both Moritz and Volta are going level 10. And Crescent's still rather far away from it.
We'll see what Volta can do. How can he cap this board any higher?
Extra item on Brom. More Tesla coils in, I guess. One carousel away, 24
TG
HP.
on carousel. TG Yone 2. Tesla
There's
coil.
have 2 Broms on the board right now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Not sure if he thinks that's stronger or just doesn't have a good into fit considering he's pretty clean in all his traits.
I mean, he has 4 Luchador in and Bastion in, so I don't think even like a Zyra 1 would be stronger than a Braum 1, to be honest. So I can see it. He decides to basically almost frontline his Samira second row her to not get a Khalid. Is gonna work out for now, but for how long? She does manage to dodge. Now the ult comes off. The Volibear is kind of getting into the backline here.
So is Samira.
Onto the Rise, but the Rise is dead.
Oh, Akali's being targeted by Volibear. There's still a lot of units left alive. I think Akali cannot win this fight. Oh, never mind.
What?
The Casper curse comes through. This is the problem. You can't really plan ahead, past 1 or 2 dashes when it comes to the Samira matchup versus Akali, because Samira moves unpredictably as well. So it's kind of a fiesta in terms of the RNG for the fights.
Wait, this could be pretty huge for Volta right here. He's level 10. I'm not sure if Crescent's actually like hovering the Soul Fighter. Volta doesn't seem too interested in it. He's just gonna grab the red buff, because I'm assuming he was lacking potentially a bit of anti-heal. But the most important thing is that he has Tesla Coil, and he's missing 1 item to make that one come through onto his Braum as well. He was actually missing anti-heal. It could have been that 1 extra clip that he needed with the anti-heal coming through to take down this Akali, but Crescent right now on an 8-win streak. I don't think anyone expected that Akali to make it through. Can we get a Star Garden check on how many points until he gets into that prismatic?
Wait, why is a duplicator not used here for Volta?
Maybe he's going to try to go for the Braum 3.
But
As
there's a Braum on.
it's out.
I mean, surely you'd rather just duplicate the Braum now and have a second Braum 2 on your board at the very least. I guess he thinks it doesn't matter for this fight.
Or you go for the content play.
You call it content play, we call it winning the entire lobby, right? I mean, it's fantastic. 1 round to prismatic for Moritz right here on the Star Guardians. So once that comes through, it's pretty much GG well played. 8 Star Guardian from super early on for Moritz, especially since he had the extra Star Guardian spat. So is this going to be our first prismatics actually shown on stream in these 2 days? I believe it is.
I think that this is why Volta is not duping, right? Because he sees that Moritz is about to proc the Star Guardian, and the only way he can win the game is with a 3-star 5 cost.
Yeah. But Moritz does have a Braum of his own, so going to be a little bit more difficult to find a 3-star Braum in the case for Volta.
Yeah, but he has a dupe and there's only one out, so it is possible for him to hit. Obviously, still going to be difficult, but yeah, now...
He's not duped.
Yeah, he hasn't duped.
Does he survive this fight is a big question.
He does have some poros, I think, and he's on 14,
Yeah.
so he should be at 16.
You have to kill a lot of units. We are in stage 6.
One more?
The Seraphine!
I think it's enough. No, it's not enough.
No.
It's exact lethal. Oh god.
The Seraphine was so close to dying.
Yeah, that was really close. But yeah, now the prismatic is activated. So easy win for Moritz.
Taking after his master, as we mentioned early on, Kevin Parker.
So what is Crescent doing?
Just take everything off his board.
Totally
Put it back on.
this is the next level stuff. Keep this for tech crowd. it's to shock the Thresh into losing quicker. The jump
Peak
scare
positioning.
tactic.
The
Your
unpredictable
opponent can't position
positioning.
against you if you don't position
Okay,
yourself.
listen. This was the League of Legends tactic where you just all hide in a bush and suddenly you just let enemy support walk into this bush and then there's suddenly 5 members in this bush.
There's no
Absolutely
bush
before
trouble.
Trust.
We need a bush on the board ASAP.
That's the bench. That's the bench here, right? Because Thresh thought he was
Oh, I
just 1v0.
see.
Yeah, that was the bench.
Hide on bench is the new tactic.
Hide on bench, that's right. All right. Potentially second to last round right here, as again, Moritz has hit our first prismatic on stream that we have seen. Has the 6 jinxes as well as a second condition for a win right there. However, the meteorites are going to start falling, all the stars raining onto Crescent's board. And again, another fantastic finisher right here for Crescent. I think he should be very happy and very proud with how he played this one. I mean, the trades ended up
there any
working in his favor.
Is there any chance for a 3-star 5 cost? That's the question. I think Crescent has to understand he's a sell board and play for Lee Sin. Yeah, play for something.
He sold, I think.
He knows
He's
he's on his
rolling.
last life. Yep. There's a Lee Sin being held.
Oh,
up
there's a
shop, though,
Lee
by
Sin in
Moritz.
Moritz shop.
Can
Very,
we look
very
at
heads up
Crescent's
play.
board if possible? See what he has gathered for himself?
Wait. Moritz is no longer holding Lee Sins. I think Crescent is probably not even
Yeah,
close to
but
be honest.
Crescent has already rolled all his gold. Oh, okay. Actually,
was
he
going
didn't
for a
even
tally.
sell. Okay.
All right, Crescent's like, yeah, I'm not putting all that effort into trying to go for Lee Sin 3. I'll take the second.
Yeah, fair enough.
One last time. Stars are falling. Prismatic. The FF even coming through. Crescent's like, I didn't work this hard just to see my board die to some stupid stars. Moritz gets the first place right here. Crescent with the second one, and both pretty happy with this. Crescent on 18 points, super close to that 20, and 21, I feel like it was for Moritz. So both very, very happy to 1 and 2 this one.
Moritz, maybe shy in real life, Kevin, but definitely not shy on the convergence. Dominating win here with his Jinx. And overall, I think just a very easy game in terms of uncontested line, playing from high tempo from stage 3. We mentioned he had that 7-win streak. Just everything seemed to pan out. Obviously, ending with the prismatic trade being activated is, I think, the cherry on top for this setup. And we do have a break ready, so we'll be going to that and coming back with the rest of the analysis for this game number 5. One more game left after that for players to try and fight for a spot in tomorrow's day 2.
Welcome back, one and all. One more game to go here in a day one of week one before we were making our first cut of the tournament. But Alan, before we get to that, let's talk a little about that game. It looks like we found the key to not having a game full of mech players. It's just tempt them away from the past with enough emblems.
All it took was just a lowland counter, getting some golems online, and where mechs failed to shine, there is Akali that came into place, and some stars falling down. On my bingo sheet, I definitely not have double contested Akali hitting top 4, and what's more, hitting the prismatic augment trait.
Yes. Well, I mean, it was pretty ludicrous. I do love that we got to see the chance there. I think with mech being so dominant, we've had our players, especially for more creative players, having less chances to kind of flex what makes them particularly amazing. I do want to point out, from that last game particularly, of course, we have our EMEA champion Volta in the mix there, really mixing things up. And the solo leveling as well was pointed out in the cast, but I want to reiterate just how good of a choice that was with these extra trainer golem targets to farm.
Absolutely, but there was some manifestation happening because he did pick solo leveling into the trainer golem, which is a very good play. However, he did it without an upgrade. He found Nafiri just after picking it up, which is one of, if it's not the best, one cost unit to carry out your stage 1. So, quite a manifestation coming from Volta.
Yeah, well, again, but I still want to reiterate there, this is our first lobby without mechs up in the top. I want to take a second, though. This is maybe a little untimely, but as we're heading into the final game of the day, I want to kind of float some theoretical scenarios with you here, Alan. We didn't see the mechs in that game, but I'm sure they'll be back in the next game to come. Could you give us a scenario? We've had 4 mechs, 3 mechs, 5 mechs. Give us a world in which we hit the singularity and we get 8 mechs.
Oh, did you watch the movie iRobot? There is plenty mechs there. And I think we can see that. I don't know if there is enough units to support it, but there could be definitely an attempt to do so. I hope we won't. I don't want to live in a world where we see contested 1 comp, and I don't think Riot does. So, but it's definitely possible. The play rate is hitting the ceiling right now. Even almost the stats.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely crazy, but let's start to turn our attention towards next game. Because again, the big thing here is not necessarily promotion to day 2 as much as it's elimination from day 1. So for our players towards the bottom who are just looking to try and get out of that bottom 16, basically this page of play, I mean, is it just them trying to coin flip mech, or is there anything else they should be thinking about?
I think at this point, is if you are in the upper bracket of those players, you are looking for anything that's bad coin flipping the mech. And if you are looking at the bottom of the standings or middle of the pack, they need to go for the highest cupboard, so definitely more mech right there. But keep in mind, the players, even if they make it to day 2, the points transfer, I believe. So they need to still worry about their final result to make it to the final week, given it's gonna be 20 players altogether.
And I'm always drawn back to my memories of Rainplosion playing in the Dragonlance Championship, I believe, where she went from some very rough games to pulling it all the way back. So our players will need to pull off an absolutely meteoric rise, but the ones already at the top, Tartman, Dasik in particular, coming in from the playing stage and having a hell of a competition, Alan.
Absolutely, and Dasik are having a bit more rough play-ins, shook it down completely to having an absolute of performance. And we have quite a good variety of the players, not being all the friends dominance. Given how many players of each region we have, I think this is a fair distribution across the region. And I'm really happy for the jungler that he manages to stay on top, proving that he belongs in the tier 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think there's really any question of that ultimately. But as we look in here, of course, look for our players here with the lower points total, Toon TV especially. The current cutoff to be out of the top 16 is 21 points overall. So for anyone who's around that point, their result from this lobby is going to be tremendously important.
Down to Caster Curse Slasher, our fellow caster from yesterday. He's at 24 points. So definitely in danger, being slightly above the threshold to make it to the day 2. But, I love doing some casting cursing. But let's...
Let's jump into it. The final game is here. Trouble, Kevin Parker, and Impetuous Panda.
Yep, Panda's on the screen here on the board for Yitzhak. He knows how to fight for his blessings, I suppose. Beach ball episode, but more importantly, the last game of the day, and a lot of big names are currently on the chopping block. It would be surprising. It would be, a big shock to see names like Experian, Enzo, Solo not playing in the pro circuit next set if they can't qualify off of today's last game. And in this lobby particularly, someone like Lusher, for example, I think is very, very close to making it.
And I feel like, especially since we don't necessarily have an actual encounter that impacts the boards or the economy, that we're going to see a lot of real gameplay coming out of these players that hasn't necessarily been impacted by any of the trading columns we saw last game. Even though it gave a lot of variety, it sort of warps your game towards one direction, right? So right here, we might even see a lot more flex play. You see as Clemu is holding that Lulu, on his board, on his bench rather, see if maybe there is an angle for potential reroll line.
It is a gold opener. We already saw Clemu getting a 3 cost and then 3 2 costs, so it is definitely a gold heavy opener. And we already saw the real gameplay in the first minion round actually, where Lusha goes to Yitzhak's board and tosses the ball around. That's really the most important part.
I think Lusher mentioned yesterday his APM was not very good, but he looked pretty fast there. So he was keeping some things secret coming into this real day of competition after he moved off of the caster desk. Gold augments, starting things off on 2-1. I think worth the wait. One of the standard great augments in terms of just the direction it gives you, but also just the econ throughout the entire game. Experian needs to make a big comeback, I would say. Cutoff will probably be around 25, maybe 26 points to be in the top 32. After this final game 6. So I think players kind of know what kind of game plan they have to settle on.
Gambler's Blade coming through for High Pikachu right here, which I want to remind, he was one of the 2 protagonists on the Katarina vs. Katarina showdown where both players actually hit. So he has been blessed with a little bit of RNG from yesterday, I want to say. However, Gambler's Blade is one of the key core artifacts that we have seen when players usually tend to play for that very fast 9 that we have seen, whether it's with Juggernauts or with the Bastion front lines.
Yeah, already has a Syndra 2 to put it on, Cannon 2 in the front with some protectors. Obviously not an insane opener, but is definitely going to be able to save some HP and be able to drag out the fights a bit to get some of that Gambler's Blade value. The only thing is, Syndra does cast quite a lot, so not really the best user of Gambler's Blade. Maybe going to transition that to a Zaya in the mid game.
Here comes my hear me out. I see Rammus, I see Kaisa. This is pretty much an old school 2 patches ago kind of situation where if you get a Rammus early on, he no longer scales, but back then he did scale. So if you got him early on, you could actually use him and play for that Kaisa. Blue buff has been slammed right now. Are we seeing potentially a reroll angle right there for Clemu?
I would love to see a Kaisa reroll.
In the most recent patch, but before this patch, and the buff was not too big on Rammus, before this patch, Rammus was statistically the worst unit in the game. And by a pretty large margin, I would say. I think it was like a 4.9 average. Worse than Ashe, even, if you can believe that. So I don't know if in a game 6 of a day as important as this one, Clemu will commit to playing Rammus Kaisa reroll, but we'll find out very soon, I think.
Experion with the Crystal Gambit at 2-1. Just maximizing his econ here, holding another Janna and a Kabuko as well, so he's on 2 Jannas and a Kabuko. So might be looking towards that Janna reroll line.
Oh my god, Experian is that guy in solo queue that will just not let you play with the ball. You saw the other player trying to reach the ball, and Experian would just not let them have it at all. Yeah, kind of infuriating right here, as I'm assuming a lot of players will also be, since this is the last cut, right? They are looking for potentially the high highs or the low lows, which mech does provide, particularly right here for our two Crystal Gambit players as well. You take the caster, you potentially looking for the Super Hero board with the mech to try and cap out high enough to potentially grab a win.
The one very clear spot we're seeing is obviously going to be from Yobidashi with the Twilight Assault with the Shen hero augment. I think I saw Experian actually today tweeting he did not hit his Shen 3 at all and just died with Shen 2 playing this line. So there is a chance for low roll with reroll as always, but all in all, I would say it's a fairly good reroll line to commit to early if you have, like we're seeing here, the components for an immediate item slam for Shen.
Already has a Swain as well, so 4 Bastion on the board. Does decide not to make 30 by selling the Zaya, because that is his next in, is going to level twice instead. So putting in that Zaya in next round for Edgelord and Star Guardian. He's on 2 wins, so trying to build up that win streak.
There's some really strong Exodia combos for the Shen hero augment if you picked up Raid Boss, for example, or even Heavy as a Crown on second augment if it's gold again. That would be really big, so Yobidashi hoping for some of those big high rolls.
Another point right here is that there is no other board that's sort of building towards those bastions, so Shens will be very much freed up along with a lot of the frontline 2 costs that you're looking for, particularly the Xin Zhao. Since you're rolling on 6, you're kind of leaning more towards the 2 costs coming through. Lusha right here, angling potentially, I'm assuming, towards the mech, especially since you have like extra shielding through the units. You can definitely take advantage of the extra gold shields given through that augment. And so far, there have been 2 players, Toon TV and Yobidashi, on 100 gold, on 100 HP, sorry, looking to streak the entire stage. 100 gold, that would be insane.
Stage 2, 100 gold. Who has had
2-5, 100 gold. Is that even possible? No, there's no augment that will make that possible. Scratch it.
Yeah, maybe
Could see a battle
hedge fund with full econ opener, but yeah.
Could see the battle of the double downs for the Crystal Gambit players. We're seeing Experian already committing to this. I'm a little bit surprised. I think Experian probably won't full loss streak. It would be pretty ballsy to commit to kind of a 1st or 8th playstyle, only really needing, I think, like a 4th or a 3rd to make it through to day 2 at least. And potentially losing the chance to be playing in tier 1 in the pro circuit next set. Especially considering that Experian has had such a glow up the last 2 sets, back-to-back Tacticians crowned, back-to-back top 16s in those Tacticians crowned as well. So he is really on a high when it comes to his career in TFT.
I think the move might actually play Kaisa, or no?
He's a madman. He might actually just do it. Has an extra Kaisa, extra Ramos on the bench. 30 gold. It's not bad because by the end of the Krugs, you will be around that 50 gold mark, which you definitely want to be if you're looking for that reroll angle. However, I will say that I feel like the Kaisa / Udyr Ramos, Darius frontline kind of composition is one of the hardest ones to reroll, because you definitely want to reroll to get your Kaisa, but then you're rerolling for 3 costs on level 6 at the same time. So it kind of takes time to sort of hit your first unit, which is Kaisa, and then level up for your 3 costs if you're unlucky and don't hit a lot of them on that level 6, right? So we'll see if potentially that gets complemented by any particular augment. Things like Trifecta and stuff like this that really do complement 3 cost rerolls could potentially be an angle.
The Mood did used to play a lot of Kaisa when she was very, very strong in the first few patches of the set. He's also a big reroll enjoyer of this set, played a lot of Katarina. I think he hit rank 1 in US playing a lot of Katarina 2 patches ago, and does favor these designs a lot. Maybe he knows something we don't. Overall, unless it's a god spot, I think Kaisa is generally not playable. And Rammus as well, without the scaling, I think he just falls off a cliff in the late game especially. But maybe just from a very high tempo spot and from Clemu's point total right now at 27, he thinks it's good enough. We'll see.
All right,
High
Pikachu right here.
Pikachu with Rage Blade, Gambler's Blade, Zaya, as I mentioned at the start, but there is the Shen hero player, so he can't really play Zaya reroll here, so it's going to have to be a level up type strategy. already holding some of those juggernauts, holding those bastions, keeping his options open. But he doesn't really look that strong for the mid game here. So it's going to be a difficult fast 9 to pull off if that's what he's going to try to do.
Ooh.
And Experion is just rolling here, interestingly, on a double down.
Using his free rolls from Trade Sector.
Yeah, but
he just found Ash. He rolled and got
a lot
Ash.
of expensive units, right? Cassante on board, 2 Ashes, Swain pair. Very interesting stuff here.
So Crystal Gambit obviously has been hit multiple times right here. Is there an angle where he finds a Crystal Gambit emblem and slams it here, Kevin Parker?
I think he's cashing out here, right? So that's the idea, that he's gonna... I don't know why he would roll before this turn happens, actually. I'm a little bit confused, but I think he might be angling to try and play like Crystal Gambit win streak the rest of the stage 3 from the cash out resources plus the units he's hit here.
Let's see.
If he wants to play around the Ash, he's going to like need to hit some bows. There is the Pandora's items to fix his items a bit if he does want to try to tempo here. He also got a component from his cash outs. And meanwhile, High Pikachu picks up the forward thinking, which definitely helps with the fast 9 game plan that I was just talking about.
I mean, I feel like there was no other game plan, right? It was either you contest the Bastions, which Yobidashi will not be very happy with, and he had a couple more before, right? Or you just send it for Bastion plus TF backlances. There's some pretty good items. Now, that is an item I have not seen in a very long time. It makes me scratch my head just a little bit. The Kraken Slayer been slammed right there. Are we potentially looking for an Ash angle? I don't think we've seen it the entire day. The entire 2 days, rather.
I do think Kraken is a very good TF item, so he might try to just carry the Ash in the mid game and pivot towards the TF later. Like play 5 Crystal Gambit mid game, try to tempo it, and then later pivot to the TF if he manages to get there. But he's far away from that for now. And Decob looks like he's actually going to play the Janna. I thought that Experion might do that, but obviously he's diverted from that plan.
So I'm seeing that right now that he slammed DB as well, together with that Kraken Slayer, and does have Pandora's items. So we'll see if he chooses to transition those items. Not necessarily super ideal on TF, particularly the DB, but I'm seeing an Udyr now slammed on Experience board. Again, I just want to remind that the Udyr, Ash, Kraken Slayer, Last Whisper plus Rageblade were buffed slightly on the last patch. We haven't necessarily seen it. However, when it was played back then, it was Pandora's items that would enable the comp because you could get your perfect items on your Udyr at the sole frontline. However, right here, maybe he plays something around the lines of the 5 Crystal Gambit and try to snowball the orbs.
Limu is actually playing Kai'Sa. I cannot believe it.
He said, I will tank 1 game just to make sure Trouble is right on her analysis.
He's 10 gold.
Worth.
Listen, man, I don't want to see this, though. He's level 6, 10 gold, 5 Kaisas, 5 Ramas. It's not looking very hot right now. However, he has a lot of HP to burn through. And damn, when I see a Ramas Kaisa angle, I know what it is, okay?
I'm not too mad that he rolled so deep, because with this comp you really need the Kaisa stacks, right? She's kind of like Tristana from set 13. You really want to be strong on stage 3 to stack up that AD. So he probably rolled to like hit some 2-stars, hit the Rammus 2, hit the Kaisa 2, and just slam double IE for the tempo as well. So he's going full tempo here.
Very similar to what we see from By Hero Augment, essentially the same kind of pattern of needing 100% to stabilize on stage 3 and guarantee win streak. If not, the entire game plan falls apart coming to stage 4, even if you do hit your 3-stars. Going back to Decal's board, we're going to see what he's able to do to stabilize here as well. Experience did win the last fight. That's good news for him. I think a lot of Experience game plan comes down to him realizing, hey, I'm very low HP already coming to stage 3. I just need to play for a 3rd. Like, everything is on the line here for me, and just try to immediately spike and get strong here going up to 7, playing around this Ash for now, and just kind of playing flexible creative TFT for stage 3 at the very least.
He even dupes the Udyr here just to have the Udyr 2 on board, which is quite a big spike. And he's facing High Pikachu, which is arguably the weakest player in the lobby, so he's going to get a free win here and perhaps get a Crystal Gambit cash out. Not sure what he rolled, but yeah, I mean, free matchup for him is very, very good in his spot.
Surely he should be able to get a cash out right here. That is 5 units, and let's say there were 6 units before. That is kind of 11. So not a cash out yet for Experian. However, has one more round before the PvE. Looking to absolutely dodge Clemu right here, who has been on a 5-win streak so far in this stage 3. And again, I'm actually really invested in Experience plan right here, because Crystal Gambit is not something that we have seen, particularly not when it comes to not playing the Malzahar that we have seen most commonly on this composition. So we'll see where he chooses to take it as Lusha. Red buff, DB. Is he angling the 4-4-4-4-4 comp, perhaps?
Yeah, I would assume it's just going to be Juggernaut TF, but you never know. Lesha does like to cook sometimes, so right now he just has the items on a Kale 1, which is obviously not great. You know, she's not going to do anything with the Deathblade, but yeah, he does have some solid front line, so probably going to be able to kill some units still.
Hey, you know what? Yesterday he said, I'm not going to give away too much. I've got my own strategy. So maybe this is part of his strategy. Maybe he is cooking something that we have not seen before to try and use it to his advantage right here.
Yeah,
As
he
we're
didn't want to
watching-
leak Kale 1 item holder in stage 3.
Right? Maybe he
Just keeping
thinks
hidden.
Kale is too strong after level 6 with these 2 items. Therefore, he's abusing a 1-star Kale.
Looks like Toon got 4 rods from his magic roll, because he does have the double Rabadons and is playing towards mech, so that is quite a high roll for him, I would say.
He could have replicated the rods as well, no? I'm not sure. I don't remember his board.
Yeah, but he has 3 BFs and 4 rods, so I was just assuming
Okay.
that it's probably
Yeah.
rod from magic roll. But
Oh no,
yeah.
more items always gonna be good for mech as well, especially if not too many players trying to contest the line. We'll have to see what the boards look like on the roll down to stage 4. Looks like it will probably be mech as well here for Yutsek, who's on 21 points. Also needs a round, a 4th or a 3rd to guarantee make it to day 2.
Yeah, it's probably going to 4-1 it here. There's a gold orb. He gets a TG.
He has a duplicator as well for some stability on his roll down.
Here we go.
So quite a bit of gold. Rise, Jarvan. Can he find the Yone on level 8s? Some legendaries here, but not the one he's looking for. There's a Lee Sin. So
I like this. I
it's-
think
the
taking the
first
time now
one.
to try and fish for mech pilot while he
Yeah.
already has a decent enough board, and then once he hits it, if he hits it, he can continue rolling. But doesn't do either. It looks like.
Again, I feel like a lot of the players who don't hit Mech Pilot early, especially when you have items for your Karma right here, I feel like if he does hit that Karma too, and you can't fish for Mech Pilot anymore, you just pretty much just put the fruit onto Karma and try for her to carry with the 5 Mech Pilot, just build a little bit of much of a stronger front line right here. Doesn't have the Javan pair, however. This is going to be a pretty easy W. We did talk about the Ramos not being the strongest one. However, wait. Ooh, that was very close.
Lemu keeps his win streak here on 92 HP, still playing Kaisa. I like this.
Ramos
Still
2, Kaisa
50 gold as
2.
well. All right, hi Pikachu. It's your time to shine. So much gold to work with.
He even takes
Going
the
straight
extra
to
gold.
9. 70 gold. And the dupes as well to make sure his frontline is at least somewhat stable. With some 2 stars.
Lyra 2.
Okay.
Needs a Braum.
Brom,
one
TF.
Braum, 1 TF would be pretty nice here.
Gets
Oh,
the
wow.
gold
These are
together.
these are not really the legendaries you're looking for with these items,
Yeah,
unless he's
yeah.
gonna full reforge. He does have 2 reforgers.
He might have to, considering he has upgraded AP units in the backline with Zyra and Seraphine.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He just barely managed to do it. He got a talisman.
Oh my god.
Talisman Zyra, it's time.
Kraken.
I mean-
Lyra. Talisman.
Technically,
Seraphine is gonna get huge if she procs.
Technically not the worst. This is the reason why you're playing the Basher front line, so they can tank as much as possible. So if they can win you time, and especially you're playing into a Rammus 2, Kai'Sa 2, right? Oh my god, the Seraphine absolutely annihilated the backline. I feel like Clemu is sort of falling behind the curve right here, because usually you want to play Kai'Sa with max attack and stack it. However, this Kai'Sa doesn't have the extra stacks through that augment. Here comes the Brom.
That was a Talisman Seraphine diff right there.
Yeah.
He has an open pen as well, so he can potentially fish for a chain on this carousel for another Bastion
extra
Emblem
Seraphine?
+1. Yeah.
Can we please have a look at experience board? Because I saw a 2-star Ash, so I'm pretty sure he's sticking it on Ash. Thank you very much, Observers. He is sticking with Crystal Gambit. However, I feel like the bows have been a little bit greeded here. I see suddenly 2 Kraken Slayers and 1 red buff. You're usually looking for a Rageblade wanting to play Ash, right?
I think after the nerfs to Rouge, I think is fine. This build is okay, and then the changes to Ashe as well.
I think so too. With the changes to Kraken as well, she gets a lot of attack speed once those Krakens are actually stacked up, and red buff does give a lot of base attack
Look
speed.
at Ash! Wow.
Ash is broken.
Right?
You heard it here first. If Trouble decides the meta, Kai'Sa and Ashe are S tier.
No, but it's funny how they both landed in the same game. As I basically
And they're both
joked
doing
about
well.
both.
Trouble, I mean, you're an innovator. I mean it.
Damn, like, okay, you know what? My next study group is gonna be with Lusha. Me and him are just gonna cook.
You also said crew reroll was broken on the play-in day, and
I've not
we
seen a
haven't
single
seen
one.
much crew reroll.
I swear, I don't think a single crew has been played in the first 2 days. However, there are really big brain players that are waiting for next week. So you just wait.
Wait, there's a Lee Sin 2 on Yitzhak's board?
Yeah, with Hod's Giant Slayer.
That might be
And
what he
7
needs.
mech, but
And he found the unit as well,
no mech
yeah.
pilot, and he has no removers left. Decides to remake the
no.
Jarvan and misses
Tragedy.
again.
There's a Karma remaker.
Wait, he didn't?
Does he?
Oh, I thought he was gonna remake the Senna as well, but he just upgrades it.
Oh, this is
Misses
disaster.
again. Misses again.
Oh, this is
Tragedy.
Oh, he's just shaking his head. Yeah.
His entire set is on the line to this game, to these power-ups if he cannot win this fight, and he's facing off against High Pikachu, who did hit the Bastion Emblem onto the Seraphine now as well. And Reforged yet again found the fishbone on TF, just pure stats and combat power for this fight. Both players on the lowest HP in the lobby as well, so pivotal on either side. Is this mech going to do enough without mech pilot is the big question. The Seraphine damage comes through, the
Oh
mech
my
is still
God.
alive. Fighting for Yisak's entire set. Can this mech do it? Can he kill a Seraphine? She's too tanky with a Bastion Emblem.
Too
Potentially going to
tanky.
cast again, I think. Oh no.
Elicast is going to clear. And Yitzhak
He survived,
is down
though.
to
He does
1
survive.
HP. He
so
even
unlucky
locked the
not being
Karma.
able. Yeah, not being able to hit the mech pilot right here has been so unlucky. He has to sell a
Sells
2-star
GP.
Gangplank, which he misses again onto the Karma.
Senna.
Finds an extra Senna, misses again. This is just pure
No,
heartbreaker
no.
here. Might have to try the Gangplank that's already on the board. He just decides to put it on to Lee Sin. I mean, at this point, you have to, right? You have the 7 mech. You just have to use the Galio. Put that fruit on the Lee Sin to carry you at least until birds. This is absolute heartbreak. He's touching his head in complete disbelief.
Mech versus mech. Yitzhak has to try and win this last round to stay alive in this tournament, to qualify to day 2, to keep his hopes alive of making it to week 2 in regionals. And looks like no mech pilot might just be enough. Wins at least one more fight here, stays alive on 1 HP and a dream. Maybe the chance to find more mech units and continue trying to refruit to find the 2 mech pilot power-ups.
The problem right now is that you have to sell your Aatrox because you're only going to have 1 fruit remover, and that fruit remover has to go lastly on the Lee Sin. So you're going to have to sell your Aatrox to re-find an Aatrox on levels 8, which is going to be pretty difficult, and then try to fish again one by one for that mech pilot. So there's a lot of things on the
You could
line.
also just sell his Lee Sin too, you know.
I mean, yeah, maybe that's the choice, man. You're right. Plus 14. Ka-ching!
And Lusher told us yesterday his APM was maybe not the best compared to most players, but it looks like he is treating this game as a time to test what he can do, considering he's going to have a very, very big turn here. Down to 1 life, 7 loss streak with his Fast 9 strat. Has found a TF, but needs a lot of upgrades still. Needs to decide the items
very
fast.
long here.
Yeah, he has to go quick. Not too much gold to roll, actually. And we're done.
And that's it.
There was another gold orb giving some more items to him. And Yitzhak
Oh, and he
still
misses
misses.
again! Actually, did you see how he was willing to sell the Lee Sin? He used the fruit remover on the Aatrox and repeated it on the Aatrox, which means if he used it there, he'd have to sell his Lee Sin for the mech pilot. Not quite the case.
Battle of the low
However,
rollers. Lusher
Karma and
versus
Lee
Yitzhak.
Sin.
TF
doing a lot
live
of
from
work.
Lusher. Edge of Night has not been procced yet, I believe. Is this going to be enough? I don't think the TF can buy enough time. There's not enough DPS either. Lusher gets taken down. 25 points for Lusher in 8th place. I still think that might be enough to make it to day 2. We'll have to see what the cutoff ends up being for the top 32 and what Lusher's tiebreakers look like as well. But maybe, Kevin, too risky of a game plan, no? Coming to game 6 on 24 points?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is sometimes, like, you can't always go for a safe game plan. And I think, I mean, we didn't see the entirety of Lusher's opener, but yeah, he is usually very good at line selection. So I think it was just the problem of not having a real carry in the mid game. He was item holding that Kale one for a long time. So yeah, just kind of a low roll game for him, I would say.
Hi, Pikachu. On his last leg right here, with the Bastion plus 5 cost backline, carrying a Seraphine plus the TF with Fishbones. Backline looks really strong. Seraphine's gonna cast. Absolute
Mage.
nukes half the board.
Oh my god.
Perfect targeting on that second ult. Takes down the Dana. And Hi Pikachu still dreaming. And Yitzhak is out. Unfortunately, that's finally the end of the road.
Yeah, 23 points is what he gets to, I think. Not sure if that's going to be enough.
I don't think so.
Ooh,
And
there
Klemu
is.
playing the Kai'Sa did at least make it to a top 6, so that's not too bad.
See, this is why I'm saying that this comp looks a little bit awkward, right? Because you're rolling on 6 for Kai'Sa, you're not necessarily going to hit too many Rammes and too many Darius, and then you have to level on 7, you have to sit on 7 until you hit both your other 3 costs. So not only is this a bit of a costly composition, but it's also very awkward in terms of leveling, whilst on the other side, Experian has been making that 5 Crystal Gamba work, gets another cash out right here, and you can see 2-star Brome with Mana Zane plus BT absolutely destroying Klemu's board. 2 cash outs?
Wow,
what up?
very impressive game from Experion here. Like I did not expect to see this today at all. I was playing against someone playing 5 Crystal Ash on ladder yesterday, but that was a master player, so I was not thinking that I would see that today. So
Come on, man. Why you gotta do him like that?
Very, very, very ballsy game from Experian, considering his spot, considering how emotionally it can sometimes be, considering he tweeted after his game 2 where he had the Shen hero augment and couldn't 3-star the Shen that, something along the lines of, I low rolled and, TFT, it is what it is. But comes back from, I think he had 4 points after the first 2 games today to potentially lock in the top 4 here, potentially make it to day 2 and keep his hopes alive of staying in the pro circuit after the crazy 2 sets he's had going to TAC round twice. So really brave game from Experian, and I think you have to give props to a player when they take a big risk, they rely on their fundamentals, and they say, hey, this is a good enough line to play for.
Honestly, he had the 3 Crystal Gambits super early on from even PvE round, the first PvE round of the entire game. However, I have to give props to him because he leveled early and he rolled it down to find Ash mid-stage 3, which then allowed him to get that extra cash out on the 5 Crystal Gambit, which then inherently gave him more items to try and snowball the 5 Crystal Gambit. Now for Klemu, this could be very close to elimination. Round right here will be playing versus Ghost, which is the only upside, But the downside is he's playing Ramos Kaisa, and that will be his last round in this game 6.
Jacob was also one of the weaker players, I would say, so let's see if he also goes down. Maybe Clemu can snatch a 4th. And it does look like Jacob
Yep,
is
went
out,
down.
and Clemu gets a 4th with Kaisa reroll. I mean, that's also pretty impressive.
Kaisa Ramos genius from Clemu right there. And we kind of said it for game 6, but I think we discussed it a little bit earlier on, that people would try to potentially get a little bit more creative to try and sort of not get contested. I mean, one thing's for sure, that Kaisalan is never contested recently.
I think at least for Clemu and Jacob, they're both through to day 2. Of course, there's no point reset, so it does still obviously matter. Clemu wants to get a first, ideally, if he could here, just to be in a better position tomorrow, to be among that top 20 after 12 games, not 6. More importantly, I think for Experian, he was the one player that was really on the line with this 3rd place. I think he locked himself into making it to day 2 as well. And Yobidash is on 30, so he's very clearly through at this point.
Oh, another cash out. A Gwen. +5.
Is Experion just going to win the game with Ashe carry? Like, this is crazy. I can't believe my own eyes right now.
Hey, maybe you guys have been undervaluing Ashe, you know? Maybe this is the way, Kevin Parker. Maybe this is the way. Maybe people should be taking notes of that Kaisa Ramos game plus the Ashe coming through from Experian. He does have about 3,000 poros as well on him from winning all of these rounds. Yobidashi has been absolutely somebody who's going under the radar. That Shen Augment, when you have the correct items, which he does have, the double rage blade into the gunblade, can really take off, and he's looking for potentially a level 10 coming through here. He does have a bunch of HP to burn through.
Yeah, picked up Ascension as well as a second augment. Not one of the super high roll ones that I mentioned, but still I think it fits obviously very well with the Shen Hero augment. I think quite unpickable as an augment the last few sets, but there are some very niche comps that can make very good use of that Ascension proc essentially later into the fight. For Experian as well, I think he hasn't hit Zyra yet. He does have the Crystal +1, so he could play 7 Crystal in the late game, potentially.
He does have a Zyra. I think it's on his bench. I think he's choosing to play 5 Crystal Gambit. I'm pretty sure.
He didn't have it when we were on the board before. I'm pretty sure.
Can we see Experience board, please? There we go. No, what? He had a Zyra on his bench.
You were right
He
about
had
the
a
Kaisa, but
Okay.
just to take that one win at least.
Mods,
Don't be greedy.
play the replay. Mods, play the replay. He had a Zyra on his bench. I promise.
Yeah, he sold it just to make sure you were wrong about your point.
Okay, what if I'm right? I'll go back to the mod.
7 Crystal Gambit is not what it used to be, so he just he doesn't even want to play the Zyra. He'd rather just play the Janna for 2 Protector, it seems. And yeah, just going to stay in the 4 Juggernaut with the Braum 2. Can't really cut down to or cut anything for 7 Crystal Gambit efficiently.
Maybe
so,
on 10.
Yeah.
It would fit.
Yeah.
Or do you think the stats are just not worth it at all after the nerfs?
I mean, you would have to drop, I guess the Mundo would be the reasonable thing to drop, which is Juggernaut and Luchador for your Braum 2, so I don't know. I doubt that that's better. He's probably just going to add some sort of legendary.
Could be a Zyra.
Alright.
He could even play the Zyra and just play 6 Crystal Gambit, yeah.
You know what? Because I'm a woman of my word, I want you to look in the Discord and apologize now. Because that was a Zyra on his bench, which he chose to sell to play the strongest board. As we say that, he's gonna take an L here. Level
Maybe
9 50 gold,
then.
however. Maybe
Zyra diff.
it's
Zyra
come
diff.
back to bite him. True. As a Volibear 2, level
See,
10.
he knows what's up. He's playing the
He
Zyra.
knows.
Look at his HP. Oh wait, he's on a 4 loss streak. Never mind. I take it back.
What have we done? What have we done? All right. Last 3.
Shen is finally falling
No
off
other
a little
last
bit
life. We have to talk a little bit about Toon TV as well, right? 12 points, impossible to make it into tomorrow. However, we did see it from yesterday from A Boy Has No Name. When the pressure is lifted off you, you play a much more free game. And it just shows both in day 1 and day 2.
It's a shame as well. I think TV has been a player that has, at least he's really popped into my radar around 2-3 sets ago and has been doing really well on ladder. He's been a much more consistent name, at least from what I've seen on EUS on ladder as well. So sad to see him not having really the best tournament day and the most important day of the set, really, for most players.
I'm a bit curious about Yobidashi's decision to go 10 here, because he is still on Leona 1 and some other 1-stars as well. So his level 10 was only a Zyra 1 ad. So
I mean, he knows what's up.
Okay, fair enough. But I would think that, like, if you're playing for top 2, you're just supposed to roll on 9 there for your upgrades. But hey, what do I know?
It's not like you're a pro player, like high caliber, man.
His upgrades naturally. Well, yeah, I agree with you. I think there probably was just more high value for rolling right away and at least trying to lock in the top 2. He had an HP lead as well, right? He's lost a lot of fights in a row, but he was HP leader coming into stage 6. So could have maybe from just matchmaking and winning 1 or 2 fights, crucial fights, could just top 2 from that.
Level 10 coming through from Experian right here. Finds the Zara. It's going to slot it back in. 7 Crystal Gambit online for Experian. Zara 2?
Zara 2. Now he can move the gen items.
Now we can start winning. Experian knows what's up.
7 Crystal Gambit, level 10. Going up against a stacked mech board for Experian right here. A guy who really needed to lock in that top 3, top 4 to make it to tomorrow with a super unconventional, at least for the meta right now, Ash. Gonna get absolutely annihilated by the big Galio. And it is gonna be a mech dominance all across the screen.
I love how the start of the fight, trouble hyping up Experian, and as the monologue is going on, the units are just disappearing from the board as the mech is just slashing at everyone. Surely against Yobidashi, Experian can win this one, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, not surprised to see the mech being the strongest board here after watching the games today, and obviously Toon's setup is really, really good. He does have the Lee Sin 2, the Yone 2, the double mech pilots, bunch of items. So I do think Toon is probably going to take this game home, but unfortunately it's not going to matter for him. And Experion does need the points the most.
All right, level 10 all across the board for everyone. Yobidashi really happy with this finisher, whatever it may be. He is going to lose to Experian's Ghost, but Experian himself cannot find the win. So this could be a very contested second, third place, and Yobidashi is going to claim the second for himself as Toon TV. Huge win, literally as a last case scenario right here after he cannot make it into day 2. Unfortunately, again, that pressure being lifted off when you have nothing to play for, it shows again in day 2.
The same exact story from yesterday. We saw in the play-in with a boy has no name. I think same exact points as well. Coming into that last game, ends up winning when it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But at the very least, you want to end your set, I assume, for both players. It is with them not making regionals week 2 on a high note, and knowing that maybe if the first 2 games would have gone a little bit differently, you could have actually made it through. And still a strong set from Toon TV. I think a 3rd set in a row where he's actually doing quite well and going quite far in the circuit.
All right.
And we do have a break lined up, I believe, coming up very soon. And then we'll have...
But wait, Kevin Parker, throw it to break for us. That is the big send-off.
Okay, we'll be back with you right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the end of day one from week one. Gosh, Alan, what an incredible game to close out proceedings there. Of course, in a second, we'll be revealing who has made it through to day two of week one. And of course, with week two still on the horizon. But in the immediate, Alan, of course, in that game, we had players in pretty different situations from each other. Of course, they're always playing for points, but only some of them were absolutely playing for survival.
I mean, I have to highlight Experion. 21 points. He's playing for survival and potentially going for the points for the next day. And he seemed like he knows the tech. He angled Ashe. Just Ashe. He didn't have spot by the time he rolled for it. 5 Crystal Gambit at 3-1. And then he just got a Golden Orb with the spot, with the Pandora, allowing him to get that Crystal Gambit and getting some Giga board and cash outs throughout the stage for allowing him to get top 3. It looked almost like a win-out potential with all the cash out, but not quite there.
Well, of course, and it's worth mentioning, Experian actually got that Ashe from a orb. I mean, of course, you know what we call that, AnswerQ.
Yeah, but on top of
Ashe
that, getting the yes, I'm so okay. Silly.
You talked over my terrible joke. I'm very upset about the whole thing. I suppose we must go on, but I mean, to take it a bit more seriously, we had the discussion going on during the cast itself about whether or not the Crystal Gambit 7 was going to be objective, but even with the 5 and with the emblem as well, it still felt like that was enough.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have to also talk about other people like Clemu. Playing Kaisa in the final game of the day, that's also some confidence. We thought Trouble is just messing with us, joking, but she was actually right. Calling out the Kaisa there and bringing it to top 4 was so impressive. But then Itzhak, I think when we've seen the amount of the power-ups he has seen without seeing the Mighty Mech, there was one phrase that was coming up to my mind, and it was justice. Finally, someone missed.
Oh no, I don't know if I got justice per se, but I want to kind of like to hit up what you're saying with Clemu going for the more unusual line there. If you're in this kind of situation and stuff, Alan, or other players like it, is it just that you're seeing a spot that is good enough, even knowing that it's not, almost certainly not going to get you the win in the lobby? What kind of other spots like that might you be tempted to go down?
I mean, it obviously depends on your situation, going through the points and system. We know that players need the points to make it to day 2, but also points carry on, they do not reset. So you still need to make it to top 20, so you can play the week 2. So some of the players will be playing for the survival, some of the players will be going for both. And I think that's what Experion did. He didn't go for quite a survival play, which ended up working for him, but he went for the win-out play. And after seeing that Ashe from the box, pretty much he locked in with the confidence. And it separates the two type of the players. So it's very cool to see what the players are angling.
Yeah, I mean, it was a hell of a lobby to end us out here as well. Of course, everyone's very concerned, and we'll be bringing up in a second as to how everybody's going. In fact, I believe we've got the standings ready right now, so let's take no more moments of reflecting on just that last game, but look to the tournament overall. And we're about to confirm that everybody on this first page is being eliminated from regionals.
Yeah, absolutely. We see quite a lot of the Spaniards. We see some Turkey players, but we see very little France represents for some reason.
I can't imagine why. Of course, the people who are just above the line we're seeing on this page, they're very much not out of the woods as yet. You can see the points totals on the right-hand side. They are almost dead even from 21st down to 32. So you just need a little bit of mobility on day 2 of week 1 to get into the next week of play.
Absolutely. And those players you can see on the screen right now, their points keep for the next day, and they'll be battling for the top 20, the cutoff for the week 2, so they can compete for the spot in the Tactician crown, for the spot in the tier 1 circuit, and those are your absolutely best performance, and who'll have a pretty good start off starting out tomorrow.
I want to give a shout out to Tarman and Tactician as well for topping out the table. Of course, they will be, of course, coming through to day 2 with all the bells on. They did confirm that admins come out of this one. I thought it would be the case, but it is going to be true. As long as you can be in the top 20 by the time week 1 is done, you go forward to week 2 to play against the most elite of elite players, but there's no kind of carryover. So if you're 20th or first coming out of week 1, it's all the same. But there's going to be a huge amount of brawling to get across that line into number 20.
Yeah, I mean, the players that are starting off with 39 points, such as Daisy or Artemen, are set for success. There has to be some miracles happening to not make it through with such an edge starting the day.
Well, with day 1 of week 1 over, we've got one more treat to come for you before we are wrapping things up. We have got a Remix Rumble regional champion, Salvi, coming to tell us a little bit about his day. Salvi, wonderful to talk to you here. I mean, you've had a very volatile TPC season, but so far, so good here in regionals. How are you feeling coming into the big event?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited to play. Always enjoy playing regionals, of course, and I prepped a lot, so kind of excited to get the work out of my system and see if the work paid off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm sure it was a ton of work.
Amazing performance so far. And what went pretty much right for you? Are you happy with the current meta, with the mech meta? Are you finding yourself comfortable here?
Oh yeah, I had I had 3 mech games, I think, which were all pretty chill, I would say. I didn't have to look for 10 copies to find the mech fruit, which is obviously. So my mech games went very well. Well, the first game I kind of threw. I went fast 9 on 2 little gold, and I just died on 1 stars, which was also very unnecessary. And then the rest, I just played what the game gave me and tried to collect as many points as possible, obviously.
So the plan will carry on for the tomorrow, just making it consistent. So not gonna be going for the big winouts, probably. Just make sure you go top 20, right?
Yeah, I mean, for the format, you just need points, right? So obviously, you probably shouldn't take as many risks as for checkmate and stuff. So yeah, obviously, you're just gonna try to collect as many points as possible tomorrow and make it to week 2, which was the goal before this weekend. So yeah, nothing changes there.
Well, I want to just go back to what you were saying before about that first game, which ended up in the 8th place. I was kind of curious, how do you reset your mental? How do you, because you went on to immediately get a 2nd place in the 2nd game. Did that first game going poorly affect you at all, or did you do something specific to try and reset?
Oh, I mean, at this point, it's kind of comfort zone. I don't know how many times I started 8th, especially in regions on the first game. So I just told myself it's just the first game, reset. I made some mistakes, and then line selection was also wrong, and just told myself it doesn't matter, I prepared well, so just focus up for the next 2 games and try to make some points back.
Yeah, and it certainly worked.
Do you have some special techs up in your sleeve that we haven't seen much on the broadcast yet, or that you don't want to share? Understandable, but I'm curious if you just have something up there.
I mean, I always like Yuumi. I played 1 Yuumi game, which is probably not that meta. Besides that, as I said, I played 3 mech, 1 kata, and then 1 juggernaut fast 9. So no, it was Bastion fast 9. So on those games, nothing special. Maybe Yuumi I like, but that's personal preference this set, I think.
Is there something very niche that requires a specific spot that not like a artifact cog, but something very specific? An example is we've seen yesterday on the America a Kale Soul Fighter without a lobby carry. Something up to this kind of standards.
I mean, I have some stuff with worth the wait and specific fruits and stuff. Possible meta line, which is really off meta. I don't think so. I have some niche lines which require setup though. So maybe you get to see 1 or 2 not non-traditional things. But I think this patch the strong lines like mech and then fast 9 Jagger, Bastion, and maybe some of the rerolls are just so stable and so there's not that much that can go wrong if you have the right spot for it. That if you choose a weaker line, you have to have a very good reason, at least in my opinion.
Well, one last thing before we let you go then, Salvi. I just wanted to get your thoughts on, coming into regionals, we were seeing a much bigger contingent of German players coming through. I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts on the German scene overall and kind of how TFT is going for the country?
Yeah, actually, I don't know that much because I think on ladder they all popped off. I saw like so many made it on like ladder and open qualifiers and stuff. I think for some reason the fact that the top end didn't compete on the EU server for some reason like helped the German scene flourish. I would love to tell you more, but honestly, I can't tell you. I think there's like 1 or 2 more new study groups that also formed. But yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't want to like spread misinformation because I don't know honestly.
No, that's absolutely fair. Well, then one last thing, Savi, is there any kind of shout-outs you'd like to give, acknowledging people who've helped you get this far?
Oh yeah, for sure. Shout out to my family, shout out to my friends, shout out to my girlfriend, always supporting me, making it possible. They're honestly the best, always have the best support, so yeah. And yeah, I think that's it for now.
All right, well, Sabi, thank you so much for giving us your time and for an extremely impressive day one. Hopefully, we'll be seeing you doing even better stuff in day 2 yet to come. But have a great rest of your evening, and we're just going to wrap things up here.
Thank you so much. Take care, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you.
All right, Alan. So we're almost done for the evening. Again, it's wonderful to see Savi coming through and finishing out top 8 overall. We've had so many great names going through. As we already acknowledged, we've had to say goodbye to some on this day. Tomorrow, we'll be dropping 12 more from our remaining 32. So, there's going to be a lot of fighting and brawling, as we said already. We've got some players who are looking relatively safe, but so many who are maybe 1 or 2 points from not making week 2 at all.
Absolutely. And tomorrow the start of the day will be a bit different to today's because we were starting from the scratch, and tomorrow with all the points already on the line, some players will have to put it on the risk right away. Even though there is 6 games, they might need to be flipping for some Ione here and there.
I mean, it's been absolutely hugely volatile. I hope we get to see more of what we saw from Kanu from that game. Of course, hopefully we'll get to see some people flip for Ashes and other things before it's all said and done. But I do want to make sure, of course, before we head off for the evening, we make sure you guys are aware of everywhere that you can find out what's going on from today. So, of course, on X, it's Compete TFT. On Instagram, Teamfight Tactics. Then Play TFT on Facebook and YouTube. Of course, all of our socials you'll be able to see across the day. I think the only one to add in from yesterday would be Kevin Parker. So please do go check him out. Again, want to give a shout out to him for coming in and be able to do a fantastic job today. Of course, things will be kicking off tomorrow at the same time, 3 p.m. at CEST, as we come to the final day of week 1, which will send 20 players through to week 2 in a week's time to play against the best performing players across the TFT Pro circuit, with 6 spaces in the championship, or rather the crown, ready and up for grabs. For now, though, that's all for us this evening. Thank you to all of our production crew, observers, and moderators for making today's broadcast fantastic, and we'll see you at 3 p.m. tomorrow, CEST.
GG, see you guys tomorrow.